Good morning, everybody. How y'all doing? We back. Day 18. Happy Friday, everybody. Happy Friday. It's gonna be a long day. I think we rolling to 5 Eastern today. So maybe we will see KK on the stand. But we know who we do got back. We got Jane back on the stand today, people. Boy, and I think Jane stayed on about a good hour yesterday and told us about 10 hours worth of information. Nothing to do with the Rico, but just about her habits, Diddy's habits. And boy, it's gonna be something else. What's up? I'm that girl, Chantel, and Marie, Sandra, Baby K, Vanessa. Welcome everybody. Welcome family. My wife will be here shortly. What's up, Renee? But anyway, shit, getting up early. I do have coffee, but I'm ready to get this thing on. And now, we'll do some polls later to test the weather. What's up, BJ? To see, what's up, Rob P? Just to see, where y'all stand. Do people honestly, seriously, still believe the RICO has been proven? Or do you simply just think a lot of people, okay, if you believe that, just say you do. Because I know some people going to say, yeah. But um, do you believe a lot of witnesses have came across as maybe telling a little story in my world, lying? Let's keep it real. Or fabricating a story. Maybe that's a nice way. It's Friday. I want to be nice. Some people feel like it's vulgar how I talk or the things I may say. I'm just giving you my opinion. And I don't really think we got no 5-year-olds in the chat. And I'm sure you had to have heard worse what people saying. So let's not come in here and act like we above that language or whatnot. Come on, people. It is what it is. But let me see what we got in the chat. Star Trek says, still love you. Thank you. No, because I love everybody. And this ain't about us fighting or arguing. This is about how we feel about these people that's being presented to the court. Or this is about Diddy, his behavior, the alleged crimes that he committed. So nobody, please don't ever take it personal if we sitting here just laughing and going at it a little bit. But everybody got different opinions. It's almost like a soft debate. You know, and this is my belief. Like, if you take two people, a person from the streets, a person from the church, and you set them down and watch this, you'll get two totally different opinions. You know, and the person on the street might come out and be like, "Hey, that's just a damn lie," right? The other person from the church might be, "The Lord says we shouldn't judge nobody. We judge every day, and and for sure we gonna judge in this case because when people say that, half the time when you say it, you start making a judgment. Well, some people. Anyway, well, good morning, good morning, good morning. Day 18. I think we're going to 5 o'clock. We got Jane back on the stand. If she, like part of me, yesterday after court was starting to wonder, will she even show back up? And that's sort of serious. I was thinking, will she show back up? Because like people said, she's not actually on trial, but she's definitely gonna be judged by the things she have said. And once you see these kind of things, you can't unsee it. Because I remember, and I'm sure this the same witness, when something happened about the child, the other person was talking about getting custody and stuff. I was like, man, come on, man. You going too far. And y'all probably started to know what I'm talking about. I said, man, 50, you taking it too far. But I didn't know the inside. Half the time we really don't know what's going on behind closed doors. But these people are coming out dropping it like it's nothing. And then you're gonna get the people to say, oh, well, yeah, they was groomed into the situation. They were coerced into the situation. Those things do happen in life. And some people just volunteer for the situation. Let's keep it real. They just simply volunteer. What's up, Soup Bone? Features. Look, some people just volunteer. And let's keep it real. And it's not me giving them a bad name. Oh, you shouldn't say that about a person. You going after their character. They're telling you about their character. They are telling you about their behavior. It wasn't Perry that just broke out a book and started saying, yeah, March 19th, 2023, hotel night. No, Perry did not do none of that shit. What's up, Rachel? What's up, Lillian? Look, welcome, Victoria. Look, my wife will be here shortly, right? But people act like I'm just creating this narrative of somebody's character. They telling you about their behavior, their freaky fetishes, their fantasies. And I know people saying, well, Rico done. Look, I don't care who paid for a plane ticket, whether it was KK or whoever. If a grown person leave home, go to the airport, and not under a GUN pointed at them or something like that, on their own will get up and do all this. Doesn't matter. They was gonna do it if they didn't leave the state or whatnot. And we're not gonna sit here and try to act like Diddy made these women do all these things. What's up, Eugene? Hey, Perry, when are you going to do Perry? Okay. Well, it probably ain't gonna be today because this is gonna go all the way to 5 o'clock. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow. I mean, because it is some crazy stuff we need to catch up on. And then hopefully this trial can wrap up in about a week and a half. But we'll see. Tish says, I'm with you, Perry. I don't feel sorry for Jay. No. And it's not like, it's hard to feel sorry. I mean, because we're not feeling sorry for Diddy, right? And fair is fair. Diddy put himself in this situation. I ain't feeling sorry for him. Most of you guys ain't feeling sorry for him neither. I ain't gonna feel sorry for these people who clout chased off of him, wanted to get his money, and knew they was dealing with the devil, basically. But they sold their soul and body, if they want us to believe that, or yeah. No, I'm gonna say they actually sold their body for a dollar bill. And then now they want to have a conscience. I was victimized. Really? Y'all was in line with a whole bunch of other people just like you, raising your hand. I'm next. I'm next. And then people, oh, they got the same story. They got the same story. You see, this witness is repeating what the first witness said. Yes, it's easy to do if you get there. Most choirs, church choirs, when they get together and they rehearse a song, they sing the same song. So let's just keep it real. They don't got together and did the thing. Now, Diddy, a lot of the stuff is true. I feel like it's true. but they're leaving out the most important part. They wasn't forced to do it. They chose to do it. Just my opinion. I know a lot of people get upset. They chose to do it. So that's just the way it is. We going back in. Oh, let me see. Make sure this the judge. Oh, I'm not as efficient as my wife is, but let me try to pull this thing up. But people, so we're gonna relax today and try to get this together. Good morning, honey.
Hi, babe. Have you been reading the updates?
I know I just told them that I got to get
All
on
right,
it.
here we go. Uh, attorney says these texts, you have thousands of videos of my performing every weekend on your phone. They were backwards looking and look. Who is this talking? It's a Driscoll. Okay, here we go. They are backwards looking and hearsay. We argue that Mr. Combs was upfront about non-monogamous nature of the relationship, as Jane said. Attorney, in their opening, they attacked Jane's credibility, called it consensual. As you heard yesterday, Jane felt coerced. They have opened the door. Judge, they are admissible to rebuke the defense opening. So it's appropriate to introduce those statements. They're just having their daily arguments now over what they can talk about and what they can't talk about. And so, yeah, it started 5 minutes ago. Whew.
So I didn't miss nothing. I don't feel that bad.
Well, you didn't miss anything.
Yeah. You know, and while you was getting ready and stuff, I was just letting people know, like, it's Friday. Happy Friday to everybody. Going into the weekend. And we're gonna go into the weekend with our eyes open, right? Where we see everything. We're gonna see the good, the bad, the ugly. But let's just call it what it is. Let's not sugarcoat nothing. Let's not act like things happened that didn't happen, like somebody being forced to do something against their will when they simply volunteered. It happens. Regardless of whatever city you in, I bet you right now, somebody's willing to do what this witness did for less money. And then come on, they don't rehearse the story, got together. But one got paid. Now this one might not get paid in a civil lawsuit because I don't think it's gonna go nowhere. Just my opinion.
All right, you guys, please hit the like button
$10 million.
so we can get this video out. Please. It's going to be a long day. Did you tell them that?
Yeah, 5 o'clock. Oh, my
A
buddy's up early.
long day.
My buddy's up, had coffee. Hey Perry, how about this? We don't need you lecturing us, so please stop.
Okay.
Come on, people. Look.
Lost his
Good
mind.
morning, good morning, good morning. Man, we got a great family here.
Now they're family when you're talking too much. You're a mess. Okay, hit the like button. So we're ready to go. Let me put it on subscriber mode. Let's do it.
EDT says, happy Friday to everybody.
Happy Friday. Let's get through this long day. It's going to be long, but at least it's getting closer to the finish line. Yesterday was crazy. The blogs went nuts about Jane being 50 Cent's baby mama. I wonder how she feels today about that.
I was wondering if she was going to show up for real.
I mean, you've got to be, she was very, very worried about it. And so, 50 Cent doing his subliminals and all of that. I feel bad for her when the world is looking at you.
I mean, do you think he'll show up to the courthouse today to view it with his attorney?
I heard that. I don't know.
No,
Do
I'm just saying because I mean, like, if anybody, if the person up there giving their own testimony under oath, that's powerful stuff. That's stuff that's just given to you right to just go for custody or whatnot.
I mean, we keep hearing that. I think his ego's bruised. You know, this is like the family secret being out. So 50 Cent doesn't have time to raise a kid. You know, that's what was the problem the last time. I don't know if he's going to take her to court or not. Do a poll. I don't know.
Okay,
Cuz
Elite
but
Smiles, like, oh, you pull this over here.
hey,
Sherelle be
thank
on
you.
Sherelle be on point with updates. Don't get sidetracked, Perry. I know it's easy for me to get
Barry
sidetracked
is long-winded sometimes.
a lot. I am. I noticed that about myself too.
Babe, keep your eye on the screen. I need to
Okay,
get these.
let me see.
Okay, so
Um,
the CNN says prosecutors and defense attorneys are discussing summary charts of text messages that have already been admitted into evidence. Prosecutors want to highlight the charts for the jury. Prosecutor Maureen Comey said the prosecution team wants to include summary charts, a photo of Sean Diddy Combs' phone showing messages between Combs and Jane that was recovered from his former chief of staff, Christina Corum's phone. Comey said, you can see Corum's hand holding Combs' phone, which shows Corum's knowledge of events described in the text messages and that Corum had access to Combs' phone. She did? Wow. We've got to hear from her. We have to hear from KK.
you might hear from him today. I mean, because I don't think this witness will be on there all day.
I don't think so. I think yesterday she pretty much said what she had to say. And I'm really thinking, you guys, you tell me what you think. I think that Jane, who we know is 50 Cent's mother, baby mother, is rattled. She's been on every blog there is to be on. I mean, they're talking about her. Uh, the mainstream media, I don't think they said anything about it. But who goes to the mainstream media first anymore? Everybody's been talking about her. So let's see how she does today. You know, your secret's out. People are calling her an escort. Uh, Other rappers are calling her escorts, and that she is a porta potty escort. So you guys heard of these porta potty escorts where they have Instagram pages and even some Instagram fame, but they still escort. And a lot of them go to Dubai to make, I mean, tons of money. What's really weird is that I don't I don't know what her relationship with 50 Cent is like, but I don't know. I would just be really aware of who my son's father is at all times. And I wouldn't put myself in that kind of situation, but who knows? Maybe 50 Cent met her like that. What are you
Yeah.
laughing?
No, I was just thinking she probably used him too.
Well, I was saying maybe thank you for the super sticker. I was thinking maybe 50 Cent met her as an Instagram model. You don't ever know. You know,
That's
these
what I was gonna say.
men, these rich men, I don't know if they're lazy or what, but they can't stay off of Instagram.
Yeah, I took these rich men. I mean, like when you get that kind of money, you feel like you above it. Now I ain't got to go out there and try to court nobody. I can just go to Instagram and find the one that got the look that I'm looking for the day, and just no, for real, and then go
Eric,
and get
it's so early. I just woke up. Please.
no. But then like you can go out. I mean, that's the way it is. It's like when you go to your if you like Macy's, when you go to Macy's, you go to the clothes rack, see what you like. You grab your outfit, especially if you got money and you get it. Well, it's the same. These rich men, go out there, Instagram, because that, they showing you a 360 view of what you want to get. So
Well, I feel bad for her because,
do
you know, Mace was making fun of her. I mean, everybody knows now, and that's got to be tough to deal with.
you feel sorry for Diddy? No, I'm saying like
No,
it's just business deals.
nah,
And when I say these things, people think, oh, you putting that girl down. No, that's
I
a
don't
high
know.
paying job. It's a high paying job. When have your
Very.
job gave you 10,000
Can you imagine?
hours?
Uh, so they're coming after 50 Cent. A lot of the rappers, they're laughing. They're saying, "Ah, you got a porta potty, mom." That is going to make him. That's going to bruise his ego, and we don't need nothing else to bruise 50 Cent's ego because he's already a ticking time boom. Okay. And so yeah, I just feel bad for her. Here we go. Driscoll says the government sent us 6 years of text messages. Then they somewhat reduced them. We stand by our objections. The foundation has not been laid. Judge, the government should lay the foundation. Johnson, we have laid it.
Yeah,
I mean, that's another thing too. A lot of people say that RICO has already been proven. I think it's like a 50-50 split. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a
Well,
lot.
I mean, and I would imagine, and I get it. Some of them say, "Oh, it's been proven the sex trafficking when you export
You
a
have to say
prostitute.
sex. You have to say X.
Oh, when you transport an escort." Oh, hold on, I don't know what I'm. Okay, yeah, I'm trying to watch my language. Basically, if you take an escort over state lines or whatnot, then that is sort of like trafficking, I guess.
We got
So,
to update. The judge says, bring in the jury and the witness. Attorney, good morning. How many times did you travel to Las Vegas? She says, once on Sean's plane. He was hosting an event. Then he wanted entertainment for the night. We had that. So she's back. I thought she wasn't going to show up, to tell you the truth. She's back. She might have some kind of immunity dangling over her head.
oh, she got to get stuff on the record so she could try to use it for her civil case.
But what more is there to say?
Mm,
Well, this is
I mean,
defense. Driscoll, have we heard Attorney Driscoll uh, question anyone yet? I think
I don't
I'm.
think, I don't think
I don't
so.
think so.
Hmm.
Yeah,
But anyway,
this.
like I was saying, I ain't down to nobody like, they ain't nothing but a escort. No, a escort is shit. Make more than attorneys, doctors. You know what I'm saying? So no, it's not doing that. And not everybody can do it and make the same amount of money. A lot of these people got to get their surgeries done, makeup on point, clothes on fleek, um, you know, stay in shape and all this different stuff. So it's a lot of stuff that goes into it, just like an athlete. But
We got to update.
okay,
Comey says, "What do you mean?" Jane says, "And entertainment, we had X." Attorney, what did going off the grid mean? She said, "Getting free." Did Sean call you a freak? She said, "Yes. He wanted me to be wild and exile and wear wait, and actual attorney. Did you ask Sean if the entertainers could wear condoms?" I mean, do you think that the jury, they're not supposed to know who her baby father is? Because that would really put a different twist on things. her and 50 Cent's history, his how he plays a role in hating Diddy. But let's take away her history that we know who she is. Then, Perry, what do you think of the testimony? If you can, it's kind of hard to take away what we know versus what they know.
Well, it very well may be that they in New York. It's probably one of
Right.
there that they sort of got an idea, but
Mhm.
I don't even think they even get to have that idea to even mold anything. I think, regardless, and this is my opinion, anybody on that jury right now, whether you 31 or 78, will listen to this and be like, child,
I got to update. Don't forget what you're going to say. Jane said yes. The first time with Dawn and another. Sean's guilty tripped me out of it. It was not something he would wanted to see. Comey says, what was his tone? She said, condescending. Attorney, did he say why he did not want his entertainer to wear a condom?
see, back into this thing. And they doing it to say how freaky he is, but you just letting the jury know how freaky the witness is.
Be careful, Perry.
No, I mean, is it not?
I don't
They
want to.
describing, they talking about the things she did. And at Diddy's request, but everybody know a person like that, I do it at anybody's request, even at Truth.
Perry, we're getting sick of you. Truth said she doesn't have the civil suit against Diddy. So Perry, please stop throwing out innuendos. We're getting tired of you.
I
This
thought she
this is
did.
this is how men are different than women. You
I thought
are
she did though.
pushing our buttons over here, but you're just one of many in your boys' chat.
Well, my bad. I
Because
thought she had a lawsuit against.
we're women. We're thinking, geez, she was forced to tell her secret. Okay, they probably threatened her like
Was
they
she
did
at?
everybody. Hmm?
Was she at? You said we're women. She was just forced to give out a secret. Secret.
We got to update. Hold on.
Okay.
Jane, he did not want to use a rubber. Attorney, did you raise it ever when he was sober and not in a hotel room? She said yes. Was this ever recorded? She said yes. One that I'm aware of. I am trying to ask the entertainer if he can wear a condom. He's looking for it. But the basic at the end of the day, she didn't wear one with an escort. What are they thinking?
It don't sound like the first time, but
I
I
mean,
don't.
I don't think they wore them ever because Cassie said the same thing. No protection. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
But so anyway, go ahead, Perry. What do you want to say about
No,
her
I
real
was
quick?
just short. You said, "Oh, we women," and her secrets out. Was she, in your opinion, was she acting like a woman? Do women think women act like this? The 304s.
I don't know. What's a 304?
It's I learned it yesterday. I was like 304. Why people keep saying that? But that H word, I don't want to say. If you sort of do it backwards, that's what it is.
Oh Lord.
I'm a little late in my life, but I'm gonna go with the 304 because it keeps me out of trouble.
We got to update. Comey says, I'd like to call up this exhibit with a aide. Did you listen to this? She said yes. And did you read the transcript that's up on the screen? She said yes, but not visible to the gallery. So the only the witness and maybe the jury can see it.
Hmm.
That's how they're doing what do you call it? Sealed things. It's just a big mess. It's just a big mess. But now, is she going to still be so up forward? She's there and because she probably has a immunity hanging over her head. But after last night, I don't know why Perry think it's funny.
No, no, no. People said I'm late. I am. I was like 3:04. Damn. And then see, to be honest with you, because sometimes if I don't know nothing, sometimes I never know, because sometimes I don't even want to ask the question. But I just kept looking at it.
They'll
People
forgive
said,
you. They know your grandfather. They'll
oh
forgive you.
yeah.
It's weird though. Life is so different with their generation. A lot of people were saying that they understood. A lot of women, she had to do what she had to do. And for us, if you were like an escort or a stripper or something like that, I mean, it was one of the worst things in the world. But now they're like, yeah, I got to go make my money. I don't know. It's more accepted these days. Because, I mean, to a certain point.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know like Eve used to be a stripper, Cardi B used to be a stripper, and they turned it around. And now everybody's like, oh, she was a stripper. What was that girl's name? This is the girl, she's a stripper. She used to date Drake, and she was on the TV show. I think it was Tammy and Flocka. She's real pretty, but she's on the edge. Do y'all know who I'm talking about? She was one of what is Waka's father name? Mother name. She was her manager.
Oh, I
She
can't remember her.
You can't remember. This is
Mm-mm.
one stripper. She's on the edge. She's real pretty though. She's on the edge. She's to date Drake. Oh my goodness. Okay.
And
Ooh.
that is so true, right? I have yet to hear any accountability in any of these witnesses. That's a fact. No accountability.
Who from the witnesses?
Any of them. If you really go back and listen, none of them take accountability.
Accountability, like how? They admitted that they're there. What you mean, like what I did was wrong? I was living foul.
Yeah, that I actually signed up. I knew what he was about, but I was down for it. Stuff like that.
I mean,
I put myself in that bad situation after knowing what I knew, that more than likely these things would happen. Or I
they're
should
a
have
bunch
never.
of drug addicts.
I
Drug
should
addicts
never
don't
done
take accountability for nothing.
at the end of the day, it's my fault for joining the foursomes, the threesomes, all that. That's kind of
Uh,
accountability.
let's see. The grooming is what got these girls where they ended up. I mean, and
The grooming.
it's just not the Instagram models. It's also too a lot of women when they first come into Hollywood and they're not making a lot of money yet, they do this on the side. Here we go. We got an update. Scratchy audio was played. Comey says, let's start at 8 minutes and 20 seconds. When you said, I think they've in the chair, what were you referring to? She says, condoms. Attorney, what did you understand what Sean mean when he said you were just taking that D? What? I just saw
Yeah,
read.
yeah. That's
What?
exactly how you read it.
It's no doubt in my mind though. He doesn't love her and he looks at her as a tool. All right. CNN says Jane just testified that she traveled to Las Vegas with Sean Diddy Combs around 2023. She flew in Combs' private jet to get there, and they had a hotel night. She confirmed that she had X with an entertainer. They're calling the escorts entertainers. Okay. She testified yesterday that the entertainers were other men she would have X with at Sean's direction. Jane said that Combs used the term freak to refer to her, sometimes by saying he wants his freak. She said it meant that Combs wanted her to be wild and sexual. Child, how do they get themselves in the situation? Let me tell you.
Please do.
I got an update. Hold on. Jane says, we already had intercourse, Comey. And when he said, if you don't touch yourself right now, what was he saying? She said, to just move on. Attorney, why did you think he needed permission? Why did you think you needed permission from Sean for the man having sex with your body? Wear a condom. I don't know what that means.
Two words. I mean, yeah. I mean, because the guy just translating, probably typing real fast.
Yeah. So what happens is you go to, this is a lot of people's story, not everybody, but a lot. Hollywood is a place that you go when you've already made it. You don't go there to make it because, first of all, the cost of living is insane. It's absolutely insane, right? So this forces you to get a job right away. Most people can't find a job right away. They're waiters and waitresses. You ask any waiter and waitress, is this your side job and you're really an actor? They'll say, yeah.
You had the small update, but that'd be.
Oh, he said, objection overruled, sidebar. Another damn sidebar. There are certain cities, a lot of big cities, you stay away from. You don't go there to make it. But a lot of people go to California to make it, New York to make it, hell, even Vegas to make it. And the cost of living is insane because all the waiters and waitresses and bartenders are in the business. Those jobs are scarce. So you need money and you need it fast. And a lot of times, escorting and drugs go hand in hand. I hear a lot of them say, I got to do it so I can do it. Does that make sense? But you don't go there to make it.
I mean, either you can go out and be a waitress or do something while you try to work on your career, but that's hours. You know.
Listen to this. Let me make sure before I read this that I'm not missing anything. She said, I was asked by a couple to be part of their relationship. I said, hell no, I was 20. That is their excuse again. I mean,
thank you.
I'll tell you this.
At 20, a person could tell you no. I ain't getting down with that freakiness. The people who do, to be honest with you,
don't judge. Don't judge.
I'm not. I'm just. Is it judging? The people who do that is either they're really like feel like that's the only way of survival, or other people do it sort of because they were curious about it anyway. Then some people just straight out want it that way. That's just
it's a crazy lifestyle. It's a crazy lifestyle. But that's probably how they get themselves caught up in this mess.
Or they feel they want it, because a lot of them, when they get into it, then they wish they would have never did it, but they want it. Never mind. Go ahead.
I'm not talking to you. Something is wrong with you, okay? You're on a 10-minute timeout.
Something is wrong with these people who do these kind of things. Now, I get
don't say that.
Curiosity, can make you do things. Oh, I don't know, Sherelle.
When you're talking to a group of people,
you
don't really want to down anybody because.
No. Well, I'm not trying to down nobody. I don't feel like. Well, if I hurt somebody's feelings, I apologize. It's not like that. I just don't understand it.
What don't you understand?
I mean, why somebody would do something?
You might have a point with Jane because you don't have to do that.
I'm talking about Jane.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah. She
So
she understand. I mean, she the one talking about the things she's doing. I'm not making this stuff up. She's saying it. And she said it like, well, yeah. I went to the store and grabbed some eggs.
Perry, answer this. Why do you always look into space when you talk? Let me see if I get it. And you look at everything but the screen and the damn updates. You don't look at the damn updates. You just talk, 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 and touch your face.
Yeah, I don't know. So I see
It gets
myself.
worse than that at home. He talks in third person. He talks in third person at home. Perry, why you been doing that for your whole life? Now, Perry don't understand something. Let Perry go through this. Perry, am I lying? You know you talk in third person. I be like, what is he? What is he doing? It's like you got schizophrenia.
If you talk in
Perry
third
don't want to do
person,
that.
if you talk in third person, you're never alone. You know?
Or you're weird, one or the other. Perry talks in third person. It's so weird. When we started making fun of him, he stopped for a little bit. And then next thing that lasted 2 days. Here we go. We got an update. Attorney, why did you not say no? She said he'd get agitated. Attorney, how would intercourse with a entertainer end? She said he had finished on me. Attorney, then what with Sean? We'd have X. Attorney, what would you would you clean up the ejaculate? She said no.
Mm-mm-mm. Yeah. Even if
She just so ew. And then she goes into the room and then rubs it on.
yeah.
Just listen, we're not shocked. We heard this before. This is what Cassie did. Okay. Now,
Look, what would you think of your baby mama
Perry.
if they said these things? No, I'm just saying, like, certain things need to stay private. And that was one of them. I'm just keeping it real. That really need to be private.
For the first time in my life, I feel a little bad for the troll that goes by the nickname 50 Cent. This has got to be hard for him to handle. Okay. She's getting into detail. And if you did that, she's actually mirroring exactly what Cassie testified to. So does that mean you like golden showers in your mouth too? It's insane.
Sound like she's welcome.
Attorney says, why not? She said, Sean liked it to play around with it. Then what? I take a shower and get ready for the next one. Oh my goodness. Attorney, typically, how many rounds? Objection overruled. She says every entertainer was different. Some three. Oh, 3 on 3, like a on 3 on 3 action. Child, that was all night and
But no,
all day.
I'm not sure, or like how many rounds they gonna go. 3 rounds. And see, like, for real, be honest with you, is what they're asking her helping out the Rico, because either you got paid or you can talk about the plane tickets. They're trying to muddy his character by saying this is how freaky he is.
They're muttering Diddy's character.
Well, no. I'm saying that they want the world to think Diddy's this freak, which he is, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they going over and over, keep saying, yes, this is what he wanted. Yeah, he couldn't wait to the explosion so you could rub it on him. But you got a person to understand who actually did it. It's making that person look, well, hell, to me, the person who did it probably was just as worse than Diddy.
I got an update.
I don't know.
Comey would decided if you could stop when you were tired. She starts crying. She says, Sean, oh wow. Attorney says, do you need a moment? She's still crying. She says, I'm sorry. What was your question? She said, how did you say you wanted to stop? She said, I'd say, like, I'm hungry. Make little faces. Don't forget, her mother is listening to this, her
Mm-hmm.
family, all the legit business people that you kept this a secret from,
Mm-hmm.
the public, child.
Mm-mm-mm.
She's got to be going through it. 50 Cent is got to be going through it. And I know how men are. This is what I think. You guys tell me what you think in the chat. I really think that men love, I won't call it a woman that's willing to, go live out their fantasies. Let me put it that way. A woman to live out their family fantasies. But once he sees you, even though it's his idea with another man, you're going to be put in the category of that girl. No more respect. He might pay you. He might do it round and round and round. You're never going to show up on the red carpets with him. Cassie did, but she paid dearly. People look at you a certain way. You are judged. That comes with being an OnlyFans, being being into corn. They don't think about that. There used to be this really, really pretty model. Hold on. Jane. I sent him subtle clues. Comey says, what would you say? Oh, I already read that. There was this model. Her name is Amber Smith. Let me see if I can pull her up. And she wanted to be an actress. Yeah, there she is. So pretty. So pretty. Do you guys remember this
I don't think
girl?
you read this last one, the one you were starting to read, because the last one before that, she was saying, well, to try to convince everybody that I told him
Okay.
to stop. What would you say? I'm
She says,
hungry. I'll make a little face.
okay,
Thank
hold on,
you.
Perry. Hold on, Perry. She says, I'd send him subtle clues. Comey, what would you say? He says, I'm not getting tired on me. You're not getting tired. You're not getting tired on me, are you? He says, let's go out on a high note. Let's finish strong. She's crying. Attorney, what would Sean give you to keep you awake and having X with the entertainers? Child.
Mhm. What would he give you? And the next question, what did she take? So, people trying to make it seem like, come on now. This whole trial, and then people who want to just twist the narrative that women are this weak, and I know women aren't this weak. It's just something that you want to say. But in order to say that, you got to include that women are so simple minded that they'll just take this. She got her own mind. And like, that's how people make it out to be. Oh, these women, they didn't know. She told him. Did she ever
No, no,
say,
no, no,
oh,
no, 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 no. No one's feeling that kind of sympathy. We're
no?
looking at the whole picture. A girl comes to Hollywood to make it and ends up falling in this lifestyle and can't get out. That's not saying that we agree with what she's doing. We feel bad for the overall picture that you like to see. Hold on, let's keep going. Jane says ecstasy. Attorney says, did you ever cry after one of these hotel nights? She said twice. Attorney, tell us about the first. She said, I thought it was date night, one-on-one, but he said there would be an entertainer, but just a quick one. I hung on to that, but 18 hours. Here's the thing. We're just saying overall, to come out here and get caught up in that. You would say the same thing about an addict. Like, it's sad to see somebody throw their life away.
Right.
That's
It's
what we're
sad.
talking
And
about.
it's sad to see somebody so thirsty that they would give up their body to be used
And
for
she's not the only one.
the sake of $1. Yeah. No, I get it. It's sad that
She
somebody's
says,
thinking
she
that way.
says, this is what Jane says, after 18 hours and 3 rounds with the entertainer, Sean said, we had to leave. I started crying. The attorney says, were you with someone else? She said, I was with Sean. It was in the Waldorf in Beverly Hills. Early in our relationship. What did Sean say? I hate the name of that hotel, but it's a very beautiful hotel. They got one in New York and California, Waldorf Astoria. But this is one in Beverly Hills. Let me say that. I want to make sure I'm very clear.
Mm-hmm.
These women do this by choice because your back is up against the wall and your career isn't going the way that you want it to go. You need cash, or maybe you already have cash and you want more cash.
Right.
It's sad to get yourself caught up in that situation, but it is a choice that you made. So we're looking at the overall, I'm looking at the overall picture. Like, if I seen somebody, unalive somebody and got a life sentence, I would be like, that's sad. He threw his life away, or they threw their life away. So I'm not condoning it, but I'm saying that it's sad to get caught up in that situation. And you get people who go to Hollywood who sign up for that every day, even though they know the outcome.
Right. I mean, like the thirst for fame, the thirst for cash, the thirst to be able to have it all and not actually work like everybody else is an easy way out for a lot of people. No, let's keep it real. Like a person
But why
getting
do you
this,
have to explain it like that?
huh? Like that. 'Cause that's
Hold
how
on,
it is.
let me do the CNN update. Jane said she asked Sean Diddy Combs to allow the men he directed her to have sex with to wear condoms during a hotel night on several occasions. So at least she did that a couple times. Combs was typically dismissive, she said. A video recording of a hotel night captured a conversation between Jane Combs and a man named Don, D-O-M. In the recording, Jane could be heard asking Don to wear a condom, but Combs intervenes, expressing his disapproval. Prosecutor Maureen Combing asked Jane why she needed Combs' permission to have the man she was having sex with to wear a condom. Jane seemed to get emotional on the stand and said she was still trying to process that. She said she didn't insist on using a condom because then Combs would be unhappy. When asked why there was a recording of the hotel night, Jane said because Sean liked recording me and the entertainers. I mean, she when you listen, here, let me read this really quick. Attorney says, and the second time, she says, I was in the shower after one of these nights. I ... The attorney says, is your memory spotty? What do you remember? She said, I was so high. I was having sex with Paul. Then I was in the shower with Sean. He said, stop it. I'm too high. Stop.
Okay. Yeah.
Why? What is this proving? I'm tired of this. I'm
Thank
tired
you.
of going in
I
their
mean,
bedroom.
that no, I know that's exactly how I feel. Over and over again. You showing Diddy's behavior, you showing why one of the reasons why Diddy can be this way, because you got people that would do these things for him.
And it's sad.
Right. And it's just, yeah, pathetic.
Because now the public knows 50 Cent ego is bruised because that's just hard on your baby mama. It's just hard to hear. And then when you got people like Mace making fun of it, boys will be boys, just like Perry will be Perry. Boys will be boys. And for some reason, they want to clown him. Here we go. Comey says, Paul, question mark. Jane said, one of the entertainers. Attorney, were these hotel nights work for you? Objection overruled. It was work from start to finish. Girl, attorney, what did you do to try to get them to end sooner? She said, I tried to have sex with the entertainers fast.
Okay.
You just admitted that it was work.
Right. And then she'll try to she go
Girl,
in between it's work that I choose to do because I want this make this quick money. That's why people sell pharmaceuticals for the most part to make the hustle. It takes them away from going to a 9 to 5. It seems like go ahead.
I think she's rattled. No, I don't.
Oh, I
She's
thought you had an update.
she's rattled. She doesn't want to be there. Perry, she's
Oh,
crying.
no. Her story is that way right now. She didn't want to be there
No,
because
she doesn't want to be on the stand. That's what I meant.
people are looking at her. She wanted to be there to make that hustle.
All right, we got an update. Comey, what did you do to try to speed things up? She said, I do foreplay and bring them to it into the room. Sean would say, slow it down, more foreplay. Attorney, what words would he use? She said, oh, objection, frame. Judge says, that's fair. Attorney, on May to October of 2023. What are you saying, Perry?
Oh shit, I don't probably forgot. But no, I'm just saying, look.
I got an update. May
Okay.
of 2021 to October 2023. What would Sean say? She said, he say, I'm not ready to see that yet. Attorney, how would you feel? Sidebar, judge says, sure. Go ahead, Perry.
Yeah. I'm just saying though, she's saying it now. Like, oh, I ain't really want to be there and all this. And maybe that could be true, right? That you really didn't want to be there, but the need for the money was so bad. Like a lot of people don't feel like being at work, but you go because you get to make the dollar, right? But now
Well,
she
that's what
basically
they
saying
say.
it. She's really saying it because now people are looking at her, and she don't want people to know. You know,
Do you
I was
think
willing
she
to do
enjoyed
this.
being, listen, she just said it was her job.
Mhm.
The jury can easily take that as an escort.
Right.
And hell, she might have been 50 Cent might have been a client. Who knows?
She sound like one. Yes.
But do you think on the inside that if you're sober, because this is why they do a lot of drugs,
Mhm.
because it comes with a lot of judgment and then judgment on yourself. Do
Mhm.
you feel that she's proud of what she did?
No, you know what though? Now, and this to be honest with you, I don't think nobody's proud to say because you notice when people make money like that, they always act like they made it from somewhere else.
And that's why
They
we are
never
telling
tell
you.
you, and
That's
I
why
don't
we're
think. What?
that's why we're telling you to have a little empathy.
Well, no. Okay, no. Well, I'm just saying when people say they was forced to do something, I disagree with that part. I don't think really nobody, even the Punisher. So it's not just based on any
Hmm. Hmm.
male or female. I don't think nobody want to have to do that, but those the only tools they got to work with to make money, or they feel like that. A lot of girls will use their bodies just because they feel like they have no other means to make money. I think guys would do it, well, whatever, right? But I don't think nobody, and not that they hate having these things, but nobody really. Well, somebody people do.
And also, too, Perry, she said this was her job, admitting to be an escort.
Mhm.
Does this equal criminal enterprise, or does it represent he might be have pimp behavior? Is it an enterprise?
A pimp will be having her work for him.
Hmm.
They came across as she messed up with this whole thing by saying they was girlfriend. The day was dating, basically. No,
Yeah.
a pimp will be getting paid. Okay, put it this way: you doing it the opposite way.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
A pimp don't give you a trick and then give you cash on top of it, like a bonus.
Yeah.
They receive the money.
Yeah.
And so people gonna want to twist it that way and say, oh yeah, there we go. That's the smoking GUN. And possibly people could think that way, but I don't, in common sense, do y'all feel like Diddy made her do it? He enticed her with the money. She wanted the money. She was doing everything.
And then they didn't accept any money. The escorts didn't give any money to her or give any money to Diddy.
Right. But I'm saying for her, because now we're gonna say that she was the escort that he was pimping out. No, it was like come across that it was a girl that would do anything for money, and he would fly her out and let her do it.
She means nobody, no, not made her, nobody made her do it. Talked her into it, yes. Talked her into it. Is this an enterprise? Because we've got
I disagree with that. Ain't nobody had to talk her into anything. But
uh
even if you go talk to it, did she receive a big letter from Bad Boys talking, trying to coerce her to doing it? Diddy could have talked her into it. She's a mother, over 20. You can't just talk people into doing things. Go ahead, Sherelle.
oh my gosh, people are why are you texting me? Just put your comment in the comment section. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything. Some people think, I just got a text message, that this is not an enterprise because if you're a mobster and you said that I got the word from the boss to go unalive somebody, they committed a crime. So they're comparing it to that level. He made her commit a crime. Is that, if you look at it that way, Perry, is it a criminal enterprise? He was forcing her. Coercion.
No.
Well, look, think about it. If you're looking at it like you're a mobster and you go tell, I don't know,
Where is the crime in this?
escorting.
Okay. Well, look, let's keep it real. You ain't got to agree with this. This happened daily in every city in the United States. People ain't getting a RICO for soliciting.
Right.
The
right.
escort ain't getting RICO'd for selling it. Stop it. That's just, yeah, it could be illegal if you got caught. I get all that. But this ain't no enterprise thing. This individual
You're
choices.
saying
Did he want to watch this to happen? That's as an individual. She wanted to do it as an individual for her own reasons, for the money.
So you're saying crimes were committed, but still the wrong charges.
Well,
I got an update. It says they're back. Comey says, how did you feel? She says, I want to be with Sean at the end. Attorney, where would you go? She said, to his residence. Attorney, was there any part of these hotel nights you enjoyed? She said, being with Sean.
Yeah, she sounded like a nigger owner.
I mean, you would
She
go
would
on
do anything to rest her head under a rich man's armpit. Let's keep it real. So left Diddy. That's what it sounded like. Hold me. I'm a pretty woman. Do anything you want to do to me. Just I need security, financial security. I need to be known for what you have done because I ain't done shit in my life but spread them. Look, that's a fact. Look, she was just looking for security. And that's the same thing I got with most of them. Do you think these women, the ones on the stand, would have did it with a broke ninja? Let's keep it real. Now, I know in the broke neighborhoods, people might do it, but they all equally broke. These people was doing anything to live that life. Like you talking about Hollywood. People go out and think everything's gonna be great because they want to be a star, right? And they'll start doing all these things. Okay.
Okay. Attorney says, would he text him? Did I miss something here? Nope. Would he text him? Jane says, I say I love you. Uh, Attorney, did you text that you wanted to have X? She said, yes, with him. Attorney, did you text him you wanted to have X with others? She said, yes. It was his fantasy. Attorney, did you tell you want to text? Did you tell him you wanted, I don't know. She said yes. We already got the gist of it, is that she would ask him to have the hotel nights. She also said she didn't, she didn't have a problem sleeping with others.
Yeah. I mean, from her own text. So I don't know. It's like the complicated thing is when you want to break this down to be everything legal. Yes, I
Well, why
guess.
are we here?
Okay, no. I'm saying it's you got misdemeanors in life, you know, and this would be one of these misdemeanors, I would think. A misdemeanor charge. It's
But
a
my friend
misdemeanor.
who texted me said, look at it this way. If the boss ordered Polly to go unalive somebody down in Florida, like Goodfellas,
Mhm.
Diddy ordered, so the Godfather would order the captain to go do something
Okay.
that's illegal. Diddy ordered her to do something that's illegal. Is it a good comparison? Can
Stop
you
right
look
there.
at it that way, and then it's
Yeah,
Rico?
yeah. You could if she said she was ordered to do it.
We got to update. Comey says, did he tell you what to text? She said, yes. He asked, what do you want? Be explicit. Attorney, why did you write these things? She said, I wanted to make my lover happy. Attorney, look at this one from November 9th, 2021. What's you write? She says, I wrote, I'm horny for you. Oh gosh, this is just like Cassie.
Hmm.
Do
All
you
love was
understand? Do you understand that? And this is why the subject is so delicate. If you looked at it that way, as if the boss
hmm
ordered one of the people under him to commit a crime, is that how you can get to RICO? Because that's the way the
So I
prosecution
mean,
is
yeah,
looking at it.
yeah, okay. I'm just gonna say yes. If the boss ordered you to go and put a hit, yes, but you got to prove that somebody ordered somebody to do something. Let's start with where is the proof? Her text message said, "I'm so horny, me so horny," right? Her text message saying that. She said, did you want to be with Diddy? Yes. Did you send a text? Do you want to be with other men? Yes." Her own words. And look, taking somebody out is different than a misdemeanor charge. They just trying to find a way. And then it's not an enterprise, it would just be Diddy. He didn't do this under Bad Boys. You talking about a mobster that's the head of the mob. He's running this thing, giving the orders from that standpoint. Diddy giving orders, if he was giving orders, it was from his bedroom. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Perry, I'm gonna go. Here we go. We got to update. Comey says, you don't have to read this, but did you write, I want to suck Paul's D? Why did you write that? She says, I knew it would turn Sean on.
Mhm.
Attorney, who is Paul? She says, an entertainer. That means an escort, you guys. They're using the word entertainer. Um, Attorney, you text him, you wanted to stop having hotel nights. She said, yes. It's very contradicting. They're
Right.
leaving it up for the jury and us to decide which way we think is right or wrong.
And
She
which way
is
should you
text.
decide it when you see somebody text, oh yeah, I want to SPD. When you see that, It's her text, but then she tried to clean it up. I just did it to make him happy. Did he tell you to do it? No, I just wanted to make him happy. I want to insert pause D. Come on now. Look, people, let's stop playing this game. I know everybody want to get them.
Harry,
Everybody
you
want.
have to admit there's two ways to look at it. The way that my friend described and the way that you
No,
look
no,
at
no,
it.
no. Well, your friend is off base. Where is the order from the Godfather?
They're saying throughout the whole testimony, he's making her do these illegal
Okay,
crimes.
won't they? Okay, so won't they just charge him for being a pimp? This had nothing to do with his enterprise. He just letting these girls do what they want to do, or have them do whatever they will do to be in his presence.
Let me do this CNN update. It says Jane testified that after the hotel nights, she and Sean Diddy Combs would typically go back to his house together. Jane said she would make sure Combs was showered and then she would cook for him, massage him, and put on one of his favorite shows. Then I would finally get to cuddle with him and sleep with him, she said, while crying on the stand. She said she would feel really happy to end my night with Sean, but I would really fight to block out just how sad I felt after. Okay, yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah,
mean, she is confused for real.
really
I
bad. Here we
understand.
go. We got to update really quick. Attorney says, "What did you write here?" She says, "I'm so much more than being left in the dark of a hotel room. My heart is breaking. I don't want to play this role in your life anymore. I feel it's the only reason to pay for the house. We need to talk like adults."
Mm-mm-mm. Okay, let me see. No.
Let me run on really quick and get me some water and something
Okay,
to eat.
okay, yeah, because she said, what did you write here? I'm so much more that being left in the dark of a hotel room. My heart is breaking. I don't want to play this role in your life anymore. I feel it's the only reason you pay for the house. We need to talk. You don't want to play that role no more. And you feel like that's the only reason he paid for the house. You understood that's the only reason he paid for the house. Is that you being his girlfriend, you doing these things for him. And her problem is to look, she's confused. I know she want to make a living without actually working. Let's keep it real, people. She get confused from wanting to be a housewife and a 304. She get confused. But
I'm
one
back.
thing she ain't trying to do is have no career. She ain't trying to make no payments. And you know why somebody's paying your bills. Let's keep it real. Ain't no man just gonna jump out the blue and pay your bills. You doing something. And she used what she had to get the bills paid. Is it right? No. Is it morally probably something you shouldn't do? Yes, but that's probably how she got the first man, and how she trying to get the next one. She'll go for, I don't want to do it no more. I just really want to be with him. Why would she want to be with a man that's pimping you out? That might be a question. Why would a woman want to keep trying to chase down a man who only want to see you with other men while he filming? Any
Yeah,
ladies?
she's definitely caught up in a crazy cycle. She's definitely caught up.
Ain't no man gonna want you. And don't be foolish enough to believe that. Well, if I go and sleep with all his friends on the football team,
Oh, Perry,
he'll
look,
really love me. No, ain't nobody gonna love you for that.
people are turning on her. So she don't have to get a regular job.
Right. That's it.
Mm.
And trust me, she feel like she above all the other women, like all these women that want to have her support, and that like, oh, she didn't do. She don't care about you. And if she could, and times got rough, she'll come and try to take your man so her bills will get paid. Just keeping
Okay,
it real.
Barry. All right, all right, all right. Here you go, going too far.
Well, I'm just telling the truth.
Well, it's just weird. I don't know. But that's how the prosecution is looking at it. He's
Hmm.
the boss. He's ordering her to commit crimes.
Hmm.
Therefore, he's guilty. I'm glad I'm not a juror in this case.
Well, no, for real. Look, you'll just say this is a big mess, right?
Mhm.
No harm, no foul. Ain't nobody get paid.
Right.
Giddy got a freakness going on. These people who freaking with him got one going on. And you can't tell me, look, you'll just say, all y'all showed up at the orgy and this what happened. Nobody's gonna get a citation. Everybody just go home. Just go home, go on about your business, just separate.
The prosecution is definitely doing a Hail Mary. Let's just throw all this out there and let's see what sticks. Because this is not a case where it's cut and dry.
Actually, for real, to be honest with you, if I was on a jury, 'cause like or the way I'm feeling each and every day now, it's more reason for me to uh, to keep these charges out. Because you ain't showing me no charges, and you showing, yes, you portrayed this man to be this monster, but how could he resist? He got all these women in front of
Oh
him.
my God. Okay, you
Begging-
always go too far, Perry. Something's
these,
wrong with Diddy.
these women are begging him to do these things. Can
Not
we,
bad.
daddy? Can we have hotel night tonight? Oh, I really want Polly's D.
Okay. She shouldn't have said that. That's crazy.
No, and the first witness said the same kind of thing. Then they said, "Oh, I only did it to make him happy," just from their voices, no other proof.
We have an update. Attorney says, how long had Sean been paying your rent? She said 5 months or so. Attorney, did you see drugs in the hotel rooms? Objection, overruled. She says ecstasy, Molly, the white powder, pink powder, which I believe was called Tusi. Attorney, you gave who gave them to you? She said, Sean. Yeah, they had more drugs than a little bit, didn't they?
Mm-hmm.
They're addicts. All of them addicts.
Yeah.
Basically, when they go into the jury room, that's going to be what they have to deliberate on. Is this a criminal entity? If you look
No.
at it like my friend looks at it, yes, it's a no-brainer. If you look at the way Perry looks at it, no, it's a no-brainer.
Okay.
That's crazy.
Okay. Typically, if an enterprise was doing a lot of criminal activity,
Uh-huh.
you would hear more mention of the enterprise.
What do you mean?
You'd be saying, "Oh, the enterprise had these escorts come in. The enterprise had
Right.
these illegal videos.
Hold that
The
thought. Hold that thought.
enterprise." Huh?
Hold that thought. Hold that thought.
Okay.
Attorney says, did you ever see any of the entertainers taking drugs? She said, no. That was my one rule. I told them they couldn't take drugs. I didn't want them to be out of control while they were with me. Attorney, how did ecstasy make you feel? She said, X energy. Go ahead. What were you saying? Nobody mentions the enterprise.
They ain't got to wear a condom, but now she got rules.
Period. Period. Period.
No, just look. I'm just saying, more people look. Did this whole case, we ain't heard the enterprise did this. The enterprise, uh, got all these X-rated movies. Everything's Diddy. Diddy is an individual. He could be the owner of the enterprise. All this, everything goes back to Diddy and his behavior. So, do
I
you want
mean,
to blame the mom
they
on that?
got R. Kelly on Rico, and he was the only one.
You know what? Yeah, and a lot of people did the same thing Diddy did, and they ain't get no charges. So, do you want to just do that?
Oh,
A lot of people do the same thing worse, and they ain't get no charges. So, you want to say, well, if they got um,
Kelly.
Kelly, then they must get Diddy. Well, won't they do Diddy the same way they do all the rest of them that's out there in Hollywood doing this stuff and nothing happening to them?
Well,
I'm
listen,
just saying this.
I'm not saying anything. I'm saying this is what the jury has to deliberate
The
on.
jury just need to look at it. All these are willing participants. Now, can we just agree with that? I mean, for the most part,
So they were willing in the Kelly. Hold on, I got to update.
they
Comey
were
says,
minors.
why did you feel you had to take these drugs? She says, otherwise it would be too real. I wanted to, I don't know, feel like she begins crying. It would make things easier. Attorney, did you ever do hotel nights without drugs? She said twice, once with Paul.
She got a real good memory.
There's text messages and stuff for her to remember.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's a crazy dilemma. Let's see what y'all think. She wanted to be in La La Land. I hear that most escorts do. They can't do it without the drug. Perry, please remember Diddy is the one on trial.
And she's the one on the stand. Her testimony is on trial. Would that be fair to say?
What they're saying is you're really coming hard after her, but she's not the one that's looking at jail time. Diddy is.
No, I
And
mean,
that's what the jury has to look at.
I'm not trying
is-
to come at her. I'm just giving you opinion. You up here testifying, saying these things. I got the right to have an opinion.
All right,
So
let me
you
do
on trial or
this.
not?
Let me do the CNN update really quickly.
Mhm.
Jane said in 2023, she had conversations with Sean Diddy Combs about wanting to stop having hotel nights. She read aloud a message she sent Combs in late 2023, where she said she wished they could go back to where they first started, when they first started dating. She's calling this dating. Ever since I opened Pandora's box, I've never been able to close it, the message said. In the message, she referenced being in hotel rooms, doing things to make me feel disgusted with myself. And she said that she didn't want to play that role in her life anymore. I feel it's the only reason you have me around and why you pay for my house, she wrote. I don't want to feel obligated to perform these nights for you. Jane testified that at that point, she felt obligated to perform those nights for Combs, and she was scared that if she didn't, he would stop paying for her house. Jane testified yesterday that Combs paid her rent and implied he'd stop if they broke up. Combs responded in a text, "Girl, stop." And let me check this one more before we start talking.
Yeah, the main one got an update.
Okay, here we go. Attorney says, why didn't you take drugs that time? She says, I didn't want to do that to my body, but it real, too real. I asked Sean for a pill. Oh, attorney says, did Sean give it to you? She said, yes, I felt better. Attorney, the second time? She says, my partner was taking too many pills.
So, look, I ain't trying to come down on the girl. I'm just telling you the story. She's not on trial. So she's not on trial. So we shouldn't listen to anything she say. For the people say she's not on trial, or we shouldn't comment, or
No, they didn't say that. They were saying
come up with, at least come up with a conclusion whether she's truthful or not. Go ahead, though. What are they saying?
hold on, I have an update. Jane says, he said, I'll do 30 days without drugs, but let's have one last sobriety party at some hotel that I can't pronounce. Um, Attorney says, how long did it last? She said, too long, 18 hours. Attorney, what happened? She said, the first guy, dot, 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 the second guy, dot, 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 I was not feeling well. I threw up. This.
Look, I'm not trying to defend him. I'm here for justice. And that's it. Fairness. That's it. Insensitive things. You got people say, Harry said insensitive things. Are you listening to this trial?
No, what they're saying is, let's not forget, this is very difficult for her. Humiliating, probably doing some soul searching last night. All of this public, we get it. She's not on trial, but it's going to look like you're badgering the witness if you have yes.
My bad. Oh, she's such a wonderful person.
No, that's not what we said. Hold on, I
gotta
you
let her babysit your kid.
I gotta update. Jane said, I told Sean, I just threw up. What did you say? He said, that's good. Now be ready for the third guy. He's here. Attorney, how did you feel? She said, I was just disgusted. I was just repulsed. I was just too mad at myself. Okay.
Yeah.
You are not being a good witness. You just admitted that this was your job. So somebody could call you an escort and say, well, you said it yourself. Now you're saying that you felt bad, you wanted to stop. This is your boyfriend.
It's all confusing, isn't it?
Right. It's not going to read well. It's not going to read well. I wish that maybe you just took accountability. Oh my goodness. Let me see. She needs to get off the stand right now because she's getting too flustered. She's admitting to things she shouldn't. I'm sure that the prosecution prepped you, and I don't think they told you to say certain things. I don't know.
You know what's crazy too, Sherelle? You know, people say this all the time. I'm trying to find a better way to explain so I don't be too insensitive or maybe hurt people things. I know you want to get Diddy. I know. I'm not defending a monster. The whole thing is, how can you look at this whole group, this dysfunctional group, and just point out one person as being a monster and exclude all these other people? People say what goes on in your bedroom is private. That's your business, right? But then, so now they taking what Diddy did in his private bedroom and making it our business. What you guys think about that?
Beatrice says she said that she opened Pandora's box, not Diddy. She wanted to get her rent paid. That's what I'm saying. And 10,000K. Please bring up people with some real facts. Wow. Why the hell did you come back, Jane?
There you go. And
okay,
then
we have an update.
Okay.
We have an update. Jane says, I was mad. I had let myself get into this. She's claiming responsibility. Now she's going wrong. Sorry. I was mad. I had let myself get into this. Comey, would this be a good place for a break? I agree, the judge said. Yeah, you got to say he made you do it. Girl, you are claiming responsibility. First you said that it was your job.
Mm-hmm.
She's too flustered. She's crying. She's not doing probably what the prosecution asked her to do. You can't flub like this. You should have told yourself, I made mistakes. People make mistakes in life, but I'm here for a reason. I'm here to do a job, and that is to make everybody aware that Diddy is running a criminal enterprise, making women do things against their will. But you can't use certain words. You can't blame yourself in this when you're on the stand. Maybe with your psychiatrist, maybe, but not now. Judge says, seriously, I think we got to go back and start treating women the way before 60s, because women are wanting to be treated like an adult, but handle responsibility like a child. So she needs a break. Let's give her a 20-minute break because she's got to go and clean this up. Not that she's even lying. She's telling the truth. It's the way that she's telling the truth that could be misinterpreted. Shut up, Perry. I see you smiling through the screen. Leave me alone.
I believe the most part she's telling the truth. That's how she wanted to look at it. She needed cash, so she sold that. Then let's keep it real. See, when we sugarcoat stuff, we miss the message. Now, off topic for a second. Now, we all hear about sugar mamas. We hear about sugar daddies, right? And a lot of people, it's like a common thing. And I don't think y'all would be half as upset if some girl came on the show and said, I got me a sugar daddy. You wouldn't. Basically, Diddy was her sugar daddy. He was a sugar daddy. And then she said, well, I thought if I stopped showing up at the hotel night, he would stop paying the rent. That's what sugar daddies do. And if sugar daddy stopped paying you, you would stop being his sugar mama. That's just how that business goes. Go ahead, Sherelle.
Sherelle, that's why they should have prepped her to answer a certain way. I think, Yvette, that they prepped her. No attorney in their right mind would put her on the stand without prepping her. I think she's getting flustered. I think she's crying. She's thinking about what happened yesterday with the public turning on her. She's thinking about the stuff 50 Cent is probably saying to her. You know, he's not the nicest either. And she's just gotten herself in a very vulnerable position. She's probably thinking, what is my mom thinking? They probably called her. She's got a lot going on, and I think she's just flubbing. She's just flubbing.
The same way Diddy thinking. Now I did all this stuff in private. Now my mom got to hear about it. My kids got to hear about it.
Well, yeah.
That's what happened when you do freaky shit and the shit come out.
Can we have a little sympathy for her? I don't think people have a problem with what you're saying. It's how you're saying it. So like you have no sympathy.
I got some home training.
Look at if you give men with drug problems like Deontay West more empathy than you're doing. Not Cassie.
Question for you. Would you have all this sympathy if she was dating your son?
I did.
No.
And I do.
I'm saying if your son had money.
Y'all know yesterday I was talking about he brought a stripper home, right? And she stole my money. I've been nice about it, right?
Yeah, well, whatever.
Let me Bianca says, glad we can have our own opinions over here. Is it a good thing or is it like sometimes annoying? I'm just wondering.
And boss up, Bianca, sometimes they don't even want to hear my opinion.
Go ahead, Perry. I've let you talk, so don't pull that today that I keep cutting you off.
No, I'm just saying, Sherelle, look, the bottom line is I think let's stop saying either you're pro Diddy or not, or whatever. If y'all seen this girl around town, or just the thing she's saying, not this woman, but this story, and you pin it to somebody else, you would say gold digger yourself.
Okay, Perry, let's not get personal. What do you think of her performance on the stand?
Oh, yeah, no, terrible. I mean, I think she's doing more to help the defense. And people say, oh, yeah, well, she's showing the pattern. Yeah, she's showing a pattern how Diddy didn't force these people to do it. They did it voluntarily. That's the pattern I see. But then
Well,
y'all will say, I only see that because I'm protecting them.
no, you're right. She has said some things to really make herself look bad. She admitting that she did it for money. She's admitting that she didn't want to do it, and if she didn't, the rent wouldn't get paid.
Mm-hmm. And then too, when they talk about the meetings they had and discussed this thing, it make it seem like they was coerced by the prostitution. I mean, the prosecution to say these
That's
things.
really going to affect her. She took responsibility. She said, I was mad at myself. I was disappointed in myself. I was disgusted in myself. Girl, shut up. What are you doing? Listen, they're probably right now, sidebar, you got to stick to, they're chewing her out right now. Stop it with the crying. People can misinterpreting that as you want sympathy. Tell what happened in a way that you're not going to bear all the responsibility.
You know what, though? I'm starting to wonder this too, because I think it was Truth and Consequence. Somebody told me she don't actually have a civil suit against Diddy right now, right?
I got to update really quick, Perry.
Okay, go ahead.
Don't forget, civil suit. Jane testified that she took drugs during the hotel nights because she didn't want to feel like it was too real. Jane said she wanted to make things easier. Her voice began breaking. Jane recalled that she tried not to use drugs during 2 different hotel nights. The first time, she said, she made the decision because I was tired of doing that to my body. But she didn't like it. The fantasy of it all wasn't there. It just wasn't easy. It just wasn't too real that this was happening. She said, I ended up asking for a pill. She said Combs gave her one and she felt better. She testified. The second time, Jane tried not to use drugs during hotel nights was in October 2023. She said that she really wanted Combs to get sober around this time, and he agreed to stop taking substances for 30 days, but wanted to have one last sobriety party first. They had the sobriety party at a hotel in Beverly Hills, and it lasted 12 to 18 hours. Jane said she didn't take any drugs, but Combs took ecstasy and the white powder. Prosecutor Maureen Comey asked Jane how she felt after doing that hotel night without any drugs. She said, I was just disgusted. I was repulsed. I was so mad at myself for doing that. Jane said, I just deeply regretted it. That's one thing she made a mistake saying, taking all full responsibility. Like, nobody forced her. I did that. I made that choice. And now I feel bad about it. She also said, she asked him for the pill. You asked. So now he's not forcing the drugs on you. She is so flustered. Go ahead, Perry.
No, just real quick. Because I was thinking maybe she's trying to get this stuff on record for her civil lawsuit. And Truth and Consequence said, no, she don't have it now. So maybe she don't. And yes, Diddy's in prison, was in jail. But what if that, she's been paid somebody, because remember, Diddy pay his way out of some shit? What if Diddy did send some money that way for her to testify a certain way? Because she sounds like she's more helpful for the defense at this point. And we know she'll do anything for $1.
Oh, come on, Perry.
Oh, wait, no. Okay, $10,000. That sound better?
Perry, listen.
No, I'm just saying, like, yeah.
They're right now, they are going over, girl. You're dropping the ball. You can't keep saying I.
And then on top of that,
can't.
She was still with him for a long time. I mean, up until he went to jail, right?
Yeah. Baby Nice says, She still loves him. She was with him until he got arrested. The feds forced her to testify, and that's how it's coming across. She's making a lot of mistakes. And maybe Perry's right. Maybe she's doing it intentionally. I don't know. But girl, you are not, you are so flustered. You are falling apart on the stand.
And not just intentional. She probably saying, look, because basically what she's showing me is, yeah, Diddy is this monster, but these girls go in with this certain mindset. This is how I was. I just wanted the money. But yeah, I sort of wanted to be with him, but I just know whatever. I had to do these things. Maybe she just being honest from that standpoint, but she ain't really doing nothing to hurt Diddy case. It's more helpful.
Well,
I mean, to the defense, to me. So, I mean, I just feel like the man was overcharged. The prosecution got to go through this stuff because they don't dug a big hole and now ain't got no proof. You don't raided three mansions, and we still talking about a hotel night.
Ebony said, because she's lying, Sherelle. Mo says, sounds like 50 Cent called her last night. I ain't no telling what went down last night. Ooh, Angela says she keep trying to protect Diddy, but she's gonna lose her son. Ooh, sad. Women choosing a man over her child. Now the rumors is Diddy's gonna use the. I mean, not Diddy. 50 Cent is going to use this to get custody. But 50 Cent, you don't have time to raise a child, so you're gonna leave the child with some nanny, or you're gonna be taking the kid with you. How is this supposed to work, 50 Cent? Because don't forget, you also are a billionaire, but you also are still a thug that hang around a bunch of street dudes. Okay, how that gonna work?
I guess a nanny is a nanny because, I mean, she was gone for 30, 40 hours.
Now that I'm thinking about it, you guys, someone asked me, did I think 50 Cent was going to go for full custody? And I said, I don't know. He really doesn't have time. His ego. Think about it, men. Think about it, girls. They're making fun of him. He gonna do something to Mace. Mace is laughing and all this. He feels exposed. 50 Cent.
Mhm.
He feels attacked. Y'all know how he is. He gonna go after full custody, even though he doesn't have time to raise a kid. And what about your first kid? You just dumped Marquise. So maybe a judge will realize no child should be in your hand. You have not talked to your child since his graduation, probably over a decade ago. Perry, what's the last time you remember 50 Cent?
Okay. So French says this, right? I'm telling you, this girl is not 50's baby mama. This girl is too young and had no other income, as she previously stated in the beginning. Okay. If it wasn't, why would 50 be posting all these memes on his channel?
We got an update. During the break, Combs in animated conversation with Agnafilo, Shapiro and Stills talking with his hands. He's still running things, okay? He's still in control, looking at the jury, looking at the people, chewing out his attorneys. I probably would have quit by now. Let me see if CNN got an update for us. Perry, answer that. Do you think this is 50 Cent baby mother, like the world thinks?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I think so. Whoever said that, because 50 Cent is reacting, posting Bert and Ernie, posting this, posting that. Hold on, Perry, you check the screen, and I'm gonna head over to 50 Cent's IG real quick.
Okay.
Is a hot mess. And all of the comments in his comment section, he's not responding to. Now,
somebody said, why are we doxing her? I don't know, whoever said it. I just moved past that.
No, we're not doxing her. It was on all the blogs. The person who doxed her is Cameron on his podcast. He's a rapper, just in case you don't know. Cameron's a rapper, and he straight out said her name. At least we're just saying 50 Cent baby mama. Let's go over to 50 Cent's IG. Now, I don't know who he talking to over here. He says game on. See what I'm saying? 50 Cent is a hot mess. Game on. Money in the bag. It's okay. Just tell them you're with me and they will let you in. He's playing some kind of game. Ooh, I can't play that. I didn't know. Shouldn't have played that. I don't know. I really think this is 50 Cent baby mama. But if it isn't 50 Cent baby mother, she's still making really bad mistakes. She's making really bad mistakes. And let's see, because they are talking to her. There's no doubt in my mind the prosecution is saying, we need you to word it this way, that way. Don't talk about your
almost a little too late. And they might want to try to hold her on the stand all day themselves because it's about ready to get bad when that.
Okay, we have an update from CNN. Oh, they just said this is what happened thus far. Okay, go ahead, Fury.
No, I'm saying when that cross happened, oh my.
The defense is if they think about this. First of all, I didn't know Barracuda, the lady I call Barracuda, was African American. I had no idea. First I didn't know she was a woman. Then I didn't know that she was a victim of SA herself from somebody in Birdman's camp. And now she's African American. This woman is not to be played with, okay? If they let Westmoreland loose, she is done.
But I heard that she's not going to do this cross. Somebody else is. Some other woman they got on the thing.
Because I'm scared of Westmoreland. She is not to be played with. Angela says, I'm sorry, but Diddy should beat this case. No minors, no unalivings, no robberies, just a freak who gets women to fall in love with him so he could get his way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Man, that's pretty much to sum it up. And I know it's a hard thing to swallow, but it just is what it is.
Oh, listen, I got some more tea. Thank you. She says, Westmoreland is from Atlanta. She was on the YSL trial representing one of those dudes. I didn't know that. I'm really impressed with her after the case is over. I can't stand her now. She's too damn good. And, I want Diddy to go, he has to pay for what he did.
And that's why I think for the people who are upset and want justice, for all the things we allege that Diddy could have did and everything, I feel you. You need to be upset at the prosecution for laying out such a bad ass case.
No. Perry.
Raided 3 mansions, brung out the whole National Guard and the Air Force, right? And the Navy. And now you got us on here and you gave us no proof of anything. But you come back with a 7-inch heels, a bottle of baby oil, and a dildo.
Harry, nobody said that. Stop.
They did. They said a sex toy. That's what they said.
I forgot what I was going to say.
3 mansions. Can you imagine how many rooms in a mansion? Like, that's all you got?
Perry, está bien menso. That's what somebody said in the chat. Look, I was going to say something, but I can't. Perry's like worse than Westmoreland. Like, oh my God, I can't even speak my mind.
I'm just saying, like,
you start playing head games with me.
That's where the anger need to be, though. Not at Perry, because Perry's saying, hey, shit just don't make sense. They ain't got enough to charge him with. I ain't saying he innocent. And trust me, I'm fair on both sides. He damn sure ain't innocent. And a lot of these witnesses aren't either. Let's just keep it a bean. They ain't neither.
Y'all, what am I gonna do with Perry? What am I gonna do with Perry? Let's see. Let's give her a chance. Let's see if the prosecution could wheel her back in. And she's probably listen. Now she's talking to the prosecution. They're telling her it's not looking good. She's getting more rattled. This girl's going to have a nervous breakdown on the stand. It's too much responsibility for her. Too much to, not responsibility, too much to take in. She is, some people testify well, others don't. I didn't, and that's why I have compassion for her. You guys, I was on the stand for a custody case for my sister, who I love. And I just flubbed it so bad and made the dad seem like the better father. And she was real, what's the word? She was real understanding to me. And I will never forget that. She gave me grace, so I'm going to give other people grace. I messed up so bad. I don't know. I just, SM says, is it Galanko? Oh, sorry. That's a tongue twister. She said, y'all working hard. I appreciate y'all. Thank you. Hashtag no Diddy. I don't know. I feel bad for her. I've been there before. Perry, you've never been on the witness stand. It
doesn't matter.
Okay.
What that got to do with it? I've never been to Mars either.
I was so thankful my sister was understanding. If Perry was my brother and I messed up like that, he would just take away all my self-esteem. She was so understanding.
I'm by yourself on the back and take me a little break on the balcony. I was going to say this real fast. People, if you feel, look, we can agree to disagree. If you feel that the case has been proven, it should be nothing for you to worry about. So she ain't got to mute. What I'm saying ain't gonna affect
like I'm married to 50 Cent minus the billions.
Yeah, definitely minus that. But my opinion ain't gonna sway the outcome of this thing. So don't get mad at me when you want to act like you secure and you feel like that the RICO has been proven. And don't let your doubts have you blame me for your own doubts, because I don't see no RICO. You want to act like you see it, but you having your doubts. And you see this witness on the stand, and you can't tell me she's making the situation better. You just can't tell me that.
French says, RICO equals business paid for escorts, hotels, drugs, travel, hotels, which equals enterprise, which equals corruption. For me and you, French, we have to hope and pray. I got an update. The judge says, bring back Jane and the jury. All rise. Comey says, did Sean even run out of drugs during a hotel night? She said, yes. Attorney, what happened? She said, he would call one of the assistants or butlers to bring more drugs, sometimes his security. This is my worry, French. People are going to think like us. People are going to think like Perry. We're not the jury. That's what worries me. It's not a solid case. There is room for people like Perry to come in and turn it around in a whole nother way. That's what my worry is. And I know you guys in the chat say, don't be worried, Sherelle. If you worry, you're going to wish it into existence. That's just how I am. Hi, Catherine. We are really appreciative to you, Sherelle and Perry, for keeping us updated with this case. We love you both. I love you back. You've been riding with us for a long, long time. Thank you. Thank you, Catherine. When they say all rise, Diddy had to tell his little God. His little Tootsie Roll down. Okay, y'all messy. Somebody said that. Here we go. Comey says, what assistance? She says, Brandon, that's the dealer that got arrested with Diddy. Frank, we haven't talked about Frank Santella yet. And John. Lawyer says, let me show you a photo of Brendan, not shown in the gallery. No reason to redact. So why not? Jane says, that's him. He would bring pill bottles. Attorney. There would be white powder and weed. I'm sure she's going to say, yeah. Listen, they don't want you to know what Brandon looked like. He was on television. He got arrested on television. Brandon is the plug, the big time plug. Not I'm going to run to the corner and get it to this guy. Brandon is, I got a connection in Colombia. Brandon is a young, fresh face. Parent has money. Why are you doing this? Caucasian. I want to call him a kid. He looks 20 something. About 20. Y'all don't remember Brandon being with him at the airport when Diddy was trying to go somewhere in his private plane? Y'all don't remember that? And they arrested Brendan right then. Sherelle, these women have to take accountability some kind of way. They knew what they were getting into. This is gold digging at its finest. I mean, I'm just looking at them for the lawsuit. I don't know. I got to show people grace. My sister showed me grace, and I never try to attack anybody unless, I'm mad. Kat says, if God made you that beautiful, you should make money from your looks. You've always felt like I should be a stripper because I'm not. Because I'm hot. But here we are. Hold on, let me make sure I'm not missing anything. It's not about Rico being proven. It's about defense creating reasonable doubt in the minds of the jurors. To me, as soon as the witnesses plead the fifth, doubt went in my mind. Lots of doubt. But the reason that you need to prove that it's a criminal entity, then it gets qualified as a RICO, and then those other charges will come into play. If you have no RICO, you still have the charges that they have to take to another court. So it's complicated. It's very complicated. I see why they went RICO. We got a CNN update. It says the jury is back. Jane, one of Sean Diddy Combs' accuser, testifying under a pseudonym, is back on the stand after court took a short break. During most of her testimony in the hour before the break, Jane was emotional, and a court deputy passed her a box of tissues as she patted her eyes repeatedly. Jane also broke into sobs when she testified about being really happy when she was with Combs at the end of the hotel nights. She said they would return to Combs' home. She would put on his favorite TV show and cuddle with him. Listen, no, she was not. We have to be real. She's not crying because she loved him so much. She's crying because she knows how this looks to the public and on the stand. I'm telling you guys, yesterday they went through hell. Her and 50 Cent went through hell. And I felt bad for her because you don't think about, my mother told me this, and it was the best advice she ever gave me, and it made me slow down and make decisions. She said, Trina, that's my real name, a fool never knows when they're being a fool. She said, so when people make bad decisions at that time, they think it's the right decision, but they rush to judgment. They rush. Right now, she would give anything to not have made that decision of being an escort. And now it's coming back on her. That's why if you don't have a strong feeling about something, take your time with the decision before you make these life altering decisions. Perry, do you think at the time she's been doing this for a long time? Here we go. We got an update.
Uh-huh.
Comey says, "Who from security did he call for drugs?" She said, "Fahim." She called him Fa. Attorney, "Who else brought drugs?" She said, "Guido." He brought most of the ecstasy, Molly, and Xanax, and the white powder. Attorney, "Did you take Xanax?" She said, "Yes, after I put Sean to sleep."
See, she admitted to doing all these things on her own a mission. I'm just saying, people, like, these are grown women. I know Diddy is a monster. There's no denying that. And he know how to use people to get over on people. And he have used his fame, his money to get these people to act this way.
Well, you just
And-
described Rico.
no, his fame is no. I said Diddy. I ain't say nothing about it.
You said he used his fame, power, and something else to get others to do his dirty work.
No, I ain't say dirty work.
Godfather.
I didn't say really dirty. I didn't say dirty work. I said to act like this.
Okay.
You know,
Same thing. Go ahead.
I'm trying to be really gentle because, like, at the end of the day, look, all those things, alleged Diddy thing, things we believe he did, we can't prove them. In court, that's what you have to do. So, looking at this whole thing, I equate this RICO charge is equal to having a brand new car with no engine. That's it. Useless. They overcharge. It's a lot of things they should have gotten Diddy on. I agree. They just chose not to. They just
What is wrong with y'all? Ding dong, the pimp is gone. Just kidding.
and then people said Diddy can go down. It's possible because anytime you go to court, anything can happen. But in my opinion, these witnesses aren't helping Rico to me. They ain't helping.
Let's just give her a minute to gather her bearings, get herself back together, get a pep talk, and go back on the stand. That's what was needed. She was falling apart on the stand, and it was just bad to watch. I felt bad for her.
And that's the prosecution giving her the question.
I still
What's
feel
gonna
bad.
happen? What's gonna happen when this cross come out?
Your boy says, absolutely. Perry makes no sense at all. All he does is talk and riddle that I think even he doesn't understand.
Wow.
Response?
None needed. Yeah, my response would be Rico.
This shit annoys the F out of me. Just say you don't care and you want him to get away with it, Perry.
No, Reese. The problem is,
I got an update.
Okay.
I'll leave it up there. Attorney says, "Did you ever carry drugs for Sean?" She said, "Yes. From LA to Miami. KK told me I'll have security come out and give you the package. I asked, is it safe and okay?" Attorney says, "What did KK tell you?" Jane said, "She said it's fine. I'll do it. I do it all the time."
Well, and I just say this, Reese, where's all this energy for the prosecution? Where is it? The prosecution should be working for you, Reese. Where's the anger? They bring charges that I believe they ain't proven. And if you really seriously believed in your heart that they was actually proving it, and it was definitely a RICO, you wouldn't be annoyed by Perry. just saying what he's saying. Because I could simply be annoyed about yours, but it doesn't matter because I'm fair, right? I'm just open.
Hey,
Eh,
Naomi.
I respect your opinion, and it's like you people want to fight me over something. I believe Diddy did a lot of things in the past and guilty of a lot of things. I just think the RICO is not it. That's it.
Hi, Quentin. You're a ride or die. Thank you. He said, I disagree with you, Perry, but I respect your opinion and appreciate your center. You crack me up. He cracks himself up.
No, I'm
I
just
mean,
saying. Yeah,
this,
really.
we got
Yeah.
to update.
Okay, go ahead.
It says, Comey, where did you give Sean the package? She said, in the bathroom of Two Star. He opened it and then I saw colorful pills. I assumed. Attorney, I don't want you to assume. Did you take the pills? She said, yes, for a hotel night. It was ecstasy.
Hmm.
We know for a fact that Brandon, the plug that got arrested that day on television, I believe it was the day of the raid. Do you remember Brendan, Perry?
Yeah.
He is beyond a reasonable doubt a plug that
Right.
has connections somewhere and all that, and was consistent, been dealing to Diddy for a long time.
Hmm.
Is there a chance that Brendan has turned state's evidence and will come on the stand and admit to being the plug?
Possible, but I mean, everybody already know whether somebody admit to being the plug. Somebody is giving Diddy. Diddy's getting these pharmaceuticals from somewhere. Now, this is what I think. If they really had this, and I think they probably would have already presented it. To be honest with you, if they was gonna get him on like trafficking pharmaceuticals and stuff like that, they would already had somebody drop this. I would think, but sometimes they'll start off.
Because the main people that need to be on trial here
Mhm,
is KK, Brendan, the plug, Frank Santella, who no one even mentioned until today.
mhm.
That's all you need right there. You don't need all these other people. You just need those three people that people are accusing KK and Frank Santella of lacing the drinks. And where did they get the stuff to lace it with? From Brendan. Case closed.
You got to update.
I mean, nobody's even talked about lacing the drinks. Did they talk about that yet? Here
No.
we go. Here we go. Comey says, did you move drugs for Sean another time? She said, yes, in my luggage from LA to Miami. There, Sean and I used them. They were ecstasies. Attorney, before May and October of 2021, who reached out to the entertainers? She said, Sean, finally. Okay. Uh, Attorney, who then? She said, me. So she is the first person to say he hooked up, made appointments with the escorts because Cassie was doing it herself. So
Mhm.
she's saying Sean did it and I did it. But Perry, don't you think that would have been a better case if they brought on KK, Brendan, and Frank Santella? Because they were saying, I mean, unless the rumors were lies and the drinks weren't laced and the baby oil wasn't laced. But if that's true, why do we need all these other people? That's all you need right there.
I think you need all these other people to make Diddy look like what we know he is, this monster, right? They just trying to oversell that to the jury and hope that he's this monster. Can you give us the RICO? That's what they want. If they had, no, in my opinion, truthfully, if they had more stuff that was more damning, they wouldn't have all these people on there, right? Just my opinion. Now, I could be wrong because it's not over yet. They could bring KK, but if KK ain't gonna drop no knowledge on what the enterprise was doing, not just Diddy and his personal habits, or the plug gonna come on and say they had this massive drug trafficking business, him just having some personal drugs on him, getting on a plane, so what? That's not enough. We obviously know all the witnesses saying they taking all kind of pharmaceuticals, and then this one girl say at the same time, yeah, Diddy did call the entertainer, right?
Well,
So they can say, oh yeah, well see, he did do it. Then she also said she did it herself too in the same sentence. They took turns with alcohol. It sounds like a couple that's just ordering dinner. Is it a crime? I don't know. It's like people just trying to
I have
take a misdemeanor and make it a felony. Go ahead.
all right. Comey says, "Why did you start choosing?" She said, "Did I miss something?" Yeah, no, I didn't. "Why did you start choosing?" She says, "I didn't want it to just be a stranger. I assessed the dynamic of our relationship. We were still walking corn, and I saw a performer and said, that one. Oh no. Attorney, why did you want to choose?" She says, "I couldn't get away from this." So they got her picking what escorts she wanted to be with. I'm really confused about a couple of things. They don't want to show pictures of Brendan. The minute you go to the internet and you type in Brendan Diddy arrest, it comes right up. What? They want his record seal, but it's all over the internet. What are they do? What Perry?
I have no idea. No, I'm saying, I mean, really, I don't have no idea how they got this thing structured. And yeah, frankly, I guess I don't care.
She,
That,
uh,
go ahead.
Sherelle, please stop saying his name. I'm not saying his name. They said it in court. Oh my God. Attorney, who did you choose? She said Sly Williams. I called him chef. We had a passion for cooking. Attorney, what were you and Sean doing? She said having X on ecstasy. We started talking about Sly's size. Sean was acting all flirtatious about it.
Okay. Now you see what I'm saying, people? And y'all mad at me. But you got the prosecution got this one where they're just talking about what they did in between the sheets, on top of the sheets, the baby oil, no oil. Like, this is a damn criminal trial.
Hold on.
Get
Because
to some.
someone's telling me, don't tell them to go to the internet and look it up. It's common sense. I'm not exposing any private information. Y'all need to stop with me. Now, look, I run my blog the way I want to run it. And I could put that picture up there if I wanted to because it's public access. I'm saying it made no sense to tell the people in the courtroom, don't say his name and don't show them his picture when it's on the internet. Y'all gonna stop playing with me today.
And it's public knowledge. So look, come on now.
Yeah, I ain't got nothing to say about that. I'm not in the courtroom. I do what I want to do. That could be a blessing. I'm not in that damn courtroom. Levette says the under alive cases. Oh, you mean like Kim Porter and stuff like that? Child, almost got out of pocket. Here we go. Jay says, I sent Sly a message over Instagram. She said, did he respond? She said, yes. I told him I was a fan of his work. Maybe we should meet up one day. We did a FaceTime. Sean was there. What happened? It got hot and steamy. I asked him to show me himself.
Woo, child. And people mad at me. Come on, people. Whoa.
Shake the Tape says she is crying because she knows the cross is coming and defense going to tear her a new one. Perry says they're not sending Westmoreland out there, but they're going to tear her up, eat her up. She's doing good. Okay.
for the defense.
Science says, where's the Rico? No, it's a good case. That's why we're all here. It's a good case. Very good case.
Mhm.
Wait, this was all direct? Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
All you got to do is say yes. Child.
Mm-mm-mm.
All that you do in the dark will come to light. Okay, I'm gonna take a break. Here we go. We have an update. Comey says he showed you his genitals. She said yes, and I was casting on my phone to Sean's television. How did you get Sly from Atlanta to LA? She said, I told Sean I would arrange his flight. I booked it online with Expedia. Sean paid me back. Ugh. So they're trying to show that they cross state lines
Right.
for prostitution. And that's what they did. That is exactly what they did. That's a crime. No doubt about it. But remember, you have to prove RICO first before the other cases that fall on under RICO can be identified. Does that make sense? I hope it makes sense to all of you.
And as a juror, let's keep it real. I'm going to punish this one, but you made reservations. You booked it.
I got an
you said
update.
you got paid back. Go ahead.
Okay. Comey says, what happened? She says, he was cute and sweet. He was nervous too. It was my first time, attorney. First time what? She says, contacting an adult film star. I had told him it was me and my partner. He said, fine. Attorney, what hotel? I don't know. I cannot. It's a French name. It's L, Ermitage. She said, I believe. Now they're up to adult film stars, which they should have started with that in the first place. You guys went to Craigslist. Sean Combs, you went to Craigslist. But if you do the adult film stars, you got to pay more money. But that's okay because Diddy has the money.
And he was cute and sweet.
Y'all
He
help me.
was too.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. I don't know how to say that. Do you, Perry?
Image. I don't know neither.
I don't know how to say that. If
Ain't
anyone,
never went.
women can do whatever and just blame it on someone else. Oh, this is a man. Okay, this is a man.
I mean, that's basically what's happening.
Get your belt out, Sherelle.
That's the whole thing too.
Now, who over here lying? Who over here lying?
Some people just speak the truth. Look, because the whole thing is, I truly don't have a dog in the fight. I don't have my pom-poms out like y'all do, right? Just waving them, just wishing upon a star, just hoping something will happen. Look, I agree. Diddy is this person. But do you think men, okay, now, you know what? Are y'all men haters? Do you think all men are just bad and all females are great?
Let me answer this question. 50 Cent had a baby with this chick. That's what they're saying. It's supposed to be 50 Cent's baby mama. 50 Cent started trolling yesterday about it. Mace came out and made fun of 50 Cent. They were laughing. It's a whole hot mess. Jane says, it was the routine. The oils would come out. I'd be in a uniform. I'd dance. Then the ex. Attorney, what was Sean doing? She said the M word or playing with himself. Attorney, then who invited him the next times? She said, I did. I would suggest Sly. He was familiar to me.
See, her requesting her own person. And look, not putting it on her. I'm just saying, when people say, what happened in your bedroom? it's probably should be in your bedroom. Why are we discussing it? So I don't know. It's just too much for me.
I seen a comment said innocent until guilty, but it moved up. That's right. It's innocent until proven guilty, but I think it's human nature for people to lean one way or the other.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so tired of hearing about this damn baby oil. I don't know what to do.
I'm tired of it.
Who says Perry's level-headed? Okay. I see we got some trolls in here. No, I'm just playing. I'm just playing. Diddy being Diddy, child. How much X can a person have? This is every day. It's days long. It's different people. How? And so far, nobody has described Diddy as the one having the X. He only has the X with Cassie or Jane.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, he forced Cassie to do it through burning yeast infections. Hold on, let me read this. It says, attorney, where else did you meet Sly? She said at a hotel in New York. Attorney says, did the hotel belong to 47? Okay, because I can't say his name, guys. She said, yes. I would book his flights from Atlanta. Attorney, and you paid him afterwards? She said, yes, $2,000 to $4,000. Attorney, we're from ? Objection. Listen, they didn't pay him a lot. Remember, they paid according to Odie, $15,000 for the whole day. Child, I would be upset if I was escort and found out I only got $3,000 to $4,000. And if I was willing to stay the whole day, I could have got $15,000 if I would have did it 2 days in a row. That's 30 if I would have did it 3 days in a row. Because 4 days is as long as I heard. I would have had damn near $100,000. If you gonna do it, do it. I'd be there all damn day, eating, sleeping, freaking off, eating, sleeping, freaking off till I got my money.
Okay, did you get the last update, honey? Did you get the last update?
Let me see.
Oh, maybe you did. Maybe you did. You talked about the hotel.
Yes, we're on an objection right now.
Okay, yeah.
If you were going to be an escort, you got to do it to your best ability. Here, I got a CNN update. It says Jane recalled a time in 2022 when Combs directed her to pick up drugs from security personnel at the Los Angeles home and fly with them to meet him in Miami. She spoke with Christina Coram, Combs' chief of staff, about picking up the package at Combs' home. I was just asked if this was safe and okay, Jane said, recalling that she didn't feel safe traveling with the drugs. Jane said, Coram told her, it's fine. I do it all the time. Just put it in your checked luggage. Jane flew with the drugs to Miami and later took ecstasy with Combs that she said came in the package she traveled with. A couple weeks later, Jane and Combs asked her to take another package to Miami, and Coram told her security would come outside Combs' home to give her the package. Jane said she put the package in her luggage and flew to Miami. She then gave the drugs, which she said were ecstasy, to Combs, and they took them later. Listen. Okay. I have to say when the prosecution is making mistakes. You want us to believe that she carried drugs that she knows is illegal in her bag, her checked with the ED bag, and she didn't know what she was doing? Come on, y'all. She knew what she was doing. Ain't nobody gonna tell me, put this box of ecstasy in your bag. No, you do it. So she had that talk with prosecution saying, stop taking responsibility for all of this. Say they made you do it, but not with this part. Now you're not, no one's going to look at you innocently. You're the runner. Okay?
Yeah.
Mitchie says 50 Cent is a dumbass. That's why he's being quiet. It's called common sense. Child. Oh, this is not going in the right direction.
So I don't know. And I see what they're trying to set it up to be like, hey, so this where the drug trafficking coming in. How much drugs was it? Huh? Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Now, and some people say it got to be a certain amount, maybe all that, right? But and not just because people say, "Okay, you trying to give them out." A lot of people does do this, but did Diddy have it in his luggage? She transported it. Now she would say Diddy told her to, and more likely, I think he did. But at a certain point, Diddy probably can come on the stand and say, "I didn't tell her that." You get to see which one you believe. But they trying to make something stick. And even like hell, they trying to make it seem like he was like El Chapo or something, transporting a lot of stuff over the border.
It's still illegal, Perry.
Well, okay, now I get it. But I'm just saying a misdemeanor is illegal.
That's not a misdemeanor.
Well, no. I'm saying, but it is. It's illegal, but it's a misdemeanor. Some things are felonies. I'm just saying, unless you can tell me how many quantities or how much you did, and if you transported them to sell them, it was his own personal use. It could have been a lot, but she the one transported them. He didn't.
Here we go.
If I was on the jury, I'm still stuck with no.
Okay.
It's for
gotta do a poll. We gotta do a poll.
What?
Let's say is Jane's testimony helping the prosecution? Yes or no? What? I'm gonna do a poll. Okay, I'll do it.
Yeah, no, you got it. Yeah.
I'm doing a poll because
I'm refreshed. No, I'm saying yes. A lot of things they got in here is illegal. So is the weapon charges and all that. Why ain't they just charging them separately for these things or whatnot? They trying to just get it up where he can give them a life sentence or whatever they, something big. It's just the wrong charges. Something easy to prove or something. It's a lot of illegal things Diddy don't did. It's a lot of illegal things these witnesses have done. Wouldn't you say?
Oh, hold on. Let me get this poll out because I'm starting to just wonder I just want to know what other people think. Because
I think we got to update too.
We got to update?
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. Jane says, we were watching Anton's films and was really into it. I messaged him on Instagram. He was in LA. I invited him over. So Anton, she talked about, she was watching his films. I'm going to assume that's Antoine Fuqua, a very famous producer. Okay. She said, I messaged him on Instagram. He was in LA. I invited him over. Attorney. How did Antoine respond? She said positively. We were in the first residence. Attorney. What happened? The same. Sean watched. Oh, maybe not. Well, wait, what? Maybe it just says the name Antoine. I don't think it's Antoine Fuqua. I don't think.
It was Antoine Lancock. No.
You guys, I just assumed that she was talking about Antoine Fuqua, the famous African-American director, but I don't think he would do that. I mean, he did have an affair. He's married to Lela Rashawn. He had an affair with Nicole Murphy that was really highly publicized. I don't know who it is. I don't want to blame him. Oh my God.
What?
Oh my goodness.
What happened?
Oh
Honey, what happened? Did I miss something?
no, I thought it was no. I thought they were talking about Anton Fuqua. That would be wild. But I'm just gonna say I don't know who it is.
It's just
All
probably
right.
just another entertainer.
Yeah, hopefully. All right. But she said we were watching Antoine's films.
Right. When something
Oh,
okay.
the entertainers corn. Okay.
Yeah.
Whew, all right, we got it. All right. The poll is Jane's testimony helping the prosecutor? 62% says no, it's not. It's not. 37 says yes. Now, even though I'm trying to be fair and balanced, I still think Diddy is a horrible person and needs to be in jail for his crimes. But you need to be able to prove the crimes.
Right.
And the biggest crime you have to prove is this a criminal entity? She's
And
all over the place. She's
right.
crying. She's all over the place.
And I'll say this too. Like I think and what the 37% people are looking at moving drugs in somebody else's bag, from state to state. So maybe that's what they're hanging their hat on. But like, and I get it, it could be illegal. More likely it probably was. But, you know, this is Diddy actions, and actually the witness
Oh
actions.
gosh, you guys, somebody told me to, I'm sorry, Perry.
Go ahead.
Someone told me to go to 50 Cent's IG.
Yeah. No,
This
but
is
I
his
mean,
latest picture. He's got the sketch of her crying. And then he says, does anyone know who Jane Doe is? I'm trying to research this. This this stuff with Elon. Oops.
no, you
I don't
good.
know what he's trying
Yeah.
to do. I can't even click on the next thing. Let me take it down because I don't know what it's gonna be and what kind of music he's gonna be playing. 50
Mhm.
Cent is messy, and we know that. And you still don't think that that's his baby mama? Oh no. Child, let me go back. Let me go back. Oh my goodness, you guys. This is what he posted, right? Then he posts a full-on picture of her, right? Then back to the courthouse. You tell me 50 Cent has never posted any sketches of anybody during the trial. This is his baby mama, and he ought to be ashamed of himself. This is just disgusting. 50, chill. 50, chill. Let me see. This, you can't do people like that. Here we go. Attorney, did Antoine and Sly ever send you photos of their genitals when you were not with Sean? Oh my gosh. She said yes. I was polite and flirtatious, but not as flirtatious as when I was with Sean. Attorney, did you ever see Antoine or Sly in person without Sean? She says no. Harry, what do you think about 50 Cent doing this
Well,
to his own baby mama?
well, look, I would say this. I remember when they had this whole thing out, and he was like, "Hey, I'm gonna come and take the child." I was like, "50, you going too far? You know, stop tripping. That's your baby mama. Make sure she's taken care of." I gave her that benefit of the doubt. I really did. But now, maybe this is why he's so angry. Maybe she got with him to have the baby. I mean, 'cause some people are just naturally.
No, I asked you, what do you think of 50 Cent's behavior?
I don't see nothing wrong with it.
Oh my God. I got an update from
I don't see nothing wrong with it.
Perry.
Look, he posting this up. How do you think this is making 50 Cent look?
How do you think it's making?
Your baby mama
I got an update. We'll go back to that.
over there with
Attorney
him.
says, are these your text messages with Sly? She says, let me show you. And then it says, text messages not shown on exhibit screen in the gallery. Jane says, I was asking for explicit photos or videos from him. That's what my partner wanted. Attorney says, what did Sly say? She says, he said, I'm down. Okay. No, you guys, another poll. Another poll. I'm really upset with 50 Cent.
Right. But Trill, I mean, now, do you think that allegation she had on 50 was true, or do you think it really happened with the baby mama? Remember, she said that Diddy um art her or whatever.
Hold on 1 second, Perry. Because I'm just doing this poll. I'm so upset. Now I'm taking all the polls. It used to be Perry. I mean, it's just what were you saying, honey?
Yeah, no, I was saying, um, do you believe? Okay, you basically saying it's childish. It's crazy with Diddy. I mean, with how 50. I mean, what 50 is posting. Do you believe when his baby mama
Oh, I accidentally put it
alleged
in the
that
wrong
he
thing. Hold
art?
on.
Okay,
I'm sorry. I put it in the wrong spot. Let me do the poll. What? I gotta redo the whole thing.
and you got to update too.
I gotta update.
Yep.
Let's see if it took this time. Yeah. Okay, let's do the update. Here we go. Comey, what did you say? She said, I wrote, I'm touching myself. Then what's your full name and DOB, date of birth? He said, why that? She said, I booked his travel. Attorney, what did you write? She said, she's booking Jen was November 9th, 2021. The flight. Who is Jen? Wait, what?
I don't know.
Let's see if
Hmm.
you guys are pretty much split on 50 Cent posting her picture.
Well, I'm just saying this. I mean, everybody's pretty much know who it is, right? Uh, but going back to my original question, because first I thought, you know, because 50 can't get out there, or a lot of people just from the outside, you can look at it and say, man, why would you be treating your baby mama like that? Why ain't you giving her child support? Stuff like that. Do you think the allegation she put out on 50 Cent that he art her, do you believe it?
Well, not
Or not?
now. I
I
did back then,
Right.
but
That's messed up. Well, I ain't really, I was like, no, she sounded like a baby mama that was mad to me. But now you saying it's petty of him to just do these things after she did that to him. That's serious. You know what I mean?
Perry, these
Hmm?
two have a child. They're going to be family
I get it. They got a
no
child.
matter what. They got to stop the inside bickering between them. You can't raise a child like that. 50 has a bad track record. If he doesn't get along with the mother, he'll just toss the mother and the kid to the side and keep moving.
Right. Well, no, he
You
should make
can't
sure he
keep
take care of
doing,
the
you
kid. But
can't
I mean,
do that.
it sounds like the baby mama got a track record too. Sound like the baby mama got a track record. I don't know. They just starting to sound like it with her booking all these flights and everything.
Mo says, getting ready to take that child. He's going to take the child. And this is going to be, a mess. 50 Cent has no time to raise a child. Yes, the mom had some crazy behavior, but that's what she did in her private life.
Mm-hmm.
Child, this is going to be a mess. And 50's ego is so bruised because other rappers is making fun of him. Cameron, stop. Mace, shut the F up. Y'all leave him alone. Yeah, that's true. She said it's rumored he tried to set his own baby mother's house on fire. 50 Cent is not innocent. He did Shaniqua's home, Marquise' mother. He destroyed Daphne's apartment and probably stopped paying her. Here we go. We got an update. Attorney says, when you receive these explicit images, were you alone? She said, yes. I sent a blander message. Then he texted me in April 2022. Hello, beautiful. How is your day? Attorney, why did Jess book the flight? He said, I was too high. She says, I was too high to type. He's B the entertainer. He's been the entertainer. I don't know what she was trying to say, but it's written out. He's B the entertainer. And now you're too high.
Wow. Yeah.
50 Cent is going to take this transcript to court where she admits sometimes she gets so high she can't do things. She need other people to do things for her.
That she
Girl,
got a
you are
babysitter.
falling apart on the stand.
That she got a baby on standby. I mean, babysitter on standby because she'll be gone for 9 days, having sessions. These little hotel nights, 30, 40 hours.
Beth says the prosecutor's case. However, I am disappointed with these witness testimonies for rent. I mean, I'm not going to blame the prosecutor. I blamed her yesterday. Today,
it's still the blame. The blame just carried over.
She's just dropping the ball. She's got so much going on in her head. Who knows what 50 Cent said to her last night? He probably told her, I'm going to take that kid from you. Stuff like that. Because first of all, 50 Cent, I like 50 Cent, by the way. But I can't deny that he's a troll. He's a troll. And he doesn't like to look weak in the eyes of anybody. And to the world, some people like Perry may feel that you married her. I mean, you had a baby with her. Here we go. Attorney, other entertainers. She said Paul and Don. Sean coordinate others. Attorney, between May 2021 and October 2023, how often were the hotel nights? She said often, every week, every other week. Attorney, after February 2024, where did this happen? She said 2-star in LA.
See, for real, I am just so tired of all we got it. Now, if you're going to go back to getting the transporting of pharmaceuticals, go there. If you're going to show documents that he paid for all these flights and receipts, go there. How many times we got to keep hearing about the performances? What they doing in the bedroom. It's like they dragging it along. Don't they got better evidence they could be talking about? Let's keep it real.
I agree with Angela. She said she shouldn't have been on that stand. She tried not to come on the stand. Remember? They made her come on the stand. They said they are destroying lots of lives in order to get one man for being a freak. This makes no sense. It's hard to watch because now I'm thinking whatever she says now, 50 Cent is going to take that and use that against her. And nothing's worse on this planet than a mother losing their child. She might have did stupid things, but that doesn't mean she's a bad mother. Child, he's literally committing crimes. He is.
Who?
Diddy. He's committing crimes. She's committing crimes. Right. They've got to prove the RICO.
I get it, but should they be charging them for those crimes? So that's the thing. Go ahead.
Okay, we have an update. The attorney says, in the LA residence you're still living in. She said, yes. He says, After February 2024, she says, maybe 5 times. Attorney, how many different men? She said, I don't know. Attorney, let's talk about some. Who's this? She says, Don. Last time, August 2024 at 2-Star. Don't go down all the men, the escorts she slept with. Now you're trying to humiliate her. We got it. And this is Comey. And I think Comey's trying to get ahead of what's coming. We all know that the defense is going to tear her alive. They're going to chew her up. So Comey has to get in front of the story. So I'm still not blaming the prosecutor. You got a person on the stand that dropped the ball, fell apart. You got to say faith, and now you know what's going to come up next. And so she's getting ahead of the story. This child, this is it lunchtime? What time is it?
No, we got about an hour.
We got another hour of this?
About, yeah. Yeah, before lunch, yeah.
Elizabeth says, people, you are not attorneys.
I know.
No one claims to be attorneys, but everybody and their mama has an opinion.
Right.
Yeah, Fedora says, yep, Sherelle, gotta bring it all out before the piranhas get her. And I'm not gonna be able to sit through this because I already told y'all I'm the type of person that feels other people's pain. I know what she's got brewing back here. That's 50 Cent.
Yep.
I like 50 Cent. Here we go. We got an update. Jane, I only saw Don in Miami. Comey, who's this? She says, Paul. When was the last time you seen him? She said, end of July 2024. Before that, very often. Attorney, what did you think Paul did? She says, a personal trainer for Sean in LA, Miami, Turks and Caicos. You're banging the trainer?
Yeah.
Was Diddy there? Oh my goodness.
Yeah. I mean, for me, like,
I got another update. I'm so sorry. I seem to they come in every time you start to talk.
I know.
Jane says, I saw Don in Miami. Who's this? Paul. I'm sorry, I read that. Go ahead, Perry.
Oh, yeah, no. I'm just saying, I don't see what kind of good evidence we getting out of this for the prosecution. I mean, let's get to something. Go back to him having her put the pharmaceuticals in her suitcase. Something. But they're going back to the same thing that is being repeated over and over and over again. We know Diddy was this kind of freak that he'll have these entertainers come in. He'll film. He'll touch himself. We got it. But where's some more proof? Let's move on. And where they messed up, they should have just charged them separately with different things or something to me. It's just ridiculous. And people go, oh, Perry, you want them to get away? You want them to take him down with something as weak as this? This is weak so far. And shouldn't they have more I mean, for real, ask yourself, shouldn't they be talking more about all that money they wasted on those 3 raids? LA mansion, Miami mansion, New York. Like evidence. Oh, they got all his videotapes and all this. Hell, they don't need the videotapes. They got the people who was in the videotapes on the stand. What are we getting from that? And bring in some more people from the enterprise to show it was an organization.
Attorney says, how did Paul get there? She said he booked his own travel or he already been there. Attorney, who's this? A man named Leo. I met him through Sean for one of these nights. I met him on my birthday. Attorney, last time, 2023.
Well, on one case, she's saying that Paul booked his own thing. Even if they flew somebody out, people paid for it. Yeah, it could be illegal, but is it on that level?
Uh-oh, somebody said something.
Hmm?
50 Cent took the post down. Let me go look. Sorry, Perry. I'm so sorry.
No, you good. And you got an update when you come back too.
He did take it down. Child, he is messy. Here we go. Comey says, how did Paul get there? I think I read that. Here we go. Comey says, where did you see Leo? She says, in LA. Attorney, what else did you call him? She says, Italian. She said, who's this? A guy Sean brought in, a guy Sean brought into a night in 2021. What happened? Sean said he had someone coming over. I was repulsed in that hotel I can't name.
Mm-hmm.
50 Cent must have got scolded. 50 Cent takes nothing down. That's what I'm saying. When you're trying to make her look crazy, you're making yourself look crazy. You're going to pay the price. Your family, that's your baby's mother. Do not take that woman to court. You do not have time to be a stay-at-home dad. And this is just, all this, I can just imagine this turning into, in her brain as she testifies. She might not know what 50 Cent just posted, but somebody working with her knows.
Mm-hmm.
And they probably chewed him out. He didn't take that down because he felt bad. He took that down because somebody told him to. And good thing we have the evidence.
It could have been his attorney, maybe. But, you know.
I agree. 50 Cent is miserable and has been miserable. He's the ultimate clown. Like, you cannot treat her like you do other women, whether you wanted to or not, whether you hate it or agree with it. She's your baby's mother.
Update.
Here we go. Jane says, I looked sweaty. I didn't look nice. He kind of smelled. I'm sorry. He looked sweaty. He didn't look nice. He kind of smelled. Attorney, what did you do? She says, I tried to make it work. I tried to seduce him with my body. He just kept sweating so much. I looked at my partner. I'm not feeling this. I was in lingerie and heels. And they have to get through it. They have to get ahead of the story. If I'm cringing just listening to the prosecution questioning a person they brought on to help their case, I don't know what I'm going to do when the defense, when it's the defense's turn. I feel bad for her. I don't care what y'all say. Feel bad for her. Here we go. We got an update. Combing. What was he wearing? She said nothing. Sean said, do you want to taste it? I said, I'm not feeling this. Attorney, what did Sean do? He laid me down and started having sex with me. Where was the man? She said, hovering over me. He was sweating on me. This is just. Y'all know I'm old. I agree with the younger generation. We shouldn't be judging people. I'm trying not to judge her, but this is just uncomfortable testimony for me. I don't need to know about another outfit, another wig, who's wearing the strap on. I don't need to know all that. I can't take it. I cannot take it. Stop talking about it. We got it. Child. And this was, I would say, the worst testimony is when Cassie said she was given a golden shower in her mouth. Y'all got to remember my age and y'all got to ride with me. This is too much. Too much. Here we go. We got to update. Attorney, then what? She says, Sean told me to look at the man's private part, but it wasn't happening. Sean told him, no worries, and left, and the man left. The attorney says, then what? She said, Sean told me he had someone else coming, Paul. I was blindfolded. Sean wanted me to touch him. Can somebody help y'all, Auntie Sherelle? She
I
is
mean,
having a fit.
I mean, all this sounds like a damn health hazard, don't it?
Thank
Want
you,
to
Mike,
taste
for
it?
becoming a
All
member.
this sweating and everything. This is just too much for real. Like, for real. Now, I'm gonna say this: do all this sweating. Do you want to taste it? Say Rico or Frico. Come on, people.
I'm not responding for 10 minutes. I'm in awe. I can't take it anymore. I thought we were past this after Cassie and we found a new victim. This is insane.
I mean,
This
who made
is
the most money was the clinic.
What y'all got to say? This is too much. Young Buck was bucked. If and Fifth knows. I mean, he's been trolling him with tapes like Diddy do his crew, G Unit for Hip Hop Cop G, Gang Unit. How do we feel about No. I like 50 Cent. I'm not going to lie. But let me finish this. Jane says, I took a liking to Paul. I was more comfortable. I thought he was handsome and nice, and he had a warm energy. Attorney, did you want to have X with him? She said, no. But if I had to have X with someone, I would guess it was not so bad with Paul. Didn't Cassie like Paul too?
I don't know which one she liked. I know
I
she
think
was
it was Paul.
creeping with somebody.
Here we go. I just read that.
Mm-mm-mm.
I gotta get out these people's bedroom. Auntie can't handle this, people. She can't. All right, here we go. Update from CNN. They say Jane said hotel nights with Diddy were frequent between May 2021 and October of 2023, either weekly or every other week. Jane and Combs were on a break from October 2023 until 2024. She said after they got back together, the ex encounters only occurred at Combs' Miami home. They were also less frequent. Jane recalled only about 5 actual encounters with Combs and another man between February and Combs' arrest last September. The last encounter was in August 2024. Jane said he didn't know how many different men she had X with during the hotel nights over the span of her relationship. Now, they got less and less because Diddy was starting to be exposed. But they did this all the way up until 2023. Do you remember when Diddy got arrested, Perry? Let me look that up.
And you got an update too on the main.
I have an update. Here we go. I'm looking on the main. Here we go. The attorney says, what's this? She said, a photo of a man named Michael. I saw him twice in 2022 or 2023. In the edition, Los Angeles. I don't know what that meant. Sean said something new was coming. Then, like, just with this guy on the balcony, he invited me out. Okay, we know where this is going.
Wow. Yeah, it's too much.
Hold on.
Sherelle, bounce out and then bounce back in because you're starting to drag just a little bit, and it
Okay.
tends to help. But everybody, look, until she come back, how can we get this thing to move forward? I know everybody want to see Diddy prosecuted. Me too, on the right charges. So how can we move forward? is these bedroom scenes, balcony scenes, actually helping us get to a Rico at all? Somebody said I'm falling asleep. Look, it's crazy. Like, can we get to something? Like, if it's going to be an enterprise thing, can't we start bringing in more people in accounting? Something with some receipts. Bring in KK. They need to get this girl off the stand. She don't said enough. She don't talked about Diddy's character again. So remind us of Diddy's character, which we won't forget. We got it already. Why are we just keep over and over and over again unless the prosecution is just stalling for time? And if we can't win the case, let's just muddy the waters with all these other people characters. And it is going to affect this witness life when she leave the stand.
Yeah, that was me. It kept kicking me out. Are we updated?
Oh yeah, let me check it again.
All right, so let's go over what she said. She said the last time she had been with Diddy was in 2023. Diddy was arrested November 2023. October 2023? Do you think that's right?
You know what though? It don't seem. What I'm saying. When did they do the raid on his house? Because it don't feel like he's been in jail for no year.
Yes, it does.
Does it?
Yeah.
Well, I guess time go fast when you're not in there. Look, it don't seem like it to me.
All right, so
Somebody says March 2024.
March 25th, 2024 was the day of the raids.
And so he wasn't in jail yet. Remember?
He was still freaking off during the investigations.
Oh, you know what? So Diddy thought he'll be home for Thanksgiving. So it had to be that later part. You know, when he was, trying to request his bond or whatnot. So it hasn't been a year yet since he's been in jail. Maybe 10 months.
Almost, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Child, I can't. Child, oh my God, Diddy is just a mess, ain't he?
But like I was saying though, I mean, look, all this, if you was making a movie, yes. But when are we gonna get to charges? And I know people say Rico is step. At least her testimony should be focused on who paid the person, where the money came from, what state they flew from, whatever. How much pharmaceutical she had in her luggage, transported from one state to another state. It's almost like, and I think the prosecution is like, I don't know if it's 6 women. It's almost like they getting off on this.
I wanted to answer Simply Lee's question. She said, if the timeline is true, he went to trial fast. They asked for a speedy trial. I don't know why, but they asked for it. They did. Oh my gosh. Can we get off this? I need a break.
Harry, are you watching the same case? Question mark. Well, I mean, we sitting here together going over it. So I don't know. I mean, I thought we was watching the same case, but obviously me and you don't agree, and I get it. But I don't know. I mean, I get that you want that you wanted the prosecution to do a better job. I did too. If you're gonna bring the man to court, meaning that you got something. I'm just not seeing it.
Jordan says he asked for a speedy trial. That was why the prosecution is bumbling around. They don't have nothing. Let's see what else people are saying. Did he need some serious rehab and therapy for his addictions? No, seriously.
No. I agree. And it's sort of bad.
The reason they The reason he requested a speedy trial is because he's entitled to one because he was denied bail. Oh yeah, yeah, I would ask for one too. He's been in there a minute. Callie says Diddy's brain is fried. People don't come back from using those type of drugs. Therapy is not going to do anything for him. Well, I also heard that Cassie suffers from drug use. They said she suffers from PTSD and memory loss.
You got an update over there too.
I do. Here we go. Jane, I thought Michael was attractive. He was from a website. Attorney, who's this? She said, I don't know his name. I met him on my birthday in 2023, one of these nights. What happened? Sean told me to come to Miami. He would be alone. He was so sweet. We would be alone. He was so sweet. Why are you using words like sweet to describe him while you're on the stand? He is not sweet.
So cute and so sweet.
Somebody mentioned the 50 Cent documentary. Do you think he's going to feature the low budget Cassie replacement? I mean, he's had this deal for a while now. According to the rumors, it's the highest anyone was paid for a documentary. I'll get back to that. Jane says, we were eating sushi at Nobu in the hotel. Sean said, we have entertainment. I gulped and said, entertainer? He said, what did he say? She said, it's your birthday. It's your birthday. I just accepted it. Why? She said, I don't know. Upstairs, this man comes in. It was routine. Listen, I wish I was the attorney. You have to stop using words to describe Sean Combs as sweet. We're trying to get a RICO charge here. You know exactly what's going on. So now this leads me to believe, are you fubbing this on purpose? You know where you are. You've been warned how many times? I'm sure the prosecution, when they did that sidebar that was like 20 minutes to a half hour, told you, you've got to get it together. Why would you describe him as sweet? It's little things like that that the jury and the audience picks up on. You have done enough. You need to get off the stand. But I have a feeling all afternoon, the defense is going to drag you around town as if you were a stuffed doll. Like, we know it's coming. I don't know how much I can take.
So Paige said Diddy was arrested September 2024.
I have an update. Jane says, I'm like a robot. I am getting the guy comfortable. Attorney, do you need a break, Jane? You said you were robotic. What do you mean? She says, I have done so many of these, I just can't tune out. My partner likes to see. I just turned on this person. When they ask you out of nowhere, do you need a break? That's a signal. Come on, Jane. Do you think another poll?
I mean, hell, on speeches, I mean, what more can I say that ain't already said? We need to go on to the next witness. But after the cross, we need to get on to the cross. Prosecution gonna just keep dragging along because they are afraid of the cross. You shouldn't have brung her ass on the stand. No offense. You shouldn't just brung her. She ain't bringing that much to the thing. She should be still talking about the pharmaceuticals that was in her luggage that she had to transport. She needs to be talking about who booked the appointments and all that stuff and who paid who. We ain't going nowhere. But back to week one, but we had to hear it scene by scene But thank goodness they ain't bringing up baby oil. That's good.
I can't.
No, I'm just tired. We going into the weekend, and the people that's mad at me gonna be depressed all weekend because the prosecution didn't produce anything, as if it's my fault. You know,
She's making some big mistakes. So now it's noon back there. Let's see if we can break because I need a break. And
gonna break in probably
when
about 25 minutes. Or the judge might break. I don't know if he's gonna break early, but soon, because and we going to five
I have
o'clock
a,
today.
I have an update. Oh, we are. That's right. Uh, the attorney says, "What do you mean you turned into another person?" She says, "A person who can just do this. What happened? I was so much quicker with this person. He felt more like a stranger to me than anyone. I don't want to do this on my birthday." But you just said when Sean told you you had another person, it was so sweet.
Mm-mm-mm.
Girl, get off the stand. Get off. You're not helping. Of course, we have the majority say she should not be calling him sweet. You're old enough to understand how court works. That's what I'm thinking. Did
Get
she?
an update, honey. Did you get the last update?
Let me see. He's so kind. He's so sweet. He's such a gentleman. Okay, here we go. Jane said, I asked Sean for a condom. Attorney, where was he? She said, he was behind this man. He gave me these dirty looks like, you better not ask for a effing condom. I could just hear that. Attorney, what else did you hear him say? Objection overruled.
Okay. Whoo! Boy, 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 boy. I like the crazy part about it. We'll say that's trafficking. Look,
We got an update.
okay.
She says, I didn't want to sour the mood. Attorney, why didn't you want to sour the mood? She begins to cry. Attorney, I just didn't want my partner unhappy with me. Attorney, do you need a break, Jane? No, I'm okay. Attorney, what happened next? If you're ready to tell us.
She should have just went and did the OnlyFans.
Harry, can you just have a
No,
little empathy for me? Because
no, I'm
this is hard
saying,
to watch.
okay. She said she wanted to do the OnlyFans and she can make this money. She was still sort of popular at the time. Maybe she should have just did that and comfortable with the one person instead of putting herself out there just for cash from Diddy. I'm just, I'm saying it probably would have been a better business move. That's what I'm saying.
Can you keep your eye on the main screen? We have an update from CNN. It says Jane testified she would FaceTime men who joined her and Diddy in hotel nights to engage in X conversations and ask him to send her photos and videos of their genitals because Combe told her to. She said she only FaceTimed the men when Combs was with her and he would watch the call. Jane said she would text the men whenever she and Combs were alone having X.
You got an update on the man.
Okay, I got. Here we go. Jane. No, this is Jane. Sean gave him a condom, but then walked away. I was so disappointed. The guy finished. I can't remember where. Attorney, what next? The man left. We switched rooms to a bigger suite. Attorney, then what? Sean was more loving. He was celebratory. Okay.
I know it's. I mean, we got to find some kind of way to change the mode.
We have a CNN update. Jane is recalling a hotel night with another man in 2021. Jane testified she couldn't remember his name, but said She was immediately repulsed by him. He was sweaty, Jane said, recalling. She felt hesitant in the moment. Jane said she tried to make it work, but was giving Sean signals that she wasn't enjoying the encounter. Eventually, she told Combs directly that she wasn't into it. She said, Combs then and Combs then got involved, Jane said. She said Combs laid her down on the bed and began having X with her. Combs excused the man and told Jane he had another surprise. Jane said, that's when an escort named Paul arrived, she testified. James described another man called Michael that she had hotel nights with. Jane said Combs introduced her to Michael and she took a liking to him. Jane and Michael was the first man who said he didn't want to be on camera when Combs tried to film the encounter. James said Combs turned the camera off after Michael said that. Another update from the main page. Jane said he had cake there and balloons. Then Sly comes. Attorney said, any talk? She said, no. It was just hours and hours of that. Pleasing this guy, doing so much, just doing all of it. Foreplay, things I know my partner wants to see. Going back and forth. It was morning.
Man. Like, it's like just watching a remake of a movie over and over and over again. But we're in a court case that we need to be moving forward with, like some evidence or something. Is it starting to drain you, honey?
I'm just doing my job.
No.
She says the witnesses aren't there to help the prosecution. They're supposed to be there to tell the truth. She's telling it. She's telling it. I mean, someone said cross time with the quickness. Hi, Truth. She said psychology is at play here. So they're trying to show how he's manipulating her.
Yeah, it's not working though. But so we got an update.
Attorney says, then what did Sean say? She says the Don was coming. Oh my gosh. Attorney says, what did you say? Nothing like that. It was fine. Why? I love my partner. Attorney, what did you do with Dawn? She says, SEX. Attorney, let's break for lunch.
Thank you. My goodness.
Child, that was a lot. A lot. I don't even know what to say. It was a lot.
It's a lot. It's crazy. No, it's just crazy. I mean, like, let's get something new. Now, I feel better when we get to the cross. That's a different energy.
Harry, you're being sarcastic.
No,
You
no,
can't
no. I'm
wait
saying the prosecution have given me the same story over and over again. At least the cross, it changes the pace. I mean, because if they ain't gonna never get around to proving Rico, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm about to. I don't know what I'm going to do with him. Child.
Yeah,
Let's just read the comments because I really don't have any more to say. Can you read it? I'm setting up for.
Hold on, give me a second.
Okay. I really don't have anything much to say. It is what it is. And I have a feeling it's going to get worse. I feel like the prosecution had to ask and tell certain stories because Barracuda is waiting. Barracuda is waiting to be released. Okay. It's a lot.
Says, okay. Diddy, one nasty ninja. He is.
He is.
It's almost like he fantasizing being in a pig pen or something. He just over people sweating, dripping. But I mean, those girls had to get a lot of money for that. That 20 million probably wasn't enough. this probably was not enough. Let me see.
Who was her friend that was getting married? I didn't think to look that up. I
I was
will.
told, I was told it was Gina. She met somebody and
Terry,
moved.
you
Huh?
really thought the friend was Gina?
That's what I heard.
You really
And
heard that?
that she married some guy and went overseas. Got engaged with somebody overseas. I don't know. I mean, I heard this yesterday. So
I'm going to take a break. I'm going to be calling the people that were in the courtroom. I'm going to be talking to other bloggers. I'll try to find out who the married friend was. Ugh.
somebody said over here they believe it's some Kenny Garagos. Oh no,
Uh,
no, oh no, 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 no,
we have
no.
an
That
update. It says the jury leaves. Here we go. Agnafello. Could we have a quick sidebar with the government about something I'd like the court to advise on? He said, yes. I cannot.
Well,
It's a lot. It was a lot. It was a lot.
okay.
And a lot I couldn't. Go ahead, Perry.
Look, look. What do y'all think right now? How the attorney's gonna respond? On
Oh, you mean Barracuda?
no, no, law and crime. No, no. I mean because I think they was full of Rico-ness last week, but they starting to fall back a little bit. They starting to not believe Rico exists. But I wonder after listening to this witness, what they're gonna say about this witness here. Go ahead.
Also, my friend said that, update. Jane leaves. Okay. So they're still at the sidebar. My friend said today was the busiest outside the courtroom of all days. More people are coming to the scene of the crime, if you will. I mean, this is gaining so much traction. This is the trial of the century. So it feels like each day more and more people are watching across the pond, from Australia. They're from all over.
Mhm.
So, mm.
Well, at least it's Friday. We'll
At least
close
it's
the trial out day 18, but tomorrow, people. I know I've been trying to get around to the show. We would definitely do something because it is things we can catch up on over there tomorrow.
on 47.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, how could these big things be going on at one time? We are stretched thin. There are crazy things going on in Okay, so I'm trying to wait until Law and Crime comes on, and then I'm going to take a break, and I'll call you then.
So Miss Mitchell says law and crime is going to say drug trafficking was shown.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm saying yes. I mean, I guess trafficking because they did move it, but she moved it. Wouldn't they have to prove that Diddy told her? Or I guess they could take her word. Yeah, Diddy, he do it to everybody, whatever. But even that, if it's for personal use, do you still give a man life in jail, in prison for something like that? For real? El Chapo didn't get that much, huh? And he had weight. No, I'm just saying. So I mean, people, I get it, but you're right, Ms. Mitchell. That's what they'll be saying. They'll go back to Rico has, but we'll see. I'm just. It only takes one person.
Yeah, with the quickness. With the
Yep.
quickness.
Hmm?
Law and Crime, please. Let's just see what they're going to say. And then I have to take a real break. I got to find some things out. Someone says government overplayed their hand by forcing all these willing participants to testify. They're hostile witnesses. We can't forget that at the end of the day.
I mean, and for real, what was all these raids for? If this all we got so far?
Asha says Yes, people are there from Australia, New Zealand, Scotland. So my friend told me, I know what, maybe two people inside the courtroom. Uh, and then the rest, else is outside the courtroom. They're saying that more and more people are coming each day. Hi, Sheila. I changed my mind. I'm going to say, stay poor. This is sick.
Yeah.
Come on, law and crime. Let's just come on.
I mean, I thought 20 million sound good, but if you got to go through all that, mm-mm-mm.
Yeah, yeah, it's a lot. It's a lifestyle I wouldn't want.
I mean, could you imagine? I mean, how she get to feel too, though? Like, besides the stuff that's gonna happen once she get off the stand, you get to tell the world you did all this things that this one girl just got 20 million for, and you got like 10,000, 15,000. You know, a place to stay for a couple months. Mm-mm-mm. Now she got to feel like she was shorted.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Which one?
I'm froze. I hate that.
You moving on mine? Oh, I don't know. Simply Lee says KK either has to take the stand or they need to charge her like Diddy. Well, I'll agree. I would agree. And might need to charge her even if she took the stand. It sounded like she was right there with him the whole time. Mm-mm.
Okay,
Ellie,
so let me see.
yes.
So what time is it? Oh, so long crime is not coming on for 10 minutes?
Yeah. The thing is, I don't think she had to go through all this. All Cassie had to do was document his abuse in the beginning, and she would have gotten the 20 million. Yeah, probably. Huh.
So they're not coming on long crime for 10 whole minutes. Should I just put it on the screen and have you? What are you laughing at?
Because we tired and hungry.
I know. But look, you can go first. I have a little snack,
Okay.
and then we'll do it that way.
Yeah, I'm gonna pop on. I'm gonna grab something and step out back.
Yeah,
'Cause
and go to your friend's channel. Find out what's going on
okay.
the outside of the courtroom today.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Thank you. You guys, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, everybody go take a break. If you want a break, take a break. I mean, this was brutal. It said honestly, the guy from the hotel that had a video could have got 20 mil. They just didn't play the game right. KK named a co-conspirator. She is a co-conspirator. And I don't see how they're gonna go through this trial without putting her in the stand. That just would be elementary for them not put her on the stand. So I'm gonna just assume she's coming because, and if she gets on the stand, my goodness. Something's telling me that Cassie's gonna get sued for something, and a lot of that money is gonna be be gone anyway. Sherelle, you don't think since she's out there, she should just tell everything, forget being in love? Yes. Well, it's how she tells it. Because if you keep showering him, saying you love him and he's sweet and a great guy, that's not, I'm sure he is, but that's not the side we want to hear today. We want to hear about the monster. We know he has him in him. We don't want to give anybody any room to give him any, to have anything lean in his favor. I'm just being honest, like Perry's honest. I'm not going to hide the fact that I'm team prosecution. Elise says, I remember when she was seen out with Diddy once, and the blogs posted it, and 50 Cent posted it, telling his son that his mom is a hoe, and she replied to leave her alone, and that she was happy. Okay, let's just say that's true, and it probably is true, because 50 Cent is just, I like him, don't get me wrong. I could feel a certain way about a court case, but still like people. She really thinks in her head that she loves him. And the prosecution should make it very clear that she has been sucked in and she is brainwashed. Because she sounds ridiculous praising him. She sounds ridiculous. You can't have that on the stand. There's a way to take the stand that will help whichever side you're trying to help. And then there's a way to testify that will help the defense. I mean, she still wants that word, I assume. She's in a cloud. She is just brainwashed. She's brainwashed. The rumors were correct about Diddy into men. Truth? I mean, I don't know. It's the rumor on the street, but no escort that has taken the stand has said they have any kind of physical contact with Diddy. It doesn't matter. I mean, I guess it does to the rap community. For me, a prostitute's a prostitute. Her best friend is Nelly's and Floyd's ex-girlfriend. Are you talking about Chantel Jackson? Is that it? Are you talking about Chantel Jackson? They love sugar daddies. I don't know what to say about the last comment. Child, I gotta go. I'm too damn old for this case. I should be over there talking about something else. Oh my goodness. Sherelle, that's still her boyfriend. I know, but if that's true, and she's saying that he's still her boyfriend, then she should not have taken the stand. She just shouldn't. Cassie can't get Sean Combs' investment. A lot. If her experience was abusive, it was an abusive. What do you guys want her to do? Lie? I mean, not lie. Nobody asked you to lie. Just watch how you answer questions. That's it. Be very cognizant of what you're saying. Sherelle, she knew what she was doing. Everybody knows 50 and Diddy don't like each other. She did that to make 50 mad. I would never date my kid's father's enemy, even if I don't like my ex. We're cut from a different cloth. Never, ever, never. I wouldn't even dream about it. I don't play that. Like, girl. And if this is true, she will never be the wife. They don't marry women like that. But I'm stuck on Chantel. Oh, child, look. Oh, elite. Yes, Chantel is just as dingy as 50's baby mama. Remember, Floyd and 50 used to be child, I forgot all about that. Let me say this about Chantel. She's one of the prettiest women I've ever seen. I think she's stunning. Have you ever seen an ugly girl with a nice looking man, or you be like, how did that happen? They like you. They will sleep with you if you're nice looking. But if you are an airhead, nobody's trying to wife you up. I just hope this is not true. And do y'all remember when Nelly dumped Chantel because he said he didn't want any children and she was moving in that direction? He gets back with his ex, Ashanti, who is a million times better than Chantel and equally as pretty. And what's the first thing they do when they get back together? Have a baby. It's insane. It's insane. If that's true. I told you earlier, she is from that Floyd stable. Chantel got rid of the twins. He made that public that she terminated the pregnancy. She got rid of the twins she was with because she wasn't trying to mess up her body. I know women like that. It's just, child, it is hard to watch, okay? Chantel, you only have, listen to me, I'm 54 years old. You only have a window of opportunity to have children and build a family. And it's when you're in your 20s to mid 30s. This is the time when you are least thinking about children. But at some point, you have, if you want to be a mom and you don't want to have to go to the fertility clinic, you have to get pregnant. But some women, you ain't messing my body up. Then when they get older, they want to implant an embryo like Janet Jackson. She's 50 years old. It's not hard to watch if you're not biased. I'm biased. Sherelle, I agree with your assessment. This is a lot. This is a lot. The prosecution. That's my son. He sees me sitting here. What does he think I'm doing? Anyway, the assessment is a lot. The prosecutors have already shown P Diddy MO. We need to move to KK's testimony. This witness did all these entanglements for rent. I'm not biased, so I have to agree. Now, the question is, I can't help but reporting it biased. I try to show both sides though, but I know where my heart is. 50's baby mama also used to be with Jason Derulo. Is that a singer that used to date? She's real fair skinned. Jordan something, I think. She dated him right after 50. I think I know who Jason Derulo is. I think he's in music. I don't know who he is though. But I've heard of this relationship. I think he dated some famous girl named Jordan. Okay, so then he's a musician. So I heard that relationship was a hot mess. And 50 didn't like it. That's what I heard. The prosecution team isn't winning cases for nothing. Just wait. Okay, that's true. Sparks, Jordan Sparks. How do I know her? I can see her face. I know her name. She sang a song with Chris Brown, something about breathing. Now, remember, I'm older. I like Chris Brown, by the way. But I'm not into music like that. Something about breathing. Something. I don't know. Oh, she was on American Idol. My bad. She was on American Idol. Now, American Idol, I watched all the way up until Fantasia. Did Fantasia win? Yeah, she won. That's the No Air. Is that the name of the song? Okay. How to breathe with no air. Yeah, it was a good song. What about Diddy from the back? I don't. Are you asking me the one time that she felt uncomfortable and then the guy? I don't. Oh, well, I guess I already read that. Jordan Sparks, Chris Brown, song "No Air" with Chris Brown. Good song. If Lori Harvey could get away from Diddy, these women, these women could. Nobody was being held captive. They chose to be in this crazy relationship. Okay, they must be getting ready. They're 4 minutes late. Let's see. I got to turn it on. So let me get it ready. Hold on. Child, today was a day, okay? It was a day. Let's see what they're going to say. They're going to say the prosecution did great. It was amazing. They proved Rico. Joy Chavez got away too. Remember, she was seen with Diddy once and never again. That's Little Bow Wow's baby mama. And she has another famous person she has a child with. Bow Wow. I don't know. It's a Rico case. How come the jury wasn't sequestered? They said that the ultimate decision. Who was friends with Daphne? Chantel? Maybe. Future. Child, who would have a baby by Future? I mean, no offense, Joy. You're crazy. I would never have a baby with Future. Just seeing him with Sierra scared the living daylights out of me. No. The jury wasn't sequestered because one, juries don't like being sequestered. They get very antsy. They get worn out. And I see that the judge is trying to make sure that
Hey there, everybody. I'm Jesse Weber, and welcome to our live coverage of the Sean Diddy Combs criminal trial at a federal court in New York. This is another interesting day, and we're going to be taking your questions for the next hour and a half or so, not only about the testimony today, but any aspect of this case that you want to talk about. I have an all-star panel that I'm going to be bringing on in a minute, but also today's a big day because it's the continuation of the testimony of alleged victim 2 in this case, Jane. Pseudonym being used. We do not know for sure who she is, but this is a single mother who claims that she is a victim of sex trafficking. And I will tell you, based on the testimony so far today, it does become a question. Is she proving sex trafficking for the prosecution? Has she proven transportation to engage in prostitution? Has she helped with the elements of racketeering? These are all the charges that Sean Combs is facing. So before I get to your questions, I got to bring in right now Elizabeth Milner, Law and Crimes in-court reporter, who is in there for all of the action today. Elizabeth, it is good to see you. We already have questions coming in directly for you, so let's get right into it because I know always my time with you is limited. We have a question from Danny, and this is the central question. This is the central question because I asked yesterday, it was more introductory. She seemed to talk about the love that she had in this relationship with Sean Combs, how she met him in 2020. The relationship began in 2021, started to introduce her into these voyeuristic sexual episodes. I wasn't hearing force, fraud, coercion for sex trafficking, right? And using those methods to induce somebody into commercial sex acts. So the question now is from Danny, this is a question for Elizabeth. Did Jane testify to any coercion she faced from Diddy? The floor is yours, Elizabeth.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to answer that. I feel like we're still kind of getting into the depths of more of her direct testimony. Whereas right away with Cassie, for example, it was you could kind of make the dots and connect the dots sorry, I cannot speak today. You can connect the dots a little bit easier with Cassie's testimony. For example, you have the Intercontinental Hotel incident, the surveillance video. But as far as just coercion specifically to Jane, it's kind of hard to really tell at this point. There were times while she was on the witness stand today, for example, that she would just break down into a lot of tears, to the point that AUSA Maureen Comey was like, do you need to take a break? Are you okay? Do you want to keep going? And Jane just continued to push through. But she got really emotional at points when it came to just how long that these freak-offs would last, to the point where she would be so tired that she would request or kind of give a look to her partner, as she calls him, but that look was to Diddy or to Puffy or Sean Combs, as she also calls him on the witness stand. But she was kind of explaining that there were times where she'd be really exhausted from a freak off or a hotel night or a debauchery night, whatever they call it. And then Diddy would want more escorts to come. So when they were done with one escort, that escort would leave, then another escort would come, that escort would leave, then another escort would come into the hotel room, and then that escort would leave. And so she did have points today where it was very emotional. But as far as force, fraud, and coercion, it's kind of hard to tell, mainly because Jane a lot of the times was like, I did it to please him. I did it to make him happy. I knew these were things that turned him on, and I just wanted to make sure that he was happy. I would give him massages. I would watch or put on his favorite show. I would cook for him after these hotel nights or freak off sessions. And so it's a pretty gray area right now. But I think that during the direct, which is going to continue until 5 p.m. today, that somewhere, some point, maybe the dots will be connected a little bit more than what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, it's a mixed bag, and I'm going to talk about it later. You know, there were aspects of it where she talks about, you know, throwing up and then being forced to engage in these sex acts, her crying, him being dismissive. Then there's problems, like she still wanted to be in his arms. She's calling him sweet, that it seems like he didn't force her to have sex with one sex worker that was, you know, sweating. But I think a lot of it goes to transporting her and sex workers for the purpose of sex work. So that's, you know, I think count 5 in the indictment, transportation to engage in prostitution. Here's a great question. After yesterday, when Diddy got in trouble for allegedly nodding at the jury during cross-examination of a witness, we got a question here from Shady Nasty. What is Diddy's demeanor like in court today listening to Jane testify?
Well, Diddy at the defense table is doing kind of what he normally does, minus kind of the nodding along with the testimony and things of that sort. So for the most part, I do see him at times jotting notes down, passing them off to his attorneys. During sometimes the sidebars, I see him kind of turn around, look at his family members, for example, seeing his mom inside the courtroom and waving hello to her. But as far as just giving looks to the jurors specifically and nodding along, I haven't seen much of that today. And so it might have resonated what the judge said to Diddy yesterday, right before we had went to the lunch break, just yesterday around the same time. And so as far as what we're seeing, it's not as intense as it was yesterday, but I think after the judge's words to him, I think he realized, okay, I gotta chill out on doing the nodding.
So, you know, he's not looking at the jurors, because we got a question here from RSS. He's not nodding at the jurors. Is he looking at the jurors? Are the jurors looking at him? Because this is important testimony. I guess the question is, what are the jurors doing when they're listening to the testimony of Jane?
Yeah, so from what I see, and I did try to get a better seat for you guys today so I could kind of really see more of like the second row, the third row. I can't see the first row as much as I normally could from where I normally sit. But as far as what I did see from the jurors today, I did see them either looking directly at Jane while she's testifying, especially during those moments where she got super emotional and she began crying. And then I also saw them looking at AUSA Maureen Comey too while she was kind of doing her lines of questioning. And so there were times where you could see jurors looking at Maureen Comey, then looking at Jane on the witness stand, or they're just laser focused on Jane, or some of them I've seen are just jotting down a bunch of notes. I have seen a lot of notes because there were exhibits that were shown, and a lot of exhibits that were shown. Unfortunately, during Jane's testimony, we in the gallery and even those in the overflow room cannot see it, but we're hearing a lot of descriptions of them. For example, the many lines of escorts and the escorts photographs that the jurors saw today and that Jane saw today too. But from what I could see of them, really it seems like they're paying very close attention. I didn't see any outwardly kind of facial expressions as far as maybe being confused or anything like that. Really, they're just kind of like, I really kind of want to know myself what's going on in their mind sometimes, because sometimes they just have a very stone cold face kind of going on while they're listening to a lot of graphic testimony.
By the way, did you hear that recording that was played in court today regarding, I think you could hear Combs, Jane, and this guy named Don, right? What was that recording?
Yes. Well, let me get to that part of my notes.
Well,
Because,
I'll
course,
tell you what.
as
I'll tell you
always,
what.
I
As you
take
get to
a
your
whole
notes,
bunch
as
of
you
notes.
get to your notes,
Yeah.
as you get to your notes, I will give you another good question for you. This is from I Do Voodoo One. Elizabeth, Elizabeth, I forgot what skincare you use. What shorthand program are you using? You rock. So if you want to answer that, or you want to answer the more serious question about the recording as you get to your notes.
I mean, I can always answer about skincare. It's toner, it's retinol, it's serum, it's face mask, it's Vaseline lip moisturizer, and it's a lot of water. So
And
that's
it's working.
the easy
And it's
question. I love
working.
answering those types of questions. Thank you. Thank you. Honestly, when that question was posed to me yesterday, I was kind of like, is it because my skincare looks good, or is it because I'm sweating out here because it's so hot? But we're okay. We're okay. And I found that point in my notes, so I can tell you guys all about what we did here as far as this particular iPhone recording. And so it was a conversation that was recorded by, I believe it was Diddy recording this on an iPhone, because that's kind of what they did during these hotel sessions and these hotel nights. And so one of the conversations was recorded about Jane wanting the escorts to wear a condom. And so when we first hear the exhibit, because again, we can't see it, but we can hear this audio, the jurors can see this. So you can hear voices. It's all jumbled up. I'm kind of like, what is this that we're hearing? And Jane said it was herself on this recording, Dawn and Diddy on this recording. And she said during this video, she was asking Dawn to put on a condom. And Diddy said, what are you doing? What do you want? And so then Maureen Comey replays it again, and she kind of takes it piece by piece as far as what was being said. So Jane said, I think they're in the chair, and she was referring to as condoms. And then Diddy said something along the lines of, you were just taking that D if you don't touch yourself right now. And then Jane was explaining, I understand that my request was going to be denied. And then Maureen Comey asked, well, why did you need permission from Mr. Combs for an escort to have sex with your body? And then Jane's getting pretty emotional here. And then Jane herself responded, I don't know, I'm still trying to process everything. And then there was an objection from the defense. They had a sidebar. And then when they came back from this sidebar, Maureen Comey asked again, why didn't you insist that Dawn wear a condom? And Jane responded, I didn't want to disappoint my lover. He wouldn't be in a good mood or satisfied with the night if she were to continue asking this. And she said for the most part, Diddy preferred for the escorts to not be wearing rubbers or condoms when they're having sex with her. She said that he doesn't like seeing these on the escort's body. And so it was just an interesting kind of recording to kind of hear out in court. At first, I was like, what are these words? Like, I really couldn't comprehend it. But as they broke it down, I was kind of like, oh, okay, now I can see where they're kind of going with this a little bit.
So got a great compliment just came in from Donnie Z TV. Thank you so much for this super chat comment. Jesse, you and Elizabeth rock. So thank you so much. Very kind of you to say. Okay, we did have a question here from Shop Girl. And I don't know if you were in court for this. We saw reporting about it. What was the extent of Diddy's aggravation when he was obviously angry speaking to his attorneys? There was something reported about that. I think the jury had been excused maybe on a break, and he was quite animated speaking with his attorneys. Did you see anything like that?
I didn't see anything like that. I might have been a point where I stepped out to use the restroom, but I mean, wow, I'm just hearing this for the first time. So I didn't see it in person. So unfortunately, I can't answer too much of your question. I think I might have just gone off to the restroom, I guess, when that moment might have happened.
So Elizabeth, would you agree with me and pick out the points? Do you feel that from today's testimony and a little bit from yesterday, they are solidifying transportation to engage in prostitution, where Diddy is accused of transporting sex workers and alleged victims for the purposes of prostitution, for the purposes of sex work? You don't need force, fraud, or coercion necessarily. It's more of a straightforward charge. Were there some highlights today that you say they got it in the bag for that?
I think so. For example, when we were seeing just the number of escort exhibits, we saw a man named Don. He was an escort that Jane and Diddy had used. And the last time she saw Don, this particular escort, I thought it was interesting. The last time that she had sex with him, and during these hotel nights, even though sometimes they didn't always happen in hotels, the last time was August of 2024. So like just last month, not last month, oh my goodness, last year, but a month before Diddy was arrested. Then there was an exhibit shown to the jury and to Jane. It was called The Escort. and that Paul was used from 2021 until July of 2024. Jane thought that he was a personal trainer because he actually trained Diddy, but he also worked for Cowboys for Angels. But I think the sticking point here is that she saw him in Los Angeles. She saw him in Miami. She saw him in Turks and Caicos. There was Leo, the escorter, also referred to as the Italian. She met him in 2022 on her birthday. The last time she saw him was in 2023, and that they would use him every so often, but she saw him in Los Angeles. There was an unnamed escort that she was shown an exhibit of, met him in 2021, and this was the escort that she said that she was repulsed by him, that he was super sweaty, he had smelled, she was hesitant with him, and that he was used in just different places too. So I think if anything, that the prosecution does have that working for them. I think it is still kind of up in the air as far as count 4 goes when it pertains to sex trafficking with Jane's specific count. But as far as just transportation to engage in prostitution, I think Maureen Comey is really kind of making great points here and there where it's like, well, where did you see this individual? Was it in Miami? Was it in Vegas? Was it in Los Angeles? And even for Dawn, for example, one of the first escorts that Jane had booked on her own, she was explaining that he was someone that they always flew out from Atlanta to wherever they were, either it be in Los Angeles or other places, and that they would be arranged, the travel as far as Dawn was concerned, would either be arranged by Jane herself, but she would be reimbursed by Diddy, or it'd be by Diddy's travel agent who would get everything going as far as making the flights for him and then flying him out from where his home was in Atlanta, Georgia, over to wherever Diddy and Jane were.
Just to clarify here, Elizabeth, what are the points you think the defense is going to jump on? And when I say that is, I'm reading the transcript, and there's certain parts of her testimony that I don't think are great for the prosecution. You know, I mentioned it before, but the idea of there was this sweaty individual, and it doesn't seem, unless I'm wrong, Combs forced her to actually continue sexual relations with him, that she still talks like a loving relationship with Sean Combs, you know, that she wanted to be in his arms. She just wanted to be with him. She loved him. I mean, she was dating him up until his arrest in 2024, that she was the one who was writing sexually explicit messages to these sex workers, seemingly, you know, she says it was at Sean Combs' request. But are there certain avenues, certain points in her testimony today where you feel the defense is going to focus on, or you feel there are openings for the defense to exploit?
I think the defense is definitely going to ask Jane how she feels about Diddy today, as far as whether or not she still has feelings for him. Because I think there are times during her direct testimony where you can kind of feel like she is a little apprehensive. I don't know if it's about testifying in general, or that she may have kind of conflicted feelings where she was seeing this person up until September of 2024. They had a long relationship beginning all the way in 2021, not as long as Cassie and Diddy were together as far as that 11-year on and off period. But I think they're going to ask her, what are your thoughts on Diddy? Do you still love him? I think they're also going to ask her, you initiated some of these hotel nights. You were the one sending these messages to these entertainment or pornography stars, and you were the one making sure that you were bringing them to wherever you were. Were you a willing participant? Did you say no, or are you just saying that because the government called you? I feel like they're really going to poke holes in her story, possibly use her text messages against her, as they've done kind of with other witnesses, and possibly ask her, well, you were kind of getting something out of this, and that was her rent being paid for. Again, that rent being $10,000 a month, which I did the math wrong yesterday. I said it was 8 times more than my rent. It's 5 times more than my rent, but still, that's a lot of money to pay for rent for somebody else. But as far as just where the defense is going to poke holes, I think they kind of have a lot possibly working for them. I think one interesting thing, Jesse, is that there was a moment yesterday where the judge was asking, can everyone stay a little bit later? Because they know that Jane has to get off the stand by Thursday because she has to make a flight. But Alexandra Shapiro stood up and was like, I can't stay late. And she was talking about it yesterday. She's like, I can't stay late today because I have this other event, but I really want to stay here for all of Jane's testimony because we believe she's one of the most important witnesses in the case. So I think that the defense knows just how important Jane's testimony is, but I think they definitely kind of have a lot working for them when they do eventually get to cross-examining her.
And by the way, if anybody has any questions for Elizabeth as we have our time with her, please submit them right now. Do you know if who's there on Diddy's side today? Is his family there?
Yeah, so we are seeing a lot of family members today. So, for example, we're seeing his sons, including I almost said Tristan, but it's Justin and Christian. I'm sorry, everyone. I know today is Friday and I'm feeling the Friday vibes, but also Janice Combs was inside that courtroom today too. His sister Keisha made an appearance today in court. She's been in there. Diddy's PR rep is in there. I think not on Diddy's side or anything, but I think notably someone in the courtroom today was Doug Wigder, who is Cassie's attorney. But as far as those who are who are on Diddy's side today, one of his really good friends and music producer Charlucci was there, and his youngest daughter's mother was in there in that courtroom too. So he has a lot of support kind of working on his side today, a little bit more support than maybe we've seen for other days. But as far as just his daughters, we haven't seen them since week 1 of trial. So I think that's something kind of interesting. But he does still have his support system there, including probably one of his favorite people, his sons and his mother there, and his sister too.
There's always a lot of conversation about what happened yesterday, what exactly he was doing with respect to the jury. And, you know, the question is if he's nodding towards them. This is a guy who has been accused for the last 3-4 weeks of intimidating people, witnesses, alleged victims, assistants. So was he potentially trying to intimidate the jury? It also could be maybe he was feeling the high of a successful cross-examination of a key witness, Brianna Bongolan, which we could talk about as well. But we get this question that came in from Ashley Glass. It's for you. If yesterday he was nodding at the jury, isn't that suspicious to him getting to a juror? Could they be compromised by Diddy? So I guess the question is there anything that you're observing here, Elizabeth, that would suggest 2 questions? Anything that looks like the jury might be siding with the defense, whether it's any kind of cross-examination that you've seen so far? Are they nodding? Are they looking? Are they responding positively to the defense? And number 2, do they look like they're affected by Diddy's presence or behavior in that courtroom?
Well, I don't know if they're necessarily affected by his behavior, because I thought after yesterday, after the judge kind of admonishing Diddy, I thought maybe there would be kind of a change in maybe facial expressions as far as the jurors not kind of looking his way. But I think because of the way the layout of the courtroom is, you can't help but kind of look over in that way or anything like that. But as far as just kind of him looking at the jurors, and let me just say, he doesn't just look at the jurors, he looks at everybody in the gallery too. There are moments where even us on the press side, he does make eye contact with us. And myself, who's not a juror on this case, I myself find that kind of intimidating. So I can only imagine kind of how the jurors are feeling when they're getting kind of looks from the defendant himself. And I'm also wondering, as far as just him nodding along, it was something, again, that he was doing, I think, a little bit longer than when the judge kind of pointed it out. He did this for other witnesses while they were on the witness stand too. But taking back to the point of whether or not the jurors that I could see necessarily agreeing with the defense, or maybe that it got to them, I'm not sure. I remember, I think it was Daniel Phillip who was testifying, or it might have been the Punisher who was testifying, where I did see one juror kind of nodding along to, and I believe the attorney who cross-examined both of those men was Xavier Donaldson, kind of nodding along to his line of cross-examination. But even as far as today goes, which we haven't gotten to the cross, it's still under the direct, so the prosecution still asking those questions. I haven't seen much of a reaction from them, but they're really kind of hard to read sometimes. Sometimes I'm like, are they really interested? Sometimes I'm like, are they jotting notes down pertaining to testimony? Are they possibly writing their own grocery list down? Because when you're inside that courtroom for hours on end listening to this really graphic stuff, sometimes I'm wondering, like, are they really paying attention? But from what I can see, and from what the judge has even kind of complimented on, is it seems that everyone is paying attention to what's going on inside the courtroom.
Got one more question for you. This is from Jonathan Berry. Who is coming up after Jane, Elizabeth?
I do not know who's coming up after Jane. I'm very curious to see. I think a lot of us are possibly wanting to hear from somebody that we've been hearing a lot about, and that being KK or Christina Koram. But the government hasn't given any indication if she'll take the stand, and if she does take the stand, when that'll be. But I do think what the government is gearing up for is just their summary witness to eventually take the stand. And that person's going to really kind of wrap up everything together, probably show some demonstrative exhibits as far as just these different charts and how the escorts were flown out on certain days and all of that stuff. So I think for sure we're getting kind of possibly maybe depending on how you look at it, close to the end of the government's case, but I don't want to put words in their mouth just in case we see maybe 20 more witnesses down the line, and I don't want y'all to get mad at me when that happens.
No one will ever get mad at you. Don't you know that by now, Elizabeth? Elizabeth, thank you so much. Great reporting as always. Lot to break down here. We're going to take your questions. I'll allow Elizabeth to jump back into the courtroom. Okay. So let me bring in my all-star panel. I am joined right now by SiriusXM host Mina Say What Lona. I'm joined here by criminal defense attorney Mauricio Padilla and civil rights attorney Joe Richardson. It's great to have you all here. Thank you so much. Mauricio, I'll start with you. You think the defense is happy right now?
Probably. I think that they're looking at this witness, Jane, and they're thinking that maybe Jane is a person that they could use to not only discredit her own testimony, but to discredit under the umbrella of alleged victims. So whatever damage they could do to Jane, they're going to want the jury to be like, look, just like Cassie, just like all of these women that they had, it was a choice. They weren't really forced. And I heard when Elizabeth was like, well, whether or not force, fraud, or coercion was proven, it's kind of a gray area. I'm sure the defense is going to take the position that force, fraud, or coercion is never going to be a gray area. It's going to be a black and white issue of whether or not, these women were forced to do it. I reviewed the testimony, what the news has come out regarding Jane's testimony. There's a lot there that really indicates that she wasn't forced. She wasn't, I didn't see that. I didn't see the force. I didn't see the fraud, the coercion. This is someone that, she said that she was having unprotected sex with these men, that she was repulsed, that they were smelly, but I didn't hear like why she was forced to do it. And if you're forced to do it because you were scared that he wasn't going to pay your rent, I don't think that that's enough to satisfy force, fraud, or coercion.
Yeah, well, we got some super chat questions coming in. So thank you so much, everybody. We got one from Flip to Freedom. This is very similar. I'll throw it to you, Joe. This is, how is anything Jane said criminal? You answer, and then I will give my perspective on it as well.
I think that's the biggest question here, right? You've got a lot of things that are going on that are unseemly, that have to do with some physical harm. He's a domestic abuser, which he's not getting prosecuted for. He's a freaky guy, which he's not getting prosecuted for. So that is a very, very open question, and I think that the defense will take it directly and use that and ride that all the way to closing argument. Now, that said, what you want to be able to say in prosecution is that she is a victim and that she is doing things she would not be doing otherwise. He threatened with violence. He held things over her head. She was clearly doing things that she didn't want to do that were not voluntary. She talks about her first sexual experience, which was great, and that was fantastic. And then after that, she opens a Pandora's box she couldn't close, and these types of things. So they know what the risk is in terms of what they have to do to prosecute their case, and that the jury has to think a certain way about this. But if I'm the defense, of course, I'm asking the same question this person just asked. How is any of this criminal? It's crazy, it's freaky, might be morally wrong, but what makes it legally?
So I think there's a couple of things here. And I think one, transportation to engage in prostitution. We can't forget about that charge. If she's talking about being, Combs and his assistants or her literally transporting sex workers for the purposes of sex work, and she's joining, I mean, that helps. That's that charge. Yeah. If you talk about the idea of her transporting drugs to different locations, that could be one of the underlying predicate crimes for racketeering, right? Drug offenses. And then coercion, right? She hasn't gotten to the alleged violence yet, which I think is going to be coming if you base it off of the opening statement. But if she's talking about him having financial control over her and, kind of pressuring her into these sexual episodes, even after she got sick, or whether or not it was dismissive about her concerns over the performers wearing condoms, it's not as strong of coercion as you've seen in other sex trafficking cases, but perhaps it's the building blocks towards that. And that's the question. Okay, Mina, great to see you. Got another super chat question coming in. This was from Tony Tokes. Hey, Jesse, do you think Lil Rod will testify? I throw it to you.
It's a possibility. A lot of what Little Rod has said in his civil complaint is coming up in this federal complaint and this federal trial. And it would be interesting to see if they do bring Little Rod up, who is a producer and has a very lengthy civil complaint that we're now learning there are a lot of facts in there that are also being presented in this trial. It'll be interesting to see because he's quite a character and he has a lot of personality, Little Rod.
Yeah, definitely. I just don't think he's going to play a role in this. And by the way, if you look at pretrial filings, there was a mention of producer one. I think an argument could be made that was Lil Rod, and the indication was from the defense that they weren't going to be calling him. And maybe there's something to that. A lot of his charges have been a lot of the counts that he, the claims that he had filed in his lawsuit were dismissed. And perhaps there is a weakness to the case, or perhaps he doesn't fit into the overall narrative by which the prosecution is going forward. Okay, Mauricio, this is from Nest Dog, another super chat question. Thank you so much. Don't the feds only need 2 of the 8 charges? So I think they're saying, don't you need only 2 of the several underlying predicate crimes for racketeering?
Yeah, that's all they need. It's not a difficult thing for them to overcome regarding the facts in this case. But yeah, all they need is 2, which it seems to me they're going to get there.
I think they've done it. I mean, Joe, I think they've done it. If you talk about forced labor, which, by the way, put aside kidnapping, Capricorn Clark, arson, Kid Cudi, sex trafficking, Cassie. I mean, it's not proven beyond the reasonable doubt. I mean, that'll be to the jury, but I think they've checked the boxes. I was thinking about something, Joe, is if they keep saying to her and saying to Cassie, was this work? Was this work? Was engaging in these sexual episodes work? He's taking care of her financially. Is this forced labor one of the underlying crimes of racketeering?
I think that the prosecution, of course, can argue that it is forced labor, but they still have the square peg in the round hole problem. There's a lot of things that, there's 7 or 8 different things, each of which could be a potential predicate crime. But it still feels as if when you're doing RICO, you can take a bunch of stuff with racketeering, throw it in a bowl, mix it around, and it's almost like you don't pay as much attention to the crime itself, whether you're talking about the arson, whether you're talking about some of these other things. It's almost like they don't pay quite as much attention, and there's not quite as much proof or combing out, for lack of a better term, no pun intended, of the actual crime, versus if the crime was being prosecuted in and of itself. And so the question becomes, are the predicate crimes there? Yeah, you can take a couple of them and put them there, et cetera. But all the jury has to do, of course, is believe the testimony and be good with the testimony. Is it there by itself? Yeah, a couple of them are there, but it's still RICO, and it feels a little bit different because even what you're talking about, Jesse, well, she was forced to do this and she's doing this and she's overworking these hours, et cetera. This is the first time a jury, these regular folks in their daily lives have looked at facts like this and been asked to extract forced labor from it, if that's the ask. Wow. And so that's what the risk is, because it looks a little bit different because you're going under a RICO charge.
I think this case comes down to closing arguments, trying to articulate, what did we just hear for 8 weeks? How does Kid Cudi relate to Jane? And I think they might be confused at this point, but it'll be up for the prosecution to clearly outline and articulate it. And these jury instructions, so important. Mina, we got another super chat question. This is from Kinga Seraphin. How long do you think it will take the prosecution to rest their case? And most important question, Jesse, what's your skincare love? What's your skincare? Love from Poland. Very kind question. I will get to that too. See, they felt that I was left out of the skincare conversation. I appreciate that. I'll get to that on the second part. Mina, how long do you think it's going to take the prosecution to rest their case?
Well, the judge said he's looking at July 4th to wrap up by July 4th. Initially, they were saying this was going to take about 6 weeks. Now they're pushing it more towards 8 weeks. So, and then we also have the problem of some people not wanting to testify. So that can cut down on the time that they possibly had to, that they factored in as an estimation. But according to the judge, he said he's looking to wrap up by July 4th.
Good. I mean, we'll see. There's always wrenches that are thrown in there. Who knows how long this deliberation process may last? They may take half a day or a full day to determine whether or not Cassie is credible, whether or not Mia is credible, whether or not Jane is credible. And if they have weaknesses in one of those witnesses, does it play into a potential weakness in the overall case? I'm not sure. I think this jury deliberation process is going to take quite some time. Oh, and as for my skincare process, you ever see Mission Impossible? No, I'm just kidding. No, it's moisturizer.
You exfoliate, Jesse?
I exfoliate, I moisturize, I'm on TV. My wife taught me all about this. By the way, got a question here from Tia215. Hello, Jesse. How are you? How's your day today? Hope all is well. It is. I'm having a great day. But talk about skincare. I got this sty in my eye. I'm fighting that. So it's it's a battle on all fronts. But what can I say? All right. Got a question here from ATX Stanley. Can you explain? Okay, I'll throw this to you, Mauricio. Can you explain the balancing test the judge uses to determine if a witness can testify anonymously? So, example, Jane, Mia. Does the government have to prove up the need for a pseudonym? That's a great question.
It is a great question, and I don't want to say the wrong answer. I haven't researched it. I'm gonna just say that the balancing test probably has to do with whether or not they're victims or whether or not they qualify as a victim. But if anybody else on the panel has a direct response, I don't know.
I'll throw it to you, Joe. But the way that I understand it, at least from a civil context, Joe, and this came up a lot in the civil suits that Diddy was facing, not every Jane Doe who filed a lawsuit against him could proceed anonymously. There is a balance of interest here. So first of all, you separate a criminal case where they don't necessarily want to testify. They might be subpoenaed to testify. Sure, there's a question if they're cooperating with the government, but they have less of a choice than somebody who has filed a lawsuit, has taken a proactive step to actually initiate litigation. So in that sense, if you're going to file a lawsuit against Sean Combs, you're putting your case in the spotlight. He has a right to know who his accuser is. You started this. You might have unless you can demonstrate there is a significant risk to your safety or reputation from you revealing yourself. The burden almost seems on the plaintiff in that case to prove that they need to be anonymous. It feels different in a criminal case. It feels that unless they say, hey, listen, I'm choosing, which is what Cassie did, I'm choosing to reveal my identity, they may have more of protection from being having their identities revealed.
Yeah, someone that's not involved in a proceeding voluntarily, right? Someone that's been subpoenaed to testify, et cetera, and there's a demonstrable fear for safety that is legitimate. It's still balanced against the fact that Diddy, in this case, has the right to face his accusers, et cetera. He's not supposed to be in a situation where we don't know who Jane Doe is, and Jane Doe is lobbing shots from behind the veil, as it were. I think it is a different standard in civil versus criminal. Civil case, it's a lot harder for you. I'm suing Diddy, and I don't want to be anonymous too at the same time. That's going to be much, much harder because you're bringing yourself into that area and bringing that on. But if it's a criminal case where, for oversimplifying it, safety is in question, right? This is one of the reasons that Diddy is being prosecuted. I think a judge, when doing the balancing, is going to be a little bit more likely to allow, and it's not likely, it's still in exceptional circumstances, it's going to be a little bit more likely to allow someone to be anonymous under circumstances like this, particularly given the nature of the case.
Mina, there's a good follow-up question to this. This is from L Spelunker. What about their identities being exposed? I'm not going to talk about what's coming out online, but if there's a lot of speculation about who Mia is, who Jane is, who alleged victim 3 is, even though she doesn't seem to be a part of the case as of right now, and whether or not videos and pictures are coming out there, and the reporters have to be very careful about how they describe who these anonymous witnesses are. It's a concern, right?
It absolutely is. And you also have to remind yourself that some of these women would have not come forward. They didn't necessarily file civil lawsuits. Cassie did file her civil lawsuit, but some of these women have not spoken about these incidents until now because they've been subpoenaed or asked by the government. Specifically, Mia said she would have went to the grave with this information. She was so ashamed to even talk about it publicly. And from what I'm reading from the report, she's looking down throughout her entire testimony. Now, you can obviously interpret that in different ways, but she's upset and shameful at the things that she's done, in my interpretation of why you look down during testimony. So I think you also have to consider that some of these women and some of these employees and some of these people would have probably never talked about this were they not asked by the federal government. And in order to keep some normalcy to their lives after this, they would like to remain anonymous. They have to go back to their regular lives. This is a huge trial. This is a huge case. It's being publicized everywhere. Even though we're not seeing video, it's still the talk of the town, the talk of social media every single day. How do you go back to your regular life when your identity has been exposed? So those are things that you have to consider when you're talking about this particular.
And Mina, let me just follow up with that. Don't you think it's interesting when, look, I will tell you, I think the defense has done a phenomenal job of cross-examining these witnesses. I mean, hitting them with prior text messages, posts. Brianna Mongolan yesterday. I mean, the idea of allegedly buying Sean Combs a sweatshirt, or wanted to buy him a sweatshirt 2 weeks after he allegedly dangles her off a 17-story balcony. The metadata from the photos of her injuries would indicate those photos were taken before the alleged attack. Hotel receipts indicating Sean Combs wasn't even in LA when this balcony incident happened. The question does become, what do they have to gain? What do they have to gain from everyone lying? I mean, that's the thing, right? The defense is basically saying to this jury, every single person's lying about Sean Combs, every single one of them. What is the incentive for them to come forward?
That's my exact interpretation of what's going on. So you're going to say everyone's lying? All of these people on the stand don't have a criminal complaint here. So, and some people are incriminating themselves, and that's why they're asking for certain protections. So I don't think that it's that easy. And we're going to see how the jury even interprets that.
Oh, well, look at this. I got a super chat question from my wife, Haley Weber.
Oh.
Hi, Jesse.
Oh,
great
right.
coverage. Your skin looks great. Well, she's biased, then. Thank you so much. Love you. I'll talk to you later about I didn't know she was a part of this conversation. That was amazing.
There you go, my friend.
I take out your skin.
All right, so we got a question here from, okay, this is a good one. This is from Abhilasha Darwal. So, apologies if I mispronounced your last name. Mauricio, I'll throw this to you. Why were sketches of Mia and Jane Doe allowed? Even faceless sketches provide a lot of information.
Well, they're in federal court, and in federal court, they don't allow cameras, but they allow these sketch artists to make the drawings, and probably they're allowed because they're probably saying, well, even if we're using an anonymous nickname or an anonymous name, that their image is in court, and the same way that they're allowed to take a rendition of a witness that isn't under a nickname anonymously, it's the same rules apply. So that's what I feel.
Mauricio, let me just throw another question to you. This is a criminal law question. This is from Blessing Eek. How does the prosecution have to prove each predicate act beyond a reasonable doubt to get a conviction on RICO conspiracy? Because I mentioned, Kid Cudi, the alleged arson, right? And also Capricorn Clark saying she was kidnapped by Sean Combs at gunpoint. The forced labor allegations, whether it's Mia being allegedly sexually assaulted while working for Combs, or the assistants, one being blackmailed by videotape or having to work long hours. I mean, I imagine the answer is yes, this is a criminal case. Do they have to prove each underlying crime beyond a reasonable doubt to get a conviction on RICO conspiracy?
My understanding is anytime that your freedom is at risk and the government has to prove something, it's going to be, in a case like this, is going to be beyond a reasonable doubt, including each predicate act of the crimes that they're alleging to satisfy RICO. Because if not, that would allow the government not to meet that threshold and then convict you of a crime without proving it beyond a reasonable doubt, which is what they need to do in a jury trial of this nature.
Joe, got a question here from Rel. Do you think it's dangerous for the government to be able to judge relationships? See, that's a good question, because a lot of people are criticizing or may criticize the prosecution's case and say, this is not the garden variety sex trafficking case that we've seen in like Taken, right? Where you got this organization that's kidnapping girls, shipping them off for sex work for clients, you know, for profit. They're drugging them. It's different. It's taking a relationship and saying aspects of this relationship were sex trafficking. And you have to, the defendant has to be in a position to have the wealth, the resources, the power, the ability to do this. So not everybody can be charged with sex trafficking, but it is a fair question. Do you think it's dangerous for the government to be able to judge relationships?
I would say it is a fair question. And even if it wasn't a fair question, I'd say it's a real question. The whole idea that this is somebody in a relationship that, to some people's view, may be being voluntarily participated in. Do we actually get to say, 20,000 foot view, that every time P Diddy Combs is in a relationship with someone who's probably got less money, who's probably got less resources, who's probably less well known, that there is this power dynamic that makes what goes on that might be voluntary in another relationship, criminal activity in this relationship? So it does raise some larger questions that I think that we have to deal with regardless of how this thing comes out. That being said, prosecutors, government, you know, in this particular case, it's the US government, prosecutors have to deal with, we're officers of the court, you have to deal with the responsibility of bringing cases that are supposed to be on behalf of the people related to the administration of justice, doing justice, etc. And so that responsibility is put in their hands. Going back to go forward, legislators have the responsibility to figure out what the laws actually are. And RICO got passed, right? So that this could be a potential way for things to happen and people to be prosecuted. But the best question, I think, which is next door to that question, is, was RICO meant for a situation like this in the first place? And that's where we got to get to. And I think that's the discussion you have to have.
I mean, this is not the only case that's discussing it. There's also the Alexander brothers, which we've covered extensively on Sidebar. And the question is it transforming, you know, these one-night stands, these relationships? What conduct that could necessarily be charged at the state level, right? There's no one saying this is right? No one's saying this is clean. It's just the question is it racketeering? Is it sex trafficking? Okay, Mina, this is from Lisa Gould. And this is something I've wondered as well. When will KK, so Christina Coram, Sean Combs' reported former chief of staff, who's come up like in every single, not every single day, but almost in every single witness's testimony, when will KK be on the stand? That's the next bombshell. She's got to take the stand, right?
That's the question. I'm hearing she's actually, and this is all hearsay. None of this is factual. I want to say that before I say this. But I'm hearing that she's actually talking to the government. Again, I don't know if this is factual, but that will really influence this case if she is, and then she does take the stand.
I first of all, let's be clear, Mauricio, if she takes the stand, how many people have been offered immunity so far? And sometimes you have to wonder, well, why are they being offered immunity? You know, you wonder Breonna Bengolan, well, she's talking about possessing drugs and distributing drugs. Okay, kind of get it. Eddie Garcia, this former hotel security officer, essentially said that he took a $100,000 bribe that he split with two other people, you know, to make sure that the video footage of Combs purportedly beating Cassie would be given to Combs. I can understand why he needs protection. Christina Coram takes the stand. She's got to have protection, right? I mean, if we're talking a racketeering conspiracy case, who are the co-conspirators? Is it KK based on what you've heard so far? Is it somebody else? Who are the co-conspirators in this criminal enterprise, Mauricio?
The majority of people that I've heard testify, including Jane, for her role in contacting these sex workers and paying from her own pocket to have them transported, and then he would pay them back, and KK and all these people that helped Sean Diddy Combs, you know, take part in these freak offs, transport drugs. And that's one way. When we were talking about earlier about why would everybody lie, I'm sure the defense is going to say a lot of people are lying to cover up their own illegal activity. They're lying to cover up their own lack of morality. They're trying to blame Diddy on certain things that they did that they're no longer comfortable with, because now the light of, you know, publicity is shined on the case. I mean, those are the type.
Hey, Perry, we're back.
Yeah.
All right. So you were listening to Law and Crime. They really seem like they're in a different courtroom sometimes, but they finally did say ultimately they have to prove that there is a criminal entity and that Diddy is the head of it. So even though we see these other acts going on, maybe arson, maybe bribery, maybe coercion,
Mm-hmm.
that doesn't matter. They have to say that this is an illegal business that profited from their illegal money, and then all the other things can come into play. So I
Right.
really want to make sure that people understand this. Yes, I see the arson that you're seeing. I see the trafficking that you see. I could also see crossing prostitutes over state lines. I see that, but it has to be proven to be a RICO first. If not, you could take all those individual charges to a state court, and then sometimes on some of them, the what do you call it? The statutes of limitation comes into play. Like
Mm-hmm.
with uh someone said there's updates. I don't see any updates. Let me check.
And then the biggest thing, though, while you're checking on that,
Mhm,
is a thing called unreasonable doubt.
mhm. Okay,
You know,
it just says the judge is back on the bench and testimony of Sean Combs' trial will resume shortly. Go ahead.
yeah, now I was talking about unreasonable doubt, right? Granted, I I just posted a poll. I'll get the stats in a minute. Should they have used RICO in this case? Yeah, we'll see what that thing come out. But if you're gonna just take a lot of stuff instead of, like I said, if you think Diddy trafficked it, charge him with that. Go after him for that. I don't care if he had to be in court for the next 10 years. Those are things you do. They
Well, what
want to take a shortcut, in my opinion, to take a man down based off Cassie's book. You know,
you mean
her lawsuit.
lawsuit. Yeah.
They took that and just wanted to create something. Some probably to get fame for themselves or whatever reason. I don't know their
Mhm.
motives. But they didn't feel like they have enough strong enough evidence to do all this stuff. So let's go with the RICO. We'll get all these things and just throw them in there and then talk about his character, which is bad. We all agree with that. And then we'll get a win. Because if they put Diddy away, somebody gonna get all this fame and glory for it. You know, it goes on their resume, the big wins and stuff like that. But this case, we could say it's RICO. To me, it's all about relationships, right? Now, or what you think is a relationship. Like I told you, if a man never told you that to go and have threesomes and do all that stuff, and especially if a man have you going to sleep with another, if a man have you going to sleep with another man, whether he watched, did whatever, he ain't gonna respect you to marry you. And I think these women knew what Diddy was about. It's two things. I think the DV stuff is definitely foul, and Cassie got paid for that. But and Diddy shouldn't have did it. But as far as the relationship, we love you, and all this stuff. These women love the opportunity to be a well-kept woman. And I feel, in my opinion, I could be wrong, but it's just my opinion, that they willfully did it. Went with these men, knowing that, yeah, he gonna let me do this freaky stuff or whatnot. But they was looking at it, what was in it for them to be well kept, to be put on the pedestal. They was not doing this for no broke guy. Let's keep it real. They asking for dollars. You can love anybody. Love ain't got nothing to do with financial. But if you are a gold digger or a money grubber, or a person who lazy and don't really want to go out and get it on your own, then you try to find somebody so you could be well kept. And a lot of people tell you, I just married him because he had money. Well, it comes with a price. Even, if you watch The Housewives, Erica Jane, she didn't care about that man like that. He wanted some eye candy and a young freak, and she wanted the money and the lifestyle. When I tell y'all, Cassie wanted
Okay.
that, in my opinion. The lady on the stand, she done went to 50. Now she over here. Go ahead.
Okay, so it says they're back. Comey, This afternoon, we'll be showing some explicit exhibits in binder, so not on counsel screens, but counsel can come up and see them. The judge says, okay, bring back the jury. It says, all rise. Okay, so here we go. Comey says, have you seen this man? Sean brought him to our hotel room in LA. I was in a robe and lingerie, the whole wardrobe I usually had. Attorney, what happened in the living room of the suite? She says, I knew this was something I could not fake. I don't know what that means. But here's the thing, Perry. You're going over whether you believe the witnesses or not, and you're saying if you believe them, then yeah, this could be coercion or it could be extortion, but I don't believe them. So you got to make it simple so everybody know what you're saying.
Well, I make this simple. I don't see how anybody could believe that.
Well, and I'm saying let's prove Rico first.
Well, yeah.
Then we can get into what you're getting into.
Also, in all fairness, that's what the case is about. I'm here for them to prove it. If they can prove it, I roll with you. It's not like I'm trying to stop this man from going to jail for something a crime he committed. I'm just not trying to send a man down there for a crime he didn't. Go ahead.
Also, too, you made me lose my thought. But that's the most important. We got to see if this is Rico first, and then all that other stuff comes into play. For the first time, too, I heard them say, I don't know if Rico could be proved. Also, I heard one of the attorneys say, well, I don't want to say anything, that the rest of y'all are not thinking. This is why a lot of times we can't listen to everything the so-called experts say, because they either know each other, they don't want to piss another attorney off, things like that. I got to update. Comey says, what do you mean? She said, I was repulsed by him. I tried the 30 minutes. Then I told Sean, can I talk to you in the bedroom? There, I told him, I can't, ... I tried again, but no. I told Sean, I am sorry. Attorney, how did Sean respond? She said, agitated. Oh, so, okay. So in the world of gossip, oh my gosh, they are dragging 50 Cent. They're saying that 50 Cent is going to go for full custody. I hope 50 Cent doesn't let the public or his boys or people he knows influence his decision. Yeah, it's hard to be the laughing stock. It's hard to be table topics. But don't do anything rash. You need to just think about this before you do it. And there's a reason that you pulled down her picture. I feel that you were informed. Don't go too far, 50 Cent. Just don't. He can't take ridicule. He can't take it. No matter what happens at the end of the day, that's still your baby mother. So
yeah,
y'all got to figure this out.
His pride is in his way, and right now he's hurt when your competitor, your op, take your baby mama and trick her out. Right?
You want to react
from this standpoint, guys don't like that. Guys can have an ex and still don't want to see nobody else with the ex.
Right.
He is like.
But do you think that when 50 met her, that she was a escort then? Just say.
I have no idea, but I'm assuming she was. Oh no, maybe not an escort, but I'm assuming that she was wanting to get with somebody famous, and so they'll go out and get the implants and surgeries and all that, because the implants and surgeries to me have replaced college or trade school.
Hold on, just Jane. Then another man came, attorney. Did Sean talk to you first? She said no. Who's this? A man I met in New York. I told him I didn't want to go to New York if it was just to set me up with a man. He said, no one-on-one, so I went. Girl, you've been dating him. Listen, Gina, it's this time for you to get off the stand. Okay, you guys proved that he forced her, or that was the purpose of her coming on. Now it's time for her to get off the stand. She's using words like he was wonderful, he was sweet, we loved each other. Yeah, I couldn't wait for him to hold me after. She's got a lot going on. You said what you had to say. The prosecution has warned us of what's coming up because they had to ask her certain questions to get ahead of the story. We got it. Now, let's just let her go. And I feel bad for when, I hope they're not too hard on her, because the reason I'm not crazy and saying that she's an angel and all of that, I'm saying that they proved their point. That's enough. Just stop, because now it's just getting ridiculous.
Okay.
50 Cent is so petty. He is so petty. On his IG, he got a pitch of him wearing a Free Diddy t-shirt. I cannot. I'm going to zoom over there real quick. 50 Cent, he's not handling this well. So somebody asked me earlier, how do we know it's Gina? Look how 50 Cent, how do we know it's, what's her name?
Oh, the baby mama. Just say baby mama.
Oh, how do we know it's the baby mama? Because of the way 50 Cent's been acting since yesterday.
Yeah, let me
It's
tell you something about
insane.
God. Guys aren't that complicated. And I'm telling this to a whole bunch of women that already know this. They know it. Guys are simple to get. You can look a certain way, do this. You don't want a guy over, right? But what y'all probably know too is what damage guys. Guys can't take, they pride get in the way, like certain things. If they see an ex with a better looking dude than they was, they're a little upset. It's like, if you had something less, that I might be okay with it. But just like when Cassie was in there testifying and her husband had to hear all this stuff, all these men, it's hard for guys to get over that kind of stuff. Now you got this op of yours, don't got your baby mama.
Okay,
That's bragging rights for one, and then he don't did what he did to her.
we have an update. Comey says, did you get off Wi-Fi on the plane? She said, yes. Sean sent me text. Do you want entertainment tonight? Attorney, how did you feel? She said, disappointed. My thought of seeing my lover was shot down. Attorney, where did you go in New York? She says 47's hotel. All right, I wanted to go ahead, Perry. Did you have something else to say?
Oh yeah, no, I was just saying that's why 50's upset. It's like it like crushed his ego a little bit, because he's supposed to be the man. Now you got your baby mama that went to an op, and he basically don't just put her out there, right? That's a nice way to say it. And then she's saying how cute these entertainers are, how big they Johnson and Johnson was. No, I'm just saying. So that stuff to guys is like, I know it sounds crazy, but damaging to guys.
So I guess this is a movie, maybe something that he's producing. And he says in the comments, does everybody really believe everything they hear? But look at this over here. Somebody posted a picture of 50 Cent and Bert. These comments are relentless. Oh my gosh, you guys, this is working on his self-esteem. Y'all need to stop. He should have stayed. You should have stayed with Cuba Link. Look at you now. Oh my gosh. I'm telling you, he's being ridiculed. It's so unfortunate. I don't know how you're going to deal with that, 50. It's time to grow up. And remember, no matter what you do, she will still be the mother of your child.
Right, but just think about how that whole setup went. Rappers go back. I took your girl. That shit goes deep. Now you don't got this man on took your woman, your baby mama. Don't took your trophy off your shelf and got her out there dancing.
Somebody says, I wonder if Diddy was intentionally doing freak offs with her to get back at 50. Beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay, beyond a reasonable doubt.
You got an
You
update.
had, there's an update. Here we go. Okay. Jane, she says, I saw the assistant setting up the room with red lights for a hotel night. I took his photograph. It's in parentheses, it says, not shown on a gallery screen. Attorney, what happened next? She says, I told Sean, I don't want to do this. He was just like super defensive. So they're trying to go back and clean up the damage that she caused by painting him as a wonderful, sweet, loving guy. They have to remind you who we're really dealing with here. And I don't know why she said that crazy stuff. This is what they got to remind you of. I mean, when she was talking like that, I was like, get her off the stand. She's too rattled. She's rattled.
It's weird. She probably talking that way, just saying what she got to say on the thing. But she's hoping that she can go back to Diddy when he's released. She knows she can't go back to 50.
I
Like
just
I
want
said,
her off the stand.
She's a wannabe kept woman. So who else gonna keep her?
Update. Jane says, on the way back to the room, Sean gave me a pill. Attorney, what is it? She said, ecstasy. I took it. The man was in the room. We had small talk. I let the man touch my leg a little bit. I took Sean to the bathroom and told me I can't do this. And told him, that's what they meant, and told him I can't do this. So listen, you guys are playing cleanup. This was supposed to be done before, and now you're trying to do it again the same day. We haven't forgot what she said before lunch. This is drawing everything out. I don't know. I guess you have to do it. Update. Here we go. Jane says, on the way back to the room, I read that. Sean gave her a pill. This is stuff that we talked about at 6 o'clock this morning. Like,
and notice how we was doing the cross yesterday. People saying it's become redundant. You asking the same questions.
Yeah.
Don't it feel like we're going over the same thing? Elevator. I couldn't do it. He gave me a pill. 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 Come on, let's go on to something. Let's just get it.
Well, I feel like they have to. They feel like they have to clean it up.
Yeah, especially when
what they're not realizing is when defense gets on, they're just going to tear it back up. So rather to do it on the redirect than now, you are dragging this on. That's what I would do. Now, I'm not a licensed attorney, but I have oodles and oodles of common sense. Like, stop. We're tired. We're worn. You're already talking about going an hour over today. You guys are tiring out the jury. Go ahead, Perry.
Maybe they finally starting to get a little closer to him hitting her. Maybe that's what they're gonna say. And then that'll be the thing they use. Well, she was fearful. Whatever, but let's get with it. Go ahead.
Comey says, how did Sean react? She said, agitated. I called another performer. Why? That's a hard question. At that point in the relationship, I knew that's what my partner would want. Attorney, Sean paying you rent? Question mark. She said, yes. Did he mention it?
Okay.
You guys have to remember also too, sitting in the court, being a juror, you don't want fatigue to set in because then we start blocking things out. Yes, she messed things up in the morning. Go ahead and let the defense chew her up, spit her out, and then come back on the redirect. But you're trying to clean up this morning. So we already seen it. So let's repeat it. Let's try to undo what she did, only to have the defense come back and tear it up again. And then you're going to come back and try to clean it up again. In the meantime, we're getting fatigued. We were
Right.
so into it this morning, like, oh my God. And now we're like, you said that already.
I mean, you start to get so tired, you just say, hell, just free him. You know? We can't keep going through this.
It says, how did Sean react? She said, I called another performer. Why? That's hard. A hard question. At that point in the relationship, I knew that's what my partner wanted. She's got to stop. See, here's the thing, prosecution. She's just not a good witness. She'll do good for 2 minutes, and then we'll see her coming back into what a great guy is. Stop calling him your partner for the testimony. His name is Sean Combs. Jeez.
Right. But she gonna need Sean Combs because she needs somebody to pay the rent, the bills.
So they said, was Sean paying your rent? She said, yes. Did he mention it? Objection. Time frame, judge says. Attorney, was this after Sean started paying your rent? She said, yes. I called Sly. He was excited. He flew to New York that night from Atlanta. Attorney, what happened? She said, it was nice. We had sex in front of Sean at 47's hotel. Didn't I just tell you she was going to do that?
Yeah, it's too much for real.
She's not a good witness. I get it. I'm a witness like that too. I always drop the ball. You just get nervous and you start thinking about other things. But the prosecution has to have sense enough to know that you are not a good witness.
Sherelle, I mean,
to get you.
Now you acting as if that her being on the stand, just telling this story, making her nervous, is giving her this version of the story. She's probably giving you the real story. She's not nervous about that.
I never said she was a liar.
Oh.
I said she doesn't know how to testify.
Well, but they should have knew that. They should have vetted her and found out her story. And she probably would have told them the same thing. But they hell of a bent to get Diddy. And they ain't find nothing in those 3 mansions that they could use. So now they got to just stay on his character and hope that's a RICO.
It's a lot. It's a lot. But they need to get to RICO. They need to bring in either KK, Frankie Santella, or the plug, Brendan. It's Brendan.
We ain't even got to the first letter of RICO.
I'm sure if all of these people are getting immunity and testifying, KK can testify. We need KK ASAP because now this is dragging on. And the longer you go, the more fatigued people get. And let me tell you something. This is parallel to the YSL case. Hostile witnesses, dragging it on, insisting that it's a RICO, not getting to the point that it's a RICO up front. The YSL case took 2 damn years, only to find out, oh, it's not a RICO. Here we go. Jane says, me and Sean had to go our separate ways, but I didn't want Sly to feel we were just leaving him. So cash was brought to the front desk for him by an assistant. Which one? She says, Joey. And this man, she said, I had sex with him in front of Sean. It's just more and more men. We got it.
Yep.
All you have to do is go to just watch TV and figure out how lawyers operate. They don't have court TV anymore. Go watch Nancy Grace, okay? And you'll realize the things that you can do on the stand and the things you can't do on the stand. And what you can't do, prosecution, is tire out the jury. This is why the judge he gets out on time. He's not sequestering them. He watched the OJ case and realized the do's and don'ts. And I know they're thinking, oh, she messed this up. We've got to fix it. You have to fix it on redirect.
Mhm. She ain't sticking to the script.
She's not. She's not
Rewrote.
sticking to
The script
She-
they wrote. Yeah.
Victoria says they have proven S trafficking and extortion. Yes, but they have to prove that this is RICO. So people don't understand that. So let's say I charge you with jaywalking. Let's say you crossed the street and you said you got high before you crossed the street. That's true. Hold on one second. Comey. And another, she said, a Spanish buff man. He was a bit odd. I felt he was pulling out his scent to smell during X. I don't know. What? I'll read this again. Attorney, another one, she says, a Spanish buff man. He was a bit odd, I felt. He was pulling out this scent to smell during X. I don't know. Attorney says, in front of Sean? She said, yes. Another question mark. A man who looked more European at that hotel I can't pronounce. We had X twice. This is redundant. So let me go back to Victoria because I want everybody to understand this. If you got charged for jaywalking, right? That's crossing the street in the middle of the street. And you said you got high before you crossed that street. That's true. You got in an argument before you crossed before you crossed that street. That's true. You said you wanted to cross the street so somebody could, hit you and you get insurance money. That's all true. X trafficking, extortion, but you still have to prove that he jaywalked, the original crime that he's charged for. They are skipping around the original crime, which is RICO, which means that Diddy ran an illegal entity, a business that profited off of illegal money. They're not proving that. And I hope I explained that in a way that you can understand. I also want Diddy to go to jail, but this is a problem that they're not proving RICO. Now, a lot of people will say they proved RICO. Tell me how this is a business that he made money off of. Because right now, Diddy's the one handing out all the money. He's paying for people's places to stay. He's paying the escorts. I don't see how he gained money off of this criminal enterprise.
It sounds like he's the only one spending money.
Right. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah.
We got to update. Okay. Comey says, which entertainers did you see most often? She said, Paul and Sly. Attorney, which ones did you reach out to? She says, them, Anton, and Don. Attorney, did you ever arrange hotel nights as a surprise for Sean? She said, yes, twice. Like Valentine's Day or return from a trip. Okay, Perry, you wanted to comment on RICO.
Oh, well, no. I mean, I guess the RICO thing, I'm just saying this. People would say that this was proven, I guess, but at the end of the day, what ties it back to the enterprise? People would say with this trafficking thing, well, him hiring prostitutes, definitely trafficking and all that. But they said if they're over 18, you get to show coercion or force. And to me, it just sounds like they didn't have to force these entertainers to come. They didn't have to force her to do it. She would say, I wanted to please, but that's not force. That's just a want. She wants somebody to take care of her. And she don't have to do nothing.
I mean, it really goes deep with this RICO thing because how is he making money off of this? So this law was specifically created for the mob. Okay. They had to figure out something to slow down the mob. So they created RICO. It's only been used for the mob except for one time, and that's in the R. Kelly case. So let's go back to its original purpose.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, I was going to ask something else. Go ahead and finish with your thought. It's a different question I had because it's a lot of smart people that's really into the law and seem to know it in the chat. And I was just wondering this. You know how they'll say trafficking somebody, oh, he took this escort from here and brought him over here, so that's taking him across state lines. What if he just brought a dancer? You know, because they always say they're dancers, right? You pay for a dancer to go somewhere else and they dance. You pay them. Is that trafficking?
No, you cannot take prostitution across state
no.
lines.
Hey, what I'm saying is, when they advertise and Craigslist and everything else, we hired a dancer. The dancer would dance for them. Then after that, whatever happens, happens. Right?
Okay.
So, no.
No, you're
I'm
getting
serious about this,
technical,
right?
but we know why they went over there. But okay, let's say they wanted to
I
date.
do too. I'm saying I do too. But what I'm saying is, if the person said they was hired to be a dancer, right? And they go, would that be trafficking? When the dancer get off, he's an adult, he can do what he want to do, or she can do what she want to do.
So Perry's twisting the law, saying
No,
they don't even
I'm
call
only saying-
themselves escort, they call themselves dancers for that specific reason.
Okay. Or what if he said, yeah, these people did this. That was my friend. I had a relationship with this person. Would that be trafficking if you bring a person you get a relationship with to another country and y'all happen to have X and you happen to give them a tip? I don't know, man. I'm just
So
kidding.
this is why, and it needs to be told to the public. This is why RICO's very hard, very difficult to prove. Yes, they made it for the mob, but they mostly get mobsters on tax evasion, because the mob has pretty much masterfully designed their crimes to be hidden. Okay. And so no one's telling you guys that RICO's very hard to prove. Hold on, I have an update. Attorney says, you saw cash during this hotel nights. Where? She said, a drawer, nightstand. Attorney, when Sean ran out of cash, what did he do? She says he made a phone call to a security or assistant, KK, ... cash would appear. Attorney, how much? She said a good amount. Well, we don't have to worry about cash because he got lots of it. You know, with the security guard, he owns a money counter. So he just counts his money. But anyway, let's go back to this RICO thing so people will understand exactly. No matter what happens, what other crimes we see being committed, and there are a bunch of crimes being committed. So please don't mistake me saying that there's no crimes. There's lots of crimes, but you have to.
Right.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was saying the same thing. I think we might have a small delay again. But yeah, no, I'm saying the same thing. I'm not saying that he haven't committed no crimes and we don't think he did other things. I was talking about this particular, while we hear this trial and this RICO charges. I just think they overcharged him. That's it. But go ahead.
Well, it would just be a damn shame if we can't get Diddy in prison. Now, I know you guys are saying I'm biased, and I'm just honest enough to tell you, yeah, he needs to go to jail. He's been doing this forever.
Right.
He's been doing it forever, buying his way out of trouble, sending people to jail for the rest of for 10 years, and he knows that he was the one that did it. He hit, the coach in the head. He grabbed another reporter's camera and choked. He's got a whole list of crimes he's been committing since we began to know who he was, even back in the bad boy days with that other no good guy, Aaron Hall. but we just can't seem to make anything stick. And so, my hopes are high. I'm hoping we can make these stick, but I'm not going to lie and say that this is a shoo-in. When people say that, you should know, first of all, nothing's a shoo-in when it comes to trial, because I've seen a trial go for all the way up to the last day, and you think they're going to get them, and then all of a sudden, they don't get them. So we shouldn't be so overconfident in saying that. And I'm seeing other bloggers, it's a shoe in the bag. This is a great win for the prosecution. They're doing that for clicks and views because they know that the majority of the people want to see him locked up. But those same bloggers that you hear saying that, ask them, has RICO been proven? Is this a criminal organization? It sounds to me it's like a bunch of junkies. One happens to be a damn billionaire, a bunch of junkies living their life the way junkies do.
Mhm.
I explained that yesterday with my uncle. He staged his own kidnapping. To us, it's outrageous behavior. To them, it's a way of life.
And it sounds like they're trying to stage this RICO. To me, like I said, no, the man did a lot of things, but damn, it could have been better ways to get there. Go ahead.
It's from CNN. They said James described a time. I'm sorry, Jane, not James. James described a time around 2023 when Sean Diddy Combs invited a man to join them in a hotel room in Los Angeles, and she rejected having sex with him. She initially tried talking to the man and let him touch her, but Jane said she knew that this was definitely not something that I could fake doing. She then told Combs privately that she couldn't do it because she wasn't attracted to the man. Jane said Combs told her, "Are you sure? Maybe just a little bit?" She said she went back to where the man was, and when they saw each other naked, Jane said she was repulsed by him. When she told Combs again that she couldn't do it, his demeanor was agitated and accepted it, but then just seemed almost a little confused by it, Jane said. This wasn't like a typical thing for us to have, like a hiccup in the routine of the night, she said. Jane said they excused the man, and then another man came to the hotel.
You get an update on the man.
Okay. Attorney says, to whom did Sean hand cash? She said, Paul, Don. He pay at the end. Attorney, what would Sean say before he brought out his iPhone to record it? She said nothing, or just for me. Attorney, did Sean sometimes act different? She said sometimes happy, sometimes not. Also, too, you can't really be recorded without your permission. Maybe that's another crime that he broke, but again, we've got to there's a couple things in this lawsuit that has to happen for me to feel comfortable. One, KK takes the stand.
Mm-hmm.
Frankie Santella and Brendan. And then they need to prove the RICO. So maybe it's coming.
I'm sure
I don't
KK
know.
gonna have to hit the stand. I'm sure somewhere that she get to hit the stand. And I see what people saying, well, hey, well, that from this girl testimony, yeah, you getting that she's saying, yeah, Diddy did have cash, Diddy did pay the escorts, right? So yeah, I can see that. Well, yeah, maybe illegal because you got them, whatever, but she also paid them too. I'm just saying both of them is just as guilty if they did that. But at the end of the day, I still don't see a RICO where an enterprise is profiting from that. It seems like the only person that's profiting is the escort, the witness, and Diddy. and he's just profiting off of pleasure. You know,
Can't. Something is wrong with Perry. Really, really wrong with you. Something is really, really wrong with him. Here we go. Attorney. What directions would Sean give? She said to put the baby oil on the man, to touch myself. Attorney. When you knew the cameras was on you, how did you react? She said, it was just a part of it. Attorney, did Sean ever record you while not on drugs? She said no. The drug thing, that in itself is crazy.
you know something, Sherelle? And I was just feeling this myself. You know, because first when Cassie got on and started telling you things, like, damn, that shit happened, that happened, and it sort of have your attention, right?
Mhm.
But at this point, I am so tired of hearing it. I am immune to these actions: the baby oil, the red lights, the scented candles. Now it's like, okay, well, next, what else you get to say? Now, could this be an effect on the jury, right? Because that's their biggest thing. Now, the jurors don't even give a damn what happened in the room. Could that effect actually happen with
I
the
don't know.
jurors?
It could. I don't know.
Because now I'm just saying, okay, just another, because to me, for real, it's don't get to the point, another transaction. That's it.
Now, really, you guys, think about this, Perry. Diddy is doing so much drugs that in other people's lives, because he is a rare person that almost hit that billionaire status. That's rare. That's the top 1%. But if he worked at the post office, I have an update. If Diddy worked at the post office, would he have to escort himself? Would he become a prostitute? Here we go. Attorney says, did you act like you enjoyed it? She said, yes. Attorney, why? She said, I wanted to put on a good show. Attorney, what fantasy talk did you engage in? Jane says, so much, ... Role play, ... A fantasy, ... I'm sorry. There are just so many memories. He would create characters. So you could see that the prosecution did talk to her, and she's not saying what a good guy he is anymore, but she's got to stay on task. She's very, she lets things affect her, get in her head, and then she shows her emotions, and then she just goes crazy. But anyway, if Diddy was a real life guy, this is why he's gotten away with this for so long. If he worked at the post office, if he was a car salesman, he wouldn't be able to last this long. He wouldn't be able to pay off this many people, not just this trial, if he paid anybody off. You know, I don't know what you winking at the damn jury for. In other cases, you know, that's how he gets away with what he's doing. He always refers back to his money.
If he worked at the post office, he wouldn't have one hotel night.
I feel like, I don't know.
Like, no, that's what I'm trying to tell you. And that's how people get mad at me. Well, people with power sometimes know they got this power and know people will do anything for a free ride. And that's when these women coming along, or guys, if it's a rich woman, then a guy or whatever, they'll come along looking, you know, to do anything to be around you, to be a kept person, just to be kept. But then they go for the okie doke and start laying with these other entertainers, and then they want you to look at them as a wholesome wife material. You're not. Nobody want to marry that.
Oh, that's terrible.
Just saying.
Someone's responding to my uncle staging his own kidnapping. I love him dearly. I love him. Me and him share the same personality. But when you get hooked on drugs, your personality changes. And he staged his own kidnapping. It's funny when I look back at it now, but my grandmother gave him the money. It's ridiculous.
At the end of the day, it was sort of brilliant thinking. A nice hustle to think of.
My point being, I'm not trying to shame my uncle. My point being is that drug addicts' lives are just unbelievable. They don't, it's so chaotic. It's just a mess.
Let me go and check my poll. Be back. Well, I'm here, but let me see what people said about this.
Perry,
I
you've
said,
been married to me for 34 years. Didn't my uncle stage his own kidnapping?
for real, he did. Look, so but my question was, do you think RICO should have been used in this case? 63% of people says no.
Yeah.
37% says yes. Okay.
What was your question? I'm sorry.
Do you think RICO should have been used in this case against Diddy?
What they say?
63% says no.
Yeah.
37% says yes.
RICO is so hard to prove. It's hard to prove with the mobsters that it was designed for. That's why they kept calling John Gotti Teflon God. Teflon Don. That's what they call him. Teflon Don is because it's very hard to prove. And you ask me, how do you know so much about John Gotti? I watched every documentary there ever has been made of John Gotti. I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm obsessed with John Gotti.
She ain't lying, people.
I love the fact that it sounds really bad that he took out Paul Castellano. I love his obsession with suits. I don't know what's wrong with me.
It's almost like you want to be a part of some crime family because
I couldn't stop watching. I can't stop watching.
You'll watch that, and you into crime.
I'm into crime.
Eyes with knives, stuff like that. You know.
Oh, here we go. We got an update. Coney says, I'm going to show you some exhibits, not on the council screen. How is this? She says, me and Don. The next one is me and Sly. She said this, me and Paul, then me and Leo, Anton, and myself. Attorney, was Sean present for all these? She said yes. Listen, oh my God.
Redundant.
Let's take comments from the chat. Let's see if they feel that this is redundant. Sherelle, you and Perry have a very interesting relationship. We do? Oh, we're weird. That's what she's saying. What they should have done was put everything out there so that didn't miss the mark, period. I mean, let's just keep hope alive. It doesn't look good to me, but they are the Southern District of New York, which has a 98% conviction rate. However, that was the old team. When 47 came to town and fired everybody, this is the new district, Southern District of New York. We seem like a great couple. I don't know. We talk too much. How come no one?
And you get on my nerve too. How about that? But so somebody said, did you watch Growing Up Gottis? Yes, she did. Like, you know.
I've actually spoken to Sammy the Bull before. Recently. Not a long time ago either. Recently.
A couple months ago. Was it 6 months? I don't know. Because time go by sort of fast.
Yeah, 5-6 months ago. I was following a case. He was involved. And I hate to say this because he is a serial unaliver. But he was very likable.
I mean, you got an update.
Here we go. Jane, I wore the stripper shoes on the whole time. Attorney, what would happen with the baby oil? Oh my gosh.
And we back to that.
She said it would drip down into the shoes. I would try to keep my balance. Attorney, did Sean ask you to get your nipples pierced? She said yes. I said it would turn him on.
Oh, I'm gonna ask you this. I mean,
yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Where is the RICO?
Oh my God.
I'm just telling you, it's almost like they scripted a movie, the X-rated kind, right? Now, but I'm wondering because she said this that the baby oil will leak into the high heels. Would that make your foot slip out? I'm asking the ladies. Would it?
I don't know. Like I run around with heels, stripper shoes. They're probably clear heels
Right.
and baby oil. I don't know. Anybody in the chat knows? Does
And-
baby oil get in your shoes?
And now, is she gonna claim hard labor or something? Because she had to wear the heels with the oily sole. I'm just look. Look. I'm telling you, like it's so bad. At first, I was like, "Damn, that poor child had to go through this, Cassie, and all this." But now they going through all these scenes. I ain't even looking at these S acts the same no more. Like to where it's like, okay, what happened after y'all got done with all that?
Yeah.
What happened after all that?
Yeah.
At first, I was interested, but now not no more. And the jury gonna feel the same way.
Well, I don't know, but
I'm thinking.
child. I mean, I have a tendency, if I can, to stay away from how big did they say the heels were? 7 inches, right?
Oh well, no, those are the ones. That was some of the evidence they found in the raid after spending thousands of dollars on his mansion in Miami. The 7-inch heels,
7-inch heels.
and those wasn't her heels. She just said she had stripper heels on.
My point being, I don't care who they were. I couldn't do like that would hurt your foot.
And she won't let you know she had them on the entire time.
Baby oil and all. Okay,
Mhm.
here we go. Comey says, who set up your piercing appointment? She went through with this. Ouch. Okay. She said KK. Then they got caught on my lingerie and my nipples got infected. Ouch.
Damn.
I took them off. Attorney, what did Sean say? He said, where are my piercings? This is the last time I see you without them. Child, you go get them. Since you love your damn nipples rubbed so much, you go get them. Like, girl, I can't believe you got that for him. I can't take nipple piercings, tongue piercings. I did have a nose ring when I was in high school, and that hurt like hell. And then it started to look like a pimple to me. So I took it out. Thank God it closed up.
Do you think Diddy brought her the stripper heels, or she had those before she got with Diddy?
Oh, you are messy.
I mean, because she's taking pride of that. I kept them on the whole time. That's what I'm a real pro. Ain't that ridiculous? Like it's something to brag about. Can we get to the crime? You wearing stripper heels ain't a crime.
Girl, you getting he making you pierce your damn nipples. You tell him to go pierce his musty nipples. Like, ain't no stop. And you know, have you ever seen somebody with a tongue piercing? Oh,
That shit look like it
or
hurt.
that thing that rips your ear in a circle and you can see through it, the hole.
Oh
like,
yeah,
I ain't down with none of that.
Yeah. I mean, will that ever heal? No. You might need plastic
No.
surgery. They be
Who
having
thought
a big
that was
hole.
cool? Let
I
me
don't
just
know.
put a hole in my ear, be
Mhm.
the size of a quarter. Are you crazy?
Like from outer space or some shit.
There are people that get piercings through the nose on this part. I ain't down with that either. I guess I am approved. I have no tattoos, no piercings, so I damn ain't sure get. I'm not. And then they got infected.
You got an update?
Okay, here we go. Attorney says, Did your back hurt? She said yes, for bending over so much. Attorney says, where else did you get sore? She said, my vagina. Attorney, did you tell Sean? No, why not? I just didn't want to indicate any negativity.
Okay. Now, you can't bend over. It's burning bad in between your legs. And now you ain't gonna tell nobody. And I mean, what's next? If you ain't gonna tell nobody, why are we even talking about it? Are you planning on filing for disability? I mean, what's the purpose of it, Sherelle? Do you know?
I don't mean to be laughing. I totally can't help it. Perry is a mess. File for disability. Here we
No,
go.
I'm just saying, why do we need to hear this?
We have an update. Attorney, why did you keep going? She says, I'm not sure. Judge, sidebar.
I know, because it's getting ridiculous, ain't it? Like, this trial has went totally left and left field. Don't make sense. It just
I'm
don't.
going to hell. I'm going to hell, people.
She's gonna explain to you why her back, her neck, her back, why they do it like that.
This is from CNN. Prosecutor Maureen Comey showed the jury 15 photos that Jane said were taken during a hotel night. The public was not able to see the photos. Jane testified that each of the photos showed her and another man during a hotel night, and one of the encounters took place at Sean Diddy Combs' home. Jane said Combs was present for all of the hotel nights captured in the pictures. We have another update. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. This is lengthy. Let's read it quickly. Jane described another night that Combs promised he would be romantic, but ultimately led to a hotel night in New York City in 2023 during testimony this afternoon. She said she flew to New York to visit Combs after he suggested, but she hesitated because she figured he'd want to have a hotel night because Combs promised her they would have a romantic time, just the two of them. So she agreed to go. When she was in midair on her way to New York, Combs texted her about getting entertainment. She testified, I felt really disappointed and I felt this weight come over me. When she got to New York and met Combs at the Trump International Hotel.
I know. Go ahead.
Oh my God. Combs had her wait for him in the SUV with the understanding that they were going to dinner. She spotted their hotel room because it was lit with red lights. He did that in the hotel too? While she was waiting in the car, the jury saw a photo she took of the outside of the hotel with the red light shining out of the room. Jane said at that point she realized Combs' assistants must have been upstairs setting up the hotel room. Before going back to the hotel room, they went to a lounge where they bickered. Jane said, I was bickering about just how I was done, and I didn't want to do this. And like, why every time I see you, this is happening. Combs was super defensive in response, but said they didn't have to keep doing it. In my heart, I knew he didn't mean that, she testified, because it still happened that night. Combs gave her ecstasy, and when they got back to the hotel room, she put on an outfit Combs had waiting for her. A man joined them in the room, and Jane said she wasn't into anything about this man. She told Combs privately, and he got agitated. So she said she messaged another man because she felt just wanted to make it up to Combs. Jane said the man flew from Atlanta to New York that night. She said she booked the flight herself, but then Combs reimbursed her. She said after the hotel night, one of Combs' assistants dropped off an envelope with a few $1,000s cash for the man at the front desk of the hotel. Prosecutor Maureen Comey said James asked James why she felt she had to make it up to Combs given their conversation earlier that night. Jane said that was a hard question to answer. I just wanted to give him what he wanted, and I wanted to make him happy. I just wanted to have a good, upbeat night with him. Jane confirmed that Combs was paying her rent at that point, and they had already had conversations where he brought up her rent in connection with the hotel nights.
You got an update on the main?
Okay.
Back from sidebar.
Okay, it says they're back. Attorney says, do you have an estimate of how many times you told Sean you didn't want to keep having these hotel nights? She said, I don't have an estimate. Attorney, did you write? Question mark. She said, yes. Sometimes I have the courage to text it to Sean. Listen.
Mm.
At this, Perry, you still there?
Oh yeah, yeah. And I'm still here. I mean, because
I was on a different screen.
Oh yeah. So now Tina had said earlier when she was talking about the heels and all that stuff in her back, and she says maybe she's planning on suing for pain and suffering. Could it be? I mean, but actually, if you think about it,
Perry, if her vagina hurt, you probably should understand why.
well, no, I'm saying that's why I felt, I mean, but at least with Cassie, she got all that done to her and beaten. But yeah, I never said she didn't deserve her 20 million.
And let's not forget, the freak-offs were never canceled. Once it was scheduled, that's what it was. Because Cassie said even when she was on her period. Ew!
You got an update.
I have an update. Oh my gosh, this is the wildest thing ever.
The sick part, he probably scheduled it for that. But go ahead.
Attorney says, what did you see in your text messages? She said that I had been texting since 2021. How I felt. Attorney, what's this? She says, November 2021. I felt jealous. I saw he was doing things with another woman on their IG stories. Oh my God, this is Cassie. Take the face off of Cassie. Put on, what's her name? Oh, Jane, that's her name. And I was going to say something else. It's just, but do you think he put his hands on Jane?
Well, I think that's why how she got in it when they first initially said what she's going to be talking about. I guess she said she had a baby or something, and he's supposed to have kicked her, threw her down, kicked her in the stomach, or I don't know, something with this person.
I don't think he put his hands on Jane.
This the wrong person?
It might be. Oh, you're thinking of Gina. Jane, he has not put his hands on. Do you think he didn't put his hands on Jane because of her baby daddy?
No, I don't know about that. I mean, because him just having her would have got his ass whooped if 50 wanted to do it. Him just putting his hands on her probably wouldn't have moved the needle.
Then why hasn't he done Jane the way he's done every woman in his life?
I mean, he do Miss Miami like that?
No.
Young Miami or whatever? I'm just saying, like, I'm sure somewhere up in there, but I don't know. I imagine if you always did what he told you to do, it was no need for him to. It sounded like she always gave in to do everything.
So did Cassie.
Yeah. But then Cassie also did things to make him paranoid, like going to hang out with a friend and do pharmaceuticals together. And then he probably thought she was sleeping with him. Oh, it's a whole bunch of stuff. I don't know.
I have a CNN update. It says Jane testified her shoulders and back would hurt during every hotel night because she would have to stay in certain positions for many hours. That's what my partner wanted to see, she said. She testified that she often got urinary tract infections and yeast infections as a result of hotel nights. She said she took antibiotics for the UTIs, and sometimes she would tell Combs when she had them. She said there were times where she really couldn't fully recover from an infection before they had another hotel night. Nah, he had to put it. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Attorney says, why did you feel jealous if you knew he was dating other women? She said, I came to the hotel nights with Don and Sly. Then he gives quality time to another woman. Attorney, what's the next message? She said, I wrote, I need a breather and a break from you. That's another thing too. She broke up with him. She go back to him.
Mm-hmm. Well, see, the crazy part about it, remember, she said from her own mouth when she first started doing it. Now, you go back and remember, Diddy was with her girlfriend that she happened to take him away from. And then
Yeah.
Diddy would say, I see other women. Oh, I'm fine with all that. But
Also,
then
too,
they thought that was just the way to get in. And then these women think that their stuff is so good, or the things they do for Diddy to please him is going to make them a future wife. Diddy ain't looking for a wife. He's looking for that person just like you, a little freak. You know what I'm saying? Just a little freak, honey. Can you
I'm on
say
a
that?
10-minute timeout. I'm on a 10-minute timeout.
Can you say it with me? Little freak.
No. What was I gonna say? Perry, you are
You got
unbelievable.
an update, though. You got an update.
Okay, here we go. Attorney says, play this exhibit, a voice note. Combs' voice. She asked me to work out. This is the time you were gonna be curse at me. I don't have a bunch of guy friends. Don't matter if I just effed her. Be sad, go crazy. I don't deserve being honest with someone. This is what Combs is saying to her. Oh, this is him running a game on her to keep doing the hotel nights, or I like him just call them FOs.
Yeah. But I mean, that's what she was brung in for, though, technically.
And he says he doesn't have any guy friends. Didn't we see French Montana wandering around your house without a shirt on, sir? What was French doing over there? Like, where was French Montana's shirt? Just wondering. I really like French Montana. I think he's cute. I think he used the hell out of Khloe Kardashian. He did, didn't he?
I mean, she should be used to it. She don't got used by everybody.
Speaking of Khloe Kardashian, have you guys heard the latest news that Lamar Odom was evicted out of his home for not paying a $45,000 rent bill?
Well, something, yeah, I seen it.
He had so much money. What happened to Lamar Odom's money?
I mean,
is Diddy his friend?
Pharmaceuticals aren't cheap, and you know when you go out here to these little houses
Harry,
out in Vegas,
Lamar Odom had well over probably $50 million. Where is that money? Child, you could trick it off. You could trick it off.
Pharmaceuticals, yeah. I mean, when you out there tricking and snorting, that's an expensive habit.
I got an update. Attorney says, how often did Sean call you crazy? She said, often. It made me feel confused. Attorney, what did you say? She said that she didn't just come to the gym. I don't even care who you are lying up with. I wanted that time with me, with him. I said, you just want the hotel shit. You feel jealous because he's spending time with another woman, be it Cassie. No, Cassie was gone during this time. Whoever he was with, Carisha. But you just said it was an open relationship. Girl, get off the stand before you do like you did this morning. They don't know how to wheel her in unless they're getting ahead of the story again. This is going to be the worst questioning ever when it's the defense's turn.
Now, when is the judge going to ask them how much longer? You know, because he always asks.
Oh, wait, hold on, Perry. This says Lamar brought his mother a house and spent the rest on PCP. Tell me Lamar Odom was not taking PCP.
I don't know what he was taking. I just know it was some heavy stuff, and that stuff get expensive. When he basically moved into the brothel. Remember that?
PCP has embalming fluid on there.
I don't know.
He should have just jumped off of a roof if he didn't want to live anymore. That is just terrible.
It just
What was
sounds
he-
expensive.
Here, you know PCP be making them people crazy. They'll bite
Yeah,
their
no. Oh yeah, I like bath salt or something. But I'm just saying,
yeah.
I don't know what it is really, but it just sounds expensive though. Is what I'm saying. It sounds like
PCP.
some liquid. It sounds like some kind of liquid kind of something. I don't know. I don't even know what it looked like. But
It has embalming fluid in it.
oh,
Yeah, yeah. All these things that they're taking has just
Mm-mm-mm.
devastating things. But I know that every time I get sick, and I go to Target to get some medicine, now you have to get it. It's behind the counter, regular medicine. They said they were using it for crack.
Oh damn.
Yeah, it's crazy. We got to update. Let's see what CNN says. CNN says Jane said she always had to have outfits ready to wear stripper heels for the entire duration of a hotel night. I would just be always on point as far as my glam. Sometimes around the end of 2022 or the beginning of 2023, Jane testified Combs said he wanted to get her nipples pierced, and Combs and former chief of staff KK helped her schedule an appointment at a place Combs recommended. After about a year, Jane said she stopped wearing the piercings because they snagged on the lingerie, were bleeding, and got infected. Jane said Combs got impatient because he didn't have the piercings, because she didn't have the piercings, and eventually demanded she put them back in. Where are my piercings? This is the last time I see you when you don't have any piercings on. Now, right there, I'm just done with Diddy.
Yeah, you know.
Y'all know how I feel. I can't even talk about it
Too
anymore.
much, ain't it? Where's my piercings? On your ears, asshole. Look, come on now. Like, people only stay around there for something. She was there. She stayed around for money. She stayed around for money. Where's my piercings? Come on now.
You said it on your ears, asshole.
know, I mean, don't it? I mean, it seems like that she would have had more pride in herself. Like, I mean, you was with 50. People know you. You know, you're getting a decent amount of. I don't know. Were they married or just a baby mama?
Baby mama. You mean
Okay,
50 Cent?
yeah. Sure, he was giving her some kind of decent stipend. You know what I'm saying? Well, probably. I don't know. I mean, but I would imagine.
She said she broke up with 50 Cent because 50 Cent never was around.
Oh,
But
she dumped him.
yeah, that's what she said. I don't know. I don't like 50 Cent is weird. Like, I like 50 Cent and respect 50 Cent for his business mind, right? Because most rappers have a 5-year span, and then after that, the public's fickle, they move on to another rapper, and then most of the time they spend all their money and then they're broke. But 50 Cent has been around forever, and he sustained his businesses, especially when Jimmy Iovine pushed him out the music business.
Yeah.
So he's really smart, and you just got to give 50 Cent that credit. Now, he's a horrible father, and I don't know what kind of boyfriend. He was with Cuban Link pretty long. She said she broke up with him too. So it's probably, after a while, you feel like you're dating yourself.
Yeah, that's crazy. I'm waiting on an update. I'm checking.
So we got a CNN update. It says Jane testified that she didn't know how many times she told Diddy Combs that she wanted to stop the hotel nights, but typically it was in text messages. When she tried to tell him in person and over the phone, he would overpower the conversation and get defensive, belittling, and dismissive. Jane said she would often collect her thoughts in the notes application on her iPhone. She said it was the only avenue to get my feelings out and write my thoughts and my feelings. She recorded this? Okay. Jane said she sometimes got the courage to send the thoughts to him. Towards the end of the relationship in 2024, Jane said Combs told her he never knew she didn't want to partake in the hotel nights. She believed him at the time, but later reviewed the text messages with Combs and came to the realization she'd been expressing those feelings since 2021. She said, I had been saying the same thing over and over again.
You got an update on the main?
And here we go. Attorney says, what happened here? She said, I had X with Leo. I was high. It made my partner happy. I was okay with it. Attorney, how many phones did Sean use then? She said 2. Sean started dating another woman. He did a big birthday for her. Ooh, Carisha. Attorney, how did you see it on IG? You remember that big bash? Don't y'all remember? Carisha was at a lot of his parties, but one time it was his birthday and Carisha brought him this really expensive chain. Now remember, the rappers are so dumb. They invest the price of a house around their necks. But Carisha had to wheel him in, child. So she brought it, and he was so happy. He said that was the first time he got a gift that expensive, and really, Carisha wooed him. It wasn't the other way around, because he really liked her, I think, to do all the things that he did for her. Don't y'all think? Do y'all think he liked? Carisha said they were in love. That's what she said. He never hit her. That's what she said. Now, how come you're putting your hands on some but not others? I'm confused. Why is he doing that, Perry? Beating up some and then giving Carisha the world.
And I think the ones he beat up is, if you're gonna be around them all the time or just meet him up at the freak offs, as long as you do what he wants you to do, he don't have a problem with it. Then you say, well, why did he DV Cassie? When they out, he wanted her to be a certain way, not to go here, not to do that. When she broke his rules,
Gotcha.
That's when I think he did whatever.
I mean, let's be
Young
real.
Miami just said, hey, as long as you give me money, I'm doing everything. Sound like this witness the same way.
No. Because he gave Miss Miami or Young Miami, he gave her a talk show. Let's be real. He brought her an Emmy. That is not an Emmy award show. Okay. She up there barreling, asking questions, getting freaky with the people on the panel, telling us, I love golden showers. Here we go. Attorney said, what did you say? She said, I see what you're doing. I see you are going for her. Why do you play me? Say she's just a business partner. Then you say she's spending money on you. This Carisha. How would you feel if I had said a man was spending money on me? Attorney, you wrote ... And then she says, I feel cheap. This Carisha, y'all. Look, Carisha came to town and blew Diddy's mind. I don't care what y'all say. Okay, because she is from the streets. She's from the hood. I don't know if she's from the Pork and Bean Project, but somewhere over there, her and JT are proud to be from the hood. They are street girls that pop they gum, right? And tell Diddy what I'm going to do to you instead of what you going to do to me. I think he really fell for Carisha. I do. And Jane knew it. And she didn't even have to get her nipples pierced.
Poor Jane. Wide up. Oops. Sorry.
Carisha is a Brownlee. Please Google Rick Brownlee. There's your answer. Okay. I'm going to do it. Who is Rick Brownlee? Perry, keep your eye. I'm going to check out Rick Brownlee. I had to type in Rick Brownlee and Carisha. It says Carisha Brownlee, better known as Young Miami, is a rapper who was born February 11th, 1994. She's the same exact age as my son. She's known for being a member of the hip hop duo City Girls, along with JT. We didn't ask you that. We asked you who Rick Brownlee. Rick Brownlee is related to Carisha. Okay. Let me click on this article. It says the press conference was a classic Drug Enforcement Administration production. It's gold. Okay, so I'm going to assume, let me keep going. It says to trump the arrest of Rick Brownlee, the alleged, ooh, no! The alleged white powder kingpin of Opalaka? Nuh-uh. Didn't nobody tell me this? Nuh-uh. Well, he had a lot of reasons not to put his hands on Carisha. What? I cannot keep following this story. It gets crazier every day. Her brother's a kingpin. Oh my gosh. I gotta stop. No more. I cannot. I'm just getting over the fact that Jane is 50 Cent baby mama. Now you're gonna spring, what's his name? Rick on me? Yeah, Rick Brownlee, that's his name. So when was this written? Okay, so is he in jail now? Let me ask. Hold on. Child. Well, I'm gonna need a picture. Hold on, y'all. I'm not gonna put it on the screen. I need a picture. Perry, keep your eye for me. Somebody need to write a book. Somebody need to write a book. Let me see these pictures. Hold on. Okay, is he giving an interview here? Hold on. Oh my God. They called him the legendary kingpin. This gotta be a joke. This is so wild, insane. Child, I cannot. Now I gotta do a little background on Carisha. He's not that bad looking. He's a nice looking young man. Child, and they are from the ghetto. Let me stop talking about Carisha. I don't need no trouble. Let's just go back to where we were.
Don't be pissing off the kingpin.
Okay, I'm not trying to. Okay, let's make sure I didn't miss anything while I was.
I mean, and did they take a break? What the hell? Last time I heard, I feel cheap, is what she said. Then now.
So CNN says Jane read aloud text messages she sent Diddy in November 2021, in which she described feeling mistreated and needed a breather. Jane wrote she was feeling some type of way and referred to a homegirl. She testified that she had just gotten back from a hotel night from Combs, and she saw on social media that he was spending quality time with another woman. We think we know who that is. She said, I felt mistreated that I was coming there to do a hotel night, and when I leave, he's giving another woman this quality time that I was begging for. In other messages, Jane referred hotel vibes and the name of two male entertainers they had seen. She said, I need a breather, a break from you. This doesn't make me feel good at all. Your true intentions with me are in plain sight, she wrote in another message. Jane testified that she was referring to the hotel nights in the messages.
You got an update on the main now.
Okay. Okay, here we go. Comey says, After your first hotel night in May 2021 with Dawn, what did you do next? She said, out on a yacht. Attorney. And later, she says, we would just sleep after hotel nights. Attorney, what did you write in this note? She said, I wrote, why am I just your freaky desires? Listen.
Yeah, she wanted to know why can't she be more, you know?
I don't understand. You said you were okay with him seeing other people. You see him with Carisha and you lose your mind. This is not a good look. Again, the prosecution has to be getting ahead of the defense. Why are they talking about these things? It just shows her chasing up after this man and feeling jealous, contradicting herself, because she said yesterday she understood it was an open relationship and she didn't care just as long as she got to be with him. Now you care because he was, go ahead.
That's the thinking of most side chicks. Let's just keep it real. They fine with it when they friends. Are you with him? Oh, I ain't worried about that. We got to open. But really, they want to be the main chick.
I cannot help but thinking the same way as Freedom. Another scorn trick. And Jane were jealous of Carisha and Puff's relationships. That's why we have this dumb trial. So Perry says this before he finds out about Jane, that Cassie is a woman scorned. Mm-hmm. Let's say she is. I don't care. She deserved it.
Well, no, that's fine. But I mean, all that. I mean, she scorn or not, she didn't deserve the beating she took. But the other stuff she willingly volunteered for. And the hopes of being the main chick to outdo the baby mamas. And, you know, and same with this chick. She was a failure with 50, and then
come on now. Not a failure, Perry. That's what you're not gonna do. Okay, here we go.
That's what I said, and I'm standing by it. But you got to update on the main.
I can't. It must be this one. Attorney says, "Did you send this to Sean?" She said, "No, I didn't have the courage." And this note, she said, I wrote, "You were partying with another girl. You just want me for debauchery? I'm done being used by you. You're trashing my house with dirty debauchery. I'm done."
So if you take that statement, though, it says a lot. She's upset now and voicing her concerns about another woman replacing her. Mm-hmm. But she didn't have none of this energy for the entertainers. As long as she was with him, the main one, see, the whole thing is, as long as they with him, they'll do all these things, as long as they got their position. When they feel like they're losing their position, then they go off. They ain't fearful no more. Now they talking about things or suing and doing whatnot. Like right now, she's saying more about the new girlfriend than she did about him basically having her sleep with all these entertainers.
They have to get ahead of the story. They have to. Hopefully we won't be so shocked when Barracuda comes in. Barracuda's going to tear her up. Barracuda is going to tear her up.
Remorse, revenge syndrome. That's exactly what it is. That's it.
Someone said, "Good point, Perry. Another man, they were cool, but not another woman." Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's just sad. You know, I feel bad for Jane because when she's done testifying,
yeah,
child, she could have her child taken away because of that crazy baby daddy of hers. You know, 50 Cent is going to do something. Do you think he's going to do something against Diddy? Like, I don't know, make a scathing documentary?
Probably.
Like that?
I mean, she's still petty and stuff like that. Yeah. But I think her life definitely going to change after this. So she better hope Diddy take her back. But he probably won't.
He's not
even,
going to take her back.
even if he released. But I don't know. Her life definitely gonna change because really, from this testimony,
Mhm.
it's hard for a man to, you know, I don't know, man, to want to be with a person like that that's done went through these voluntary things with the stripper heels on.
Mhm.
Seriously, a woman could do that as long as nobody knew. The man's sort of cool with it. That's fine. But when the world know, they ain't gonna want to be in Walmart. Yo, man, you with that girl with those stripper heels on, man. You know, no nobody want to hear that.
She's going to get harassed. Unfortunately, not only is 50 Cent powerful and has damn near $1 billion, he's also in the rap community. They show no mercy to women. They just don't. The rap community, they're terrible. They're terrible.
And why
But
they think it's go ahead. Sorry.
I hope we don't sit through this case. They're trying to say perhaps wrap it up by the 4th of July. I hope we don't spend all this time and have the same outcome as the YSL case. You know, they kept Young Thug in there and it was just obvious. They were just doing things to get him. And now he's on 10 years probation for not doing anything because he took the plea, which I don't blame him. Nobody wants to be sitting in prison 2 years and you know you're innocent. It's just a mess. Ain't it a mess?
Yep.
Okay, we
No,
got
it is. I mean, and wrapping it up, shit, they refused to wrap it up with her, the prosecution. And she ain't gave us a damn thing. That's what's angering me. Let's move on. Another whole wasted day.
I want to read this update from CNN. It says, after the text conversation, Jane said Combs FaceTimed her and calmed her down. It's something Combs would do after having a fight about hotel nights, which Jane said happened often. He would say all the things I wanted to hear. He would say that it's not what I'm thinking. Ugh. He would just downplay whatever I was freaking out about and say that he loved me and he missed me and he wanted to see me. You see him on television with Carisha. They're doing music videos together. They're going on yacht trips. They're everywhere together. And all he has to tell you is that it's not what you think. Well, then what is it? She is going to get destroyed. She's not strong. She's not a strong woman.
Got an update on the man.
Attorney says, what was this? She said, right after I sent my birthday, having X with these men in the hotel room. Sean went on a vacation with another girl he was dating. How did he respond to your text? She said he wrote, I didn't tell her about your birthday. He wrote, I didn't tell her about your birthday. Oh, about their freak nights or whatever they're called. But let me reread this, because am I to gather from this that she was with the escorts on her own? Please listen. I'm going to read this word for word again. The attorney says, what was this? She said, right after I sent my birthday, I spent, that's what they meant, my birthday having X with these men in the hotel room. Sean went on a vacation with another girl he was dating. Does that mean that she did that by herself and he was gone? I'm going to read it again.
Okay.
What is this? She says, right after I spent my birthday having X with these men in a hotel room, Sean went on vacation with another girl he was dating. Attorney, how did he respond to your text? She said he wrote, I didn't tell her about your birthday.
Okay. Now, sound like this. She's upset, right? Because people are fine with getting used as long as they get that pole position. when she realized she was getting dumped, then she felt like all that effort, all these 30, 40-hour freak offs, that she had been used. Right after I did all this for you on my birthday, then you gonna take off with another woman on vacation? Because Diddy gonna get his freak off stuff in. So he did that. Then he took off probably the next day or
Did
whatever.
she have a freak off without Diddy?
No, Diddy
Okay.
was there on her birthday, remember?
And
So
this is just something she talked about that we did,
it's
and I did
frustrating,
that for
like,
you.
I sacrificed my birthday, my body, my back was hurting, my heels, my feet was slipping out the heels. I did all that for my birthday, and then you gonna take off with another woman. But then he said, "Well, don't worry, I didn't tell her what you did on your birthday."
True
saying?
always tries to make me laugh. What? You thought you were special?
Yeah, no, that's the whole thing, though. They get in that spot and they think they do. They know they don't want nobody to see the things they have to do to be on his arm. They want people to see them on their arm for this superficial clout they get and whatever. And then they feel dumped, demoralized when he move on to the next young thing. And that's what Diddy gonna do. Because he want
Listen,
those heels to clicking.
it's no doubt in my mind. Let me do a poll. It's time for a poll. Did Diddy really love Carisha? It's a question, you guys. He's buying her all sorts of stuff. We don't know if Carisha is doing I did it wrong again. Oh, here we go. Oh, y'all said 100% people said no. Well, 73 to 27 now. Y'all don't think he loved Carisha? Why is he buying her talk shows? Why is he buying her Emmys? Why is he taking her all around town? Why is she in his music videos? Why, if he didn't love her? Was he grooming her? And her family, thanks to somebody in the chat, brother of Kingpin, I'm not putting my hands on her. So why is he with Carisha? He can get any freak off that he wants. But if he made the mistake of putting his hands on Carisha, it's over. So I wouldn't even take that chance with Carisha. I'm thinking he's with her because he likes her the best. Let's put it that way. Does he like her the best?
Yeah, probably. And maybe he got tired of having freak off chicks on his arm. I don't know. Didn't she say she got squirted on or something? She liked the golden showers.
Oh,
was it from Diddy?
I got an update. I
Okay.
don't know. We'll talk about that in a minute. Attorney says, what did he write to you next? She said that it looked like I had a nice birthday dinner with my girlfriends. Attorney says, who paid for the dinner? She said, Sean. Attorney, but was he there? She said, no. Attorney, and here when you said you were tired, she said, after 3 men. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, what did you say, Nashawn? Oh, this is enough. This is enough for one day. I know the judge said we're going to 5 o'clock. We got 2 more hours of this. Don't y'all keep springing things on me. Not a predator. Wow. Diddy loved only himself. Yeah. He's a malignant narcissist. He really is. But we still got to get to the bottom of why he was so nice to Carisha while he's dragging Cassie around town, while he's acting that way with Cassie's friend, when he was acting that way with the girl he allegedly put over the balcony. I don't know. Nobody's seen it. I don't know. No, Sherelle, it means this occurred after the birthday Shauna went on vacation. She already testified that they had a FO on her birthday. Thank you. Mm-mm-mm. My Young Miami put her work in. Trust that. You think so? She had to. You know, she brought up on her own that she likes golden showers.
Mm-hmm.
Was that to warn us just in case something got out?
Oh,
Krisha,
good.
why are you going around talking about that? Huh?
You got an update.
Oh.
And they need to hurry up and finish too. So we can get to the
Attorney says, what did he write to you here? She said he wrote, I'm tired of you throwing X in my face. Let's just be friends. Wait, did I read that wrong? Hold on. What did he write to you here? She says he wrote, I'm tired of you throwing X in my face. Let's just be friends. Did he just break up
yeah.
with her? Okay, attorney says, what did you think he meant? She said, anytime I brought up the hotel night. Attorney, what did you write? She said, are you really breaking up with me? That's what I was thinking, girl. Like, did he just break up with you?
Yeah, that would
Carisha?
that would have sounded like to me. Girl, you enjoyed those men too much for me. You got to go.
He just broke up with you for Young Miami. Listen, Young Miami, I like her. People say so many bad things about her because she wouldn't come out and, you know, say what Diddy did was wrong. So they hated her for that. She actually really did do JT wrong. When she thought her and Puff were going to be a couple, she just ignored her city girl duties. Now, I love you, Carisha, but JT ain't lying on you. And now, you know, I'm not going to say you have egg on your face, but this is Cassie 2.0. Let's try 3.0.
Mm-hmm.
Puff knew Cassie was a hoe for life. Damn. Okay.
It don't take long to figure it out.
He deep down hates women. That's why he beats and torments them. He really, really does. That's why I'm sitting here talking about Young Miami. Why isn't she getting the same treatment? I believe he was touched at the private school that they were talking about. I believe his mom was a madam. Hold on. Oh no, you guys. First line. Jane starts crying. She said, you're the only man in my life. She's reading something. You took someone else to the place I've dreamed of. Attorney says, where? She says, Turks. Attorney, what did he write? She said he wrote, I'm tired of these long text messages texting me about what I'm doing wrong. I wrote what I am doing wrong. He broke up with her, y'all. I'm shocked.
And I'm tired of you texting me these long damn texts.
I'm shocked.
Don't you get it? I paid your rent.
He broke up with her.
Yeah.
Child.
Well, she didn't say she didn't know.
Let's see. CNN has an update. It says, Jane described feeling heartbroken and so cheap after Diddy showed off a new dating relationship with another woman shortly after participating in hotel night on her birthday. Jane read messages from February 2, 2022, where she asked Combs what color dress she should wear. She testified that they were getting ready to meet up for her birthday at a Los Angeles hotel. Jane said Combs told her they were going to dinner and then would hang out, and she wasn't expecting to have a hotel night. But a new man came over, and she ended up having X with him. At this point, I was really high and in love with my partner. and I was okay with it, she said. Soon after her birthday, Jane testified that she saw on social media that Combs had started dating another woman. That was really heartbreaking for me because I felt that I saw this big grandiose birthday that he did for her versus the type of birthday that I just experienced with him, she testified. Jane texts Combs, I don't ever want to do another hotel night. I didn't want to do those things with you on my birthday, but I wanted to make sure we had a good time. Jane wrote, I feel so cheap once again. All right, Terry, can you keep your eye on the big
Yeah,
screen?
I am. I mean, and she got to feel cheap though. Now you done did all these things for this man. What he give you on a birthday is 3 entertainers. No cake, no whipped cream, no diamonds. The other girl don't do none of that and get the diamonds, the cakes. Wouldn't you feel cheap? But it's one thing about it, like you go out how you come in. And that's how she came into this relationship, is being that 3 or 4. You know, that's what I'm thinking. And that's how she left. That's how she left. That's how much he cared about you. He wanted you with the heels on. He wanted the other girl to be out there having a great time. Mm-mm-mm. Somebody said she got cream, not just not whipped cream. That's a fact. He made sure of that. Mm-mm-mm. Okay, so he just came and gave an update. He says break.
They're on a break? Are you
Well,
kidding me?
no, I mean, shit, I need a break. It's 3:09. So we got maybe an hour, 50 minutes. They trying to stretch it out, maybe for the whole day, so the defense don't have a chance to shut this thing down. Do you think the judge gonna let them go all day with this direct?
I think I found the birthday party. Hold on.
That is so sad.
What?
No, I mean for real though. I mean, you know, I do have a heart. I mean, how he gonna do that girl on her birthday like that? I know, even though she came into the relationship like that, she dogged her friend out. Her friend was dating Diddy. She took him. My friend was mad at me. She thought I was wanting him. What you do later on at night? I went to Diddy's house. We was in the pool together. Then after that, oh, we was in his theater. Come on now. But still, you know, when I hear that kind of story, the only thing cross my mind is I just think of this. Aww. Poor thing. Poor thing. But that's Diddy. And people can't trust Diddy. And like we said before, whatever happened in Diddy's life, he do not respect women. He just don't. It's almost like he don't even look at women as being human. And I've known when certain things happen to people. Oh, come on, Sheree, don't do that.
I didn't take the pictures. I think this I think this is the party, you guys. It seems really packed. They're dressed to Carisha looks beautiful. Love gold. Y'all know I love gold. This is Diddy, got the pinky ring going on.
I mean,
This is so funny. I'm sorry. I just had to make sure she was telling the truth. Yeah.
That's sort of wrong. And then he's seen out with her. He's seen with her clothes on. Only time he wanted to see the other one was when her clothes was off. Mm-mm.
And you're right. He didn't throw a big public event for her birthday, right? She had to freak off on her or hotel off on her birthday.
Mm-hmm. I mean, most people
Wait a
don't.
minute, y'all.
Most people don't throw parties for their servants, though.
I think this is Carisha's ex-boyfriend, and it looks like they were together after Diddy went to jail. I love Carisha. She ain't playing, okay? She's what she's supposed to do. He in there. It's time to move on. Oh my God, you just got played, Diddy. You got played by your first woman ever. She not at the damn courthouse crying, sitting on your side of the table. She out with the new man, but y'all had fun while it lasted.
Okay, so Sherelle, while the jury is out,
Mhm.
the counsel to Jane Doe, it says, I want to bring to the court's opinion that there are YouTube accounts that are actively trying to find out Jane's identity. There will be, where we find contact information, we reach out. We are recording live streams.
They're threatening bloggers? Why
Yeah.
don't you reach out to 50 Cent?
Mm-hmm.
Reach out to 50 Cent. He's the one that's put it out there. This is what I have to say to the judge. This man is so popular. We've got people from England and Australia and Scotland, and the list goes on.
Mm-hmm.
Did y'all really think they were going to be able to keep that a secret? She is a high profile person, been all over the internet with 50. Everybody knows 50 and Diddy's history. But if you want to get mad at somebody, get mad at Cameron. He said it straight out. So you really can't get mad at bloggers, okay, for trying to put two and two together and figuring it out who it was. But if you want to get mad at anybody, I suggest you go talk to 50 Cent. Because the minute she hadn't even left the stand, he started posting about Ernie and Bert.
Mm-hmm.
So y'all need to get a grip, okay? I don't know what you was thinking. I know you a damn judge. You supposed to be real damn smart, but you really thought she could go under a pseudonym.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-mm.
Now this is
You know
crazy. And then what the judge supposed to do with that? Look, they don't let you in the courtroom. So if you're just a YouTuber trying to figure out who somebody is, how can they get mad at you? It's not like they gave you the information. They ain't let you in there to see it. I don't know. That's crazy.
Before we even got off the stand, before she got into her testimony, I swear she was probably up there 2 minutes into her testimony. The
Hold on,
chat.
Sherelle. It's an update. Read it.
Okay.
Let's see.
Here we go. Judge says, do you have evidence if these people are in the courtroom or in the overflow room? Jane's counsel, she says, if we find out that if we find that, we would ask for them to be banned from the courtroom or overflow room. Judge, make an expert parte filing. I'll ask marshals to investigate.
Right.
Judge, you're the one slipping. You must be on something to really think no one's allowed to figure out who it was. I told you the evidence for me is when she said, my baby father doesn't get along, doesn't like Diddy. Right there, that was a clue. Another clue, how many children do you have? You have not asked anybody during this entire testimony, how many children do they have? So if you want to blame somebody, start with the prosecution.
Right.
And because then why does how many children you have anything to do with the case?
And they're only speaking about the people that's in the courtroom that could see, that was given instructions not to put these names out. So when they say YouTubers, it's not the ones who ain't in the courtroom, because they ain't got no control over what we do. But the people that had special instructions that was allowed in to see it, yeah.
Listen, the judge is out of his mind. Let's say it wasn't anybody in the court or outside the court. Let's say it was the fans. What, you gonna do something to them? Like, I was trying to be really nice with you, Sub-Romanian, but you started to get on my damn nerve. You have no common sense. These people are too famous. Everybody who knew who she was before she took the stand. The first person,
they still at it.
the first person to talk about it was your boy Cameron. But if you really want to get mad at somebody, get mad at Baby Daddy 50 Cent. He posted it. And once you post it, just because he deleted it, doesn't mean it goes away. All right, here we go. Jane's counsel says, if someone published her license, it will violate your order. License? The judge said, send me that. Send me what you can. I'll consider it, even over the break. I mean, nobody posted her license.
Right.
She's mad. She's mad because now she realized that yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
But she's mad because 50 posted her this morning. Let's be real. I'm getting tired of your games, Jane. Okay? You're not street smart. Not at all. It almost feels like you have no common sense. No wonder 50 left. No wonder Diddy left you for Carisha. You just get tired of being around the nonsense after a while. Like, girl, you sitting up here. You're supposed to be testifying for the prosecution. You're telling us how sweet and lovely Diddy is. We're like, huh? What side are you playing for? You're going back and forth. You're crying on the stand. You're losing your emotions. And I had patience with you. And I even told Perry, you have to show empathy. But now that you're trying to take some actions against any kind of blogger, and I'm a blogger, now I got to turn on you. I got to let you go. Snip, snip. Bye.
I don't have to show sympathy no more?
No, I cut her off. Snip, snip, just like Edward Scissorhands. Girl, I feel no sympathy for you. You want some kind of action for bloggers? Send the marshals out. I am so done with you.
She don't want other people to make a living, but it was fine for her to do it. You see what I'm saying with the heels on?
Yeah, I'm done with her.
And
ask anybody in the chat. I was holding her down. Like, we got to feel compassion. Send out the marshals. No. Baby mama, you can go straight to hell. You must accept and live with the fact that your secret is out and everybody are calling you dumb as hell. Okay?
That's right, honey.
Send out the marshals. All them people we know, go see, like, let me see what your boy says when we're done. Like, girl, we've been putting up with your nonsense this whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Same for the judge. I think you're slow. You're a slow judge. You let the defense get over on the prosecution. You act like you don't see things. You have a bias, sir. You're for the defense.
No. That's the prosecution going to him saying this stuff.
No, he's for the defense. Like, oh my God. And you're a lazy judge. You don't like to work long hours.
The prosecution is going there for that because they trying to get the last word for the day. So they just trying to push things along. But the judge, I mean, he gave the instructions. If they can show him who's violating his order, then he can take action on it. Do you want the judge to get off the stand and go find out who did it, investigate it himself? If the prosecution got proof of somebody doing it, give him the damn evidence.
Y'all want to send the marshals out for bloggers, and you won't even put KK on the stand.
And KK got to be coming on Monday or Tuesday.
I about had it. Now I'm about to lose it because I was being patient with her. Girl, get your dumb ass off the stand, okay? She's scared, but you testified. You don't want your identity out there. We knew who you were before you took the stand. Aren't you watching the podcast? Everybody's been talking about you before you even step foot into a courthouse. Maybe the prosecution lied to you and promised you that they could keep your identity sealed.
Mhm.
And they are smoking weed if they really believe that. There's no way your identity was going to remain sealed. You're too famous. That's like trying to keep 50 Cent a secret. If 50 Cent was on a trial and he wanted to remain anonymous, the minute he walked in the courtroom, everyone's first thought is, why is 50 Cent here?
Well, at least they woke up Trina.
No, I'm just saying, this is the judge's fault. This is the prosecution's fault for lying to her. I guarantee you, I promise no one's not going to know who you are. We're not going to use your name, even though they just put Mia on the stand and her name came out in the first 2 minutes. Then you think, well, since they put Mia's name out there, we're smarter than Mia. My name's not going to be out there.
Well, I mean, that's on her and the prosecution. The judge gave the order. If somebody violated the order, then he could prosecute them for whatever. But it's not his job to go investigate whether somebody's saying the name or not. The prosecution just wasting time because they ain't got nothing else to say. They just beating a dead horse over and over and over with the stupid ass questions.
This is what my beef is. And Perry, you know, I experience this on a daily basis.
Mm-hmm.
There's a need out there for gossip. I'm not talking to myself when I go online. People watch, right?
Right.
But when dirt gets out there and we have to deliver the news, then somebody always wants to threaten a lawsuit. We're going to call the marshals. I can't do anything without some kind of threat on a daily basis. After a while, you get tired of that.
Yeah.
I have to protect all bloggers because I'm a blogger.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't it Jane Doe who was pictured with Diddy? It wasn't any of us. I mean, there's pictures out there, the stories out there. We know 50 Cent went to jail over it. How do you expect nobody to not know? Let's say Gina was the one, your friend that everybody's talking about. Well, she went on Tasha K. It's absolutely no way your name, your identity could have been kept private. There are people inside the courtroom, 20. There are 40 more in the overflow room. There are tons of bloggers and media right outside the door. Many of us know people in the courtroom. We're talking to them.
Mm-hmm.
That information was going to get out.
Hello. In today's society, that's just how it is. People you got Google, you can just Google anything and damn near everything will pop up. So, but I think the prosecution just trying to get some, make a scene out of nothing because they ain't got nothing else to ask the witness.
No, I'm not willing to turn that much on her. I'm not team defense. Okay, don't get too happy.
No. I'm just saying that the prosecution is the one dragging this out. They bring to somebody's attention with no facts, like they don't got no facts for the RICO. They ain't got no facts that some blogger that was given the instructions that was either in the courtroom or the overflow. Those instructions only pertain to those people that was given the instructions.
Yeah.
Anybody else that can do what the hell they want to do. It's the prosecution. They ain't got nothing else, and they just trying to push it along because they know we got until 5 o'clock. Huh?
Let's just cut all the BS.
Yeah.
That judge is biased.
No, why would you say
that? That judge is biased. Did he actually believe that he could control a trial of the century with millions of people watching, tons of people there in person? That was a crazy call.
I think he went by the rules by saying we won't allow certain exhibits with this person's name and stuff to be shown. We won't mention the person's name. That's the only part he can control. The prosecution is the people at fault. They the one pulled this witness up from wherever, subpoena or whatever.
The prosecution,
they owe it to the witness, not the judge.
Perry, the prosecution is only allowed to do what the judge allows them to do. Can I get an amen?
Okay, so now I'm fine with them just so we don't have to guess, make a person give their name. Period. The judge, we ain't gonna blame the judge for the prosecution right now crying.
Oh, why not? Because who's in charge of the rules in the court?
Okay. So what's the purpose of having somebody's name not known? To give them a sense of privacy, right? Did the judge ask the question about how many kids, where you're from, and all that? The prosecution
gave permission for the unusual rule of allowing a federal case to have somebody use a pseudonym. That's unheard of.
Oh, okay. Well, that part, I got you. I thought, well, I don't know. Yeah. So maybe he should just never allowed it.
He shouldn't have.
That's what you're saying. Okay.
And the longer he keeps me up today, the more I'm going to get upset with him.
Well, at least he woke you up. You got more energy than you had.
No, because we're talking about send the marshals. Come on. Come on. We got a lot of friends out there. This is ridiculous. We got a lot of friends over there. And I stand up for my friends, but most of all, I stand up for me and my business. I cannot stand it. I can tell you guys over till I'm blue in the face. When we find out stories about people, first comes the DMs. First, they start ripping you apart. Then they start telling you, I'm going to sue you. Then I have to tell them, do I look like Tasha K? Go ahead, sue. It's like every day of my life. Then we do it anyway. Then we get the I hate yous. And then some of them get crazy enough to go on my public platforms and threaten a lawsuit. And I laugh. Ha ha ha. I don't hear you denying the rumor. That's what I do. Is it true? Yes or no? Sue me so we can go to court and talk about if it's true. So, yeah, I get tired of that routine.
Well, No Meat says the lawyer asked her questions about herself to reveal her identity.
She did.
That's true. The same people, come on in, we need you. We'll protect you. They had to go to the judge and ask the judge, could he not have her name mentioned? Her name was not mentioned in the court. Her face was not shown in the court.
No, it goes deeper than that, Perry. Has the prosecution asked any escort where they're from, where they were born? No. Oh. Has the prosecution ever asked anybody, how many children do you have? No. You brought in questions that only pointed to one person, 50 Cent. Did they get along? He should have never been mentioned. You didn't have to say he didn't get along with your baby daddy. Why did you say that? I'm telling you, you led us to him. She did. Nobody else. The prosecution asking these crazy questions. Where are you from? Well, I would say, where are you from? Don't be putting my stuff out there. Like you said, this is your big mistake. You said she was an ex-girlfriend to Diddy. Okay, so now we're counting down. Okay, that narrows the pool because you could have any woman out there. You said she was an ex. Okay, we narrowed that. You said she was from California. We narrowed that. You said that her ex didn't get along with Diddy. That narrows that. You said, and you only had one kid. There was no way we couldn't know.
Right. Well, so look, Perry, the prosecutions don't care about these women reputation. They only want Diddy in jail. That's it. And so the ultimate responsibility go on them. We can protect you. We need you up here on the stand. Then you ask these stupid ass questions to identify where you from. Virginia Beach? No, I don't get it.
This, oh my gosh, this case is just. Please bring KK on. Let's prove Rico so we can wrap this up.
See, we don't wasted all this damn time on this break just because they trying to stir things up. We can't even get to the cross today. And then we're going to sit here, if they come back in a few minutes, for almost an hour and 30 minutes, listen to the same shit we've been listening to like on rerun all day. Well, did you get dressed up for the freak off? And then, you know what was crazy too? Like, that's how you know a clout chaser when you see one, right?
Perry, stop calling her a clout chaser. I'm upset, but I don't want to call her a clout chaser. Please.
Is she called the marshals? Okay. So, I'm just saying, so like, then she'd be like, yeah, I had to go and dress up. What was you wearing? Oh, I had my 7-inch heels on, nice mini skirt. I was looking fly.
Yeah, she did say that. She's just making so many mistakes.
Got an ego, child. You know I'm pretty.
She's scared. She knows that 50 Cent is losing his mind. She could be getting text messages. We don't know. She could be getting hate mail from 50. We don't know. But she's definitely rattled. And you guys did not ask the right questions. Why put her where she was from? Why put out there that she doesn't get along with Diddy? When she said my ex doesn't like Diddy, and he said he didn't mind, it went from this many people that it could have been to this. This is crazy. Just crazy. All of it. And not to mention, since I'm on a roll, we're on another damn break. What does that have to do with the case? Take care of that later.
Right. Stall tactic. He's favoring the prosecution again. No, you know what though, not fair. I'm just saying the judge, in my opinion, is being fair to the defense and the prosecution because they both do all this dumb shit, these tactics. But yeah.
I'm losing my mind, people. I'm losing my mind. Oh my gosh.
Come on, I know these breaks and just
What do you guys think? Let's see what they're thinking because I've lost my mind. She found out it's someone who better than her in Diddy's eyes. Well, you're talking about Carisha. Other channels report the Rico has indeed been proven her testimony. I mean, that's up to you to believe whatever you want to believe. Just listen. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I would say, yeah. I mean, you know, different channels are going to have different opinions. And they might have said that it's been proven. If I'm telling you I don't see it, their opinion against my opinion. And we wouldn't need a jury if we was basing it off these other people that were saying it. We got a jury because they hearing the stuff and they going to make the decision. So, yeah, I mean, but, you know, if you want to believe other channels, believe them.
This is not a popularity contest. I tell you how I feel. Either you believe it or you don't. I don't really, care because this is the trial of the centuries and everybody's allowed to say what they want. People can lie if they want to. People say they talk to the judge if they want to. I don't care. I just worry about my channel and me and how I feel. And I just feel they haven't proved Rico. They proved crimes, but they haven't proved Rico. Perry, I wish you would quit. I'm reading them. You just changed.
Oh, I'm sorry. Look, for real, I am literally fighting sleep and they want to call time out.
Yeah. Also, I believe full-heartedly KK needs to be called to the stand. These people have less than stellar reputations, but KK was really accused of some serious crimes. Lacing people's drink. Nobody would be arguing with that right now. So let's get to the stuff that people can't argue about. That's why I want hardcore evidence. If you laced someone's drink, you need to be in jail. Period. I don't think one person would argue. Not one. You know how we're going back with Rico? It's proven, it's not proven, it's proven. Let's say, did Brendan get on a plane with Diddy with a bag full of drugs? Who he is, what's his occupation? He's the dealer.
Right.
And then, see, the judge is laying here. We must keep Brandon's identity private. He was on television in handcuffs.
Mm-hmm.
And you said his name. What are you talking about? Y'all crazy.
Yeah, you know what though? I mean, you keep saying bring KK on and have her talk about the lace drinks, but nobody that's done testified so far in this thing have mentioned their drinks being laced. They talked about sharing pharmaceuticals. So if she came on and say, "Oh yeah, well we had these big grand parties. We can't say who was at the party, but their drinks was laced." Wouldn't you have to have somebody to come in and say their drink was laced? I don't know. I don't know.
I just need that to be a part of the questioning for KK. Cassandra said, her name's Cassandra. They want bloggers out the court. Listen, it's been a mess. These bloggers who I dearly love, because I'm a blogger too, and I understand their lifestyle, but they've been fighting. They've been fighting in the courtroom, pointing each other out, calling each other liars. I tried to talk about a little bit, and then Perry was like, this is not our business. Let's not talk about it anymore. All kinds, these bloggers have been havoc and making it impossible for other bloggers to be welcome to another court case. Now, I'm not talking about Armand. He's doing great. We cannot condemn a nut job jumping in his live. That's not his fault. Well,
but they do probably want the bloggers out. But the crazy part about it, it's like, well, then kick out the media, kick out everybody. Then I'm just saying, like, if a regular person can walk in there and see it, how can you find a way to kick a blogger out? Now, if you seen a blogger, you know, break a violation or something, that's different. But you need proof of that, just like anything else. So mainstream do not want the bloggers in the courtroom.
Oh my gosh.
Because it do make the mainstream look weak if you got one person over here with a mic giving you nothing truth but the truth. And they over there, well, today in court today, I think they could have proved 5 things. Look over there, you know that witness number 3, she was damn lying, just lying. You know, you get the real from the bloggers that you ain't gonna get from the main media.
The bloggers have been cutting up. I'm not gonna deny it. They've been cutting up, but they've been getting the tea or lying about the tea. I don't know. The bloggers have been cutting up, and we don't get respect from mainstream media. That's another reason for my outburst. Like, they're like, you're just a blogger. We're mainstream. But I swear, I'm not joking. TMZ copies Jason Lee verbatim. They steal stories from Tasha K because people think TMZ is where it's at, but they don't have boots on the ground to the urban blogs, period.
Now, I don't know what's taking so damn long.
I don't know.
We got something. Let's see. No, see, what is this?
He just says, after this, it was said nothing in the order could have a chilling effect on the media. More should be said on this. They're back. All rise. So basically, he's saying he can't control what the media reports.
Right. Now stop crying and get your ass out so we can do the cross.
Can we hurry up and get to cross today in this lifetime? Okay.
And see, the judge ain't gave them because he was like, well, the prosecution, how much time you think we got left? How much time you got left? How much time you got left? They haven't said it to the prosecution.
Judge says, saying nothing about the ex parte submission, nothing in the docket despite the below. So I don't know. He's warning them what not to talk about. He must have came to his senses that if you bring in the marshals, who are you going to arrest? The entire courthouse? I don't like this judge. I don't care what you guys say. You guys love him. I don't. I'm allowed that. Also, too, on my channel, if you're expecting neutral reporting, you're not going to get that here either. We speak our minds, because if I had to say what the public like, well, Perry would have been fired a long time ago. That's so funny. So let's get back on the stand. Let's see. Okay.
Back, but ain't nobody said a damn word. I'll be back, Sherelle. You watching it?
Yeah, it says Jane Doe's attorney asked judge to take further steps to protect her identity. What could he have done? Jane's attorney is addressing the court about media and social media reports about her identity. The attorney is asking the judge to take further steps into enforcing her pseudonym. It's so late. It's too late now. You should have did that before she got on the stand. We've been knowing this since Cameron's podcast. My goodness. Stop. Can we get on to the regular testimony? Because I hate it when things are slow and they're bickering about things that don't matter. And you would say, but Sherelle, they promised her they would keep her identity. That's impossible. They lied to her. This is impossible. Just
You know something crazy, Sherelle? So now she's making this big thing out of being protected. Her identity, right? Don't show up if you worried about that much, but now she worried about her identity. She didn't worry about that in the free call. She didn't worry about protection. You know what I'm saying?
no comment.
Now, how shallow can you get?
Oh, come on. I'm not trying to tear her down that way. I was just saying no marshals need to be called. You took it a whole nother level.
I thought you was rolling with me.
No, never. No, not in this case. Excuse me, sir. And you think you're slick. You think you're the defense. You say, I'll be right back. And you go on Avatar just to see what I'm going to say.
I know, but I'm about ready to step on the balcony. But I'll be watching.
Yeah, right. We knew as soon as the lawyers introduced her in questioning. We knew. Right. Because she have sat up there and lied about a lot of things. Child, I mean, it's just too late to ask for your identity to be not given. I don't think her name allowed in this chat. Well, what happened was you guys put it in the chat. I made sure I didn't put it on the screen. I didn't show her picture until 50 Cent showed the picture. Well, that's her baby daddy. That's his fault. They all was sneaky freaks, good in the morning and good in the evening too. Child. It's too late. I already knew they were going to cross-examine her before this because of who she is. Exactly. Hey, Truth. Hey, Sherelle. I think Terry's smoking in the in the house again. That's why he's hiding behind the avatar. My husband is addicted to cancer sticks. Okay, he gets mad when I call him that. That's what smoking is. Okay, it's a cancer stick. He smokes, and now he thinks he's not smoking anymore because he vapes. And he thinks he can vape in the house. I don't want lung cancer, sir. I do not want it. I don't think she lied, but they held back on if Diddy was effing too with escorts. Oh, you know, there are rumors out there that Diddy's been with men, but nobody's testified to that. So I don't know if it's true or not. I don't really care. I don't want to hear any more bedroom anything. I don't want to hear about oils and ejaculation and peeing. I just can't. Hey, Naomi, Sherelle, let that man. No, no, no. It's too. No, no. I don't drink. I mean, I drink wine. I don't drink that stuff they be drinking because my son's 21. I can't control him. They be drinking Hennessy. You know that stuff. Like what? I don't drink. I don't smoke. And I definitely don't do the hard drugs. I don't take gummies. None of that. None of that. And everybody in Vegas does it. If you go down to the strip, when you come from the residential neighborhoods and you turn down the street, that's all you smell. That's all you smell. And my son, oh my God, he makes it very well. I'm 21. I literally work for a company that would have employees arrested for doing illegal stuff at the company on the regular. RICO laws do not work that way. Something's wrong with my husband. Something is wrong with him. He nosy. Oh my God. You think you could set me up? We know you're behind that screen talking about you outside. Hi, Renee. She said, Vegas has some of the best weed. I should ask my son. He would know. I don't know. I don't get it. I just don't like it. Okay, here we go. The attorney says, when you took a break from Sean, where did you travel? She said, France. Sean started texting me again and again. Paris, Paris, Paris. Attorney, how did that make you feel? She said that he cared, but I knew I had to stay strong. I went away for 5 days. Girl, you was only broken up for 5 days? And then you getting weak after 5 days? I just want to shake her and tell her you're falling into these Hollywood traps. You're believing the wrong men. You're trying to date the wrong men. Even though I respect 50 Cent business history, and you know I like him. Same. I'm drug free. I just love Pinot Grigio. Okay, thank you. Even though I love 50 Cent, and it's remarkable what he did to come from nothing, being shot 9 times, hanging with some of the toughest drug dealers, and he made his dirty money clean money. That's all respectable because that's really hard to do. But he's not the dating type. You have to look at a person's warning signs. So everybody has flaws. When you are dating, your job is to figure out their flaws and if you're willing to deal with those flaws. I would never, 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 never in a million years date, hang out with, talk to, marry a man that does not take care of their kids. Yes, 50 Cent can financially take care of his child, Marquise, but you abandoned him because you're mad at the mother. You don't leave. You do not date a man that can walk away from his own flesh and blood and not think nothing of it. Plus, you have to look around. Look who 50 Cent is surrounded by. The Black Mafia family. Girl, did you notice all of this? I know we have flaws too. Some women. I feel sorry for my son. We live in Vegas. This is a town full of drugs, prostitution, stripping. And some of these women my son have brought home, they are deranged. And I'm still not over the stripper that just stole $1,000 out my damn purse. I know it was you. Here we go. Jane says, he was adamant we should see each other. I missed him too. Attorney, why? She says, because I love him. Soon we were planning to go to Turks. I'd go to Miami first. Attorney, what did Sean write to you? She said, a night of debauchery, then to the beach. Let's go. We need the defense to start questioning. It's too much. It's too much. And yeah, all those other channels can run over there and say how much we're winning. They do that because they're playing off of your sympathy. I'm going to tell you the truth. I don't want Sean to win, but it also has to be a legal process that makes sense. You have to get him on the right charges. Get back on Perry. We need the truth. I mean, it's crazy. Where are these women get this money from to go to Paris? Because he's been paying her bills. She's been getting money from 50 Cent. She has her own money. She's an OnlyFans model, and she has a thriving Instagram account. She has money. And it doesn't make sense. You don't need him to pay your damn rent. First of all, you don't need to stay in a house that's 10 grand a month. That's insane. I would say the most I would ever pay for a place to stay, and this is because we were moving to New York, would be $5,000. That's about the most. After that, you're not going to use the square footage in that house. Here we go. We got to update. Jane said, I said, no, we have to reconnect. He said, cool. Attorney, did that turn out to be true? She said, no. Attorney, what did you do in Miami? She said, we bickered about Paris. He said his girl can't just up and leave like that. Attorney, this photo, she says, our dinner. Girl, you saw with your own eyes. I just showed the picture. He was out with Carisha. You said you didn't like that. You said that you were okay dating. You can't change your mind now. You have to leave him and stay gone. That's one thing people do. It drives me crazy is you make a decision on something. You decide to kick somebody out of your life for a reason. Then you forget the reason and then you go back. You can't forget the reason why somebody's out of your life. Because then it turns into a crazy cycle, a cycle of nonsense. Yeah, I don't understand why 50 doesn't take care of his son. Oh my gosh, it's more than sad. When you are the parent, listen, I have 2 boys. I've been through the teenager stuff. Maybe you had girls and they're not as bad as boys. I've been through the teenager stuff. Parenting gets very, very difficult, especially when they're grown and they can tell you back, I'm grown. My son been saying that since he turned 18. He was in his senior year when he turned 18. It gets very difficult, but you must remember you're always the parent. You have to take the step to repair a damaged relationship. But I don't think 50 Cent knows how to do that because he's never done that. He's a street guy. He don't know anything about keeping a family together. Here we go. We got an update. Thank you, Renee. Comey says, then what? She says, he took a pill and we went to a hotel. We were watching Korn and Sean said, do you want Don? Attorney, what did you say? She said, yes. Attorney, why? She said, I was just used to it. Then we went to Turks. Of course she thought she was better than Carisha. She's a preference. We all know how that goes. Ooh, Callie. Yes, girl, another hotel night. I can't. Y'all, 50 Cent is 20-something, and he takes care of his youngest son. He is always with him. Stop saying he's not taking care of his son. You mean financially? Not just financially, also too emotionally. He abandoned his son. As much as I like 50 Cent and think he's a brilliant businessman, and some of his unhinged moments on Instagram being a troll are extremely funny, he's not a good father. You don't abandon your child. I hate to say that, but some people do. I'm glad I don't have kids yet. It scares me to think that people are raising kids nowadays in this environment. It's hard. It's very hard. I'm not going to lie. After seeing Diddy out with another woman and you went back doing the same thing, girl, sit down, please. You can't really complain if you keep doing it. You know, she's not strong. I don't know what her family life is like. Mm-mm-mm. He takes care of the biracial son. Well, his name is Sire, and he's just as cute as he can be. And his son, Marquise, this is really interesting to me, looks just like 50 Cent. How do you don't look at Marquise and don't see you? I think that some men they just don't know how to be fathers. I think Shannon Sharp admitted to that too. This might backfire for the prosecutor because a lot of people going to be like, you forced this lady up on the stand. It could be disastrous for Jane. That's what I'm saying. She's got a lot going on up here. There's no telling what 50 Cent is saying to her or threatening her. And he posted a picture of this. You know, that was on his social media. What does this mean? Perry.
Yeah.
We have to take a poll. Were you smoking in the house?
Oh, go ahead. Take one.
You take the poll. Were you?
No, I just came from the balcony.
Truth says him and his 20-year-old are fighting. I heard. That's a respectful thing. The whole 50 Cent and Marquise and Shaniqua situation, because I get where he was coming from. When he put them out the house, you have a whole nother boyfriend. I don't want to take care of a man. I don't mind taking care of my son or even you, but I don't want to take care of a whole husband. Got it. Went to court. You lost. Nobody could tell me any different. 50 Cent burned that house up. We're not dumb. Come on, 50 Perry. Did 50 Cent burn the house down?
Probably so.
He did. Just like did Diddy burn Kitty's car? Yeah, Cuddy's car. Yeah. Come on.
Yeah. We just can't prove it.
Forcing the people that still has ties to this man until he went to jail. She was with him all the way up till he went to jail. I'm not having a kid, period. I'm already too jaded from life and don't have the energy. Now, she's right about the energy. Don't we love our grandchildren with everything?
Yeah.
We want them to go home after 3 hours.
Man, you got to pick their ass up. I'm sorry. I love them.
This is a lot of work. That's a lot of work. And here we are now on another long pause. Perry, what time is it?
It's 4:01.
So we got another hour.
Yep. But yeah, I mean, so basically that's what they're doing, just trying to milk it out.
So you don't think that the defense?
So what now?
Nothing. I was distracted. I got an email. What else? Where were we talking about?
You got an update though, honey.
Here we go. Attorney says, and in Turks, she said Paul came. What happened? I'm back in an outfit I'm going to try to do another round. It was really painful. I couldn't have sex. Why not? She says, I was extremely sore at this point. Sean tried. Sean tried to lube me up. Ciao. Ugh.
He was serious about that freak off. He went and got the motor oil.
And notice we don't hear about Diddy sleeping with the prostitutes with a urinary tract infection. Only her.
Mm-hmm.
He's so disgusting. The whole trial's starting to.
Yeah, it's sort of out there, and they just beating this horse over and over and over again.
I can't. I'm not going to comment. Shaniqua and Marquise were in the house when someone said they were in the house when it was set on fire. 50 Cent is a mess. You don't date 50 Cent. You don't have babies by 50 Cent. If you think, oh, I got his baby, I'm set for life. No.
If somebody was in the house, I don't think 50 Cent would set the house on fire with nobody in it, though.
You don't know Perry. You don't know that man.
I'm just saying, he's
already shown you signs of being mentally deranged. Here we go. Jane said, he said, you can't take any more DICK. I threw the bracelet and said, you only brought me here to suck D for you. I was talking then, sat on the steps of a villa. Attorney says, what did Sean talk? She said, yes. He said, how can you make me look like that in front of Paul? Oh. Perry, don't start. This is something wrong with you. Okay.
No, I mean, how many times we get to hear this story? I mean, do I need to play taps? I mean, because look, I'm tired of the sad stories. Now it's sad at first, then it become like, well, look, I don't want to hear it. Move on. Why are they milking it out like this, Sherelle? Do they even got anything else to talk about but the bedroom?
It don't seem that way.
3 raids. They done raided 3 mansions. You ain't found nothing in the glove compartments of the cars, the garage, the pool area.
I mean, I can't lie. I'm drifting here. It was interesting in the morning, but now we got an update from CNN. It says, Jane read a note from her phone she wrote on February 12th, 2023. She testified it was about her thoughts towards Sean Diddy Combs. She says, you know what, babe? It's okay. I just accept the fact that you were a pathological liar. The note read in part. Here's another thing too. If your lady parts are hurting, I will be glad he broke up with me. Like, this is getting physical now. Like, when your lady parts hurt from that, yeah, that's gonna be a while. If you have a UTI, that's gonna be anywhere from 7 to 10 days that you're on penicillin. Plus, you better not get an STD because you can't even take the penicillin because you've been taking it too long for the UTI.
Lord,
they'll try to give you something. I don't think the government is doing more damage, and Diddy ever did by making her relive her experiences in front of the world.
Oh, I got it. Yeah. No.
She did it.
They're making her do it, and they don't care nothing about her. Now, okay.
Jane says, Sean told me to apologize to Paul. I messaged her and said, I was sorry how I acted. He said, you messaged her, you meant him. Attorney says, who told you to do that? She said, Sean.
Enough of this. I was afraid. He told me to. I just wanted to please him. Just wanted to make him happy. You wanted your bills paid. You wanted to be seen. So, and we're going to let this ride out for the rest of the day. No cross. And she probably scared to go home.
Yeah, see what you're doing now. They don't want Cross. They don't want Cross, and they don't want Cross to talk today because of the damage she did this morning. So if other blogs say they could prove RICO, and this is a shoe-in case, then why would the defense have to get ahead of stories? Why is the defense want you to leave with the last thing that they said?
The prosecution, you mean?
Yeah. Sorry, the prosecution. This is not a shoe-in, but I think people do that for clicks and views because they get on there and they talk all tough, and people like rah. I see it. And Diddy, you're going to jail, and you'll be 6 feet under before, like that kind of stuff. They doing it for a show. Nobody knows right now if he's going to be in jail, get off, or in jail. We don't know. And anybody who tells you anything different is lying. These are all opinions.
Right. Not mainstream media, not bloggers. Nobody knows if he's going to be found guilty or not. But everybody can give their opinion. And I think these are lawyers just come with that stuff because they want to seem smarter than the bloggers.
Well, we're definitely in a war with the experts, okay? Also, you have to admit, a lot of expert testimony, I don't want to say it bad, but they lack common sense. You could be book smart, but have no common sense. And anybody who's saying that they have definitely proved RICO, well, then show me. Show me how. That's what you say. If you hear somebody saying this is a shoe-in, they already proved it. Show me.
Okay. For the people who believe they already proved RICO, please do all of us a favor. Contact the prosecution and let them know that. Okay, so we can move on.
I want to answer this one too. Hold on. Daphne was getting $40K a month from 50 until she said it wasn't enough. I'm done. So I wanted to this one. Andre says, where they said a prosecutor got 98 conviction rate. This is a 50-50 case. Let me remind you of this. We have a leader who we lovingly called 47. 47 was convicted of 34 felonies. By who? Southern District of New York, right? Like, somehow, I don't want to go into it, 47 becomes the leader, right? What's one of the first things he did? He dismantled the Southern District of New York. The people that you see now, they're not the same people that convicted 47. So they had a 98% conviction rate. This is a new team. We'll see what happens. They might continue to have a 98% conviction rate, but you have to know, Andre, as of now, is this a shoe-in? Do you believe they've got it in the bag? Let me know.
Well, no, I mean, because the whole thing is too, at 98%, how many had a bank account over 400 million or higher? A lot of and then their conviction rate is good because they don't really indict somebody or take somebody to trial unless they got a real solid case. Then sometimes people get eager. Now we're talking about the 2% where somebody just want to stick it to somebody or try to make a name for themselves. That's how we end up in a case like this right now.
Also, love it or hate it, because people really jumped down my throat the first time I said 47 may pardon him. But it's true.
Yeah.
He just pardoned 20 people last month alone. He has a relationship with Diddy. Now, I know you're like, he won't do that. That's disgusting. He's also selling green cards for $5 million. Stop me when I'm lying. He just took a plane, something he wasn't supposed to do, and I'm not even judging him as the leader. I'm telling you his character. If he wanted to, he could.
Mm-hmm.
He said, I'm not taking anything off the table. I'll consider it. What are we supposed to do? Say, that's not true. He didn't mean what he said. He said that he liked the guy and that was his friend. He never said that. He said it. I played the tape. So, a lot of people are getting very touchy because if you come over here, you're going to see things presented to you in a different way. But he said it. Now, nobody just made that up. We have a reason to say, that didn't sound too firm, and hell no. And that has nothing to do with him being a leader. That's just what I see. Them people lost their mind when we were reporting that. Okay, here we go. Comey says, what did you write to Sly? She says, if he could sum to Turks, I told him he'd need a passport and a vaccine.
It's come then. But when it says sums, come.
Okay, it's come. Okay. If he could come to Turks, I told him he'd need a passport and vaccination. She says, what did Sly respond? She says, I'm willing, but I don't have a vaccination card. Attorney, why did you do this? She said, to make it up to Sean. So now she's bringing him back on her own.
Surprise, Sean. Look what I got for you.
Didn't you say your woman parts hurt? You said the woman parts hurt and you had a yeast infection. Now I'm just toying around with her because this is going on too long.
Yeah. No, they just drag it along. Like, we didn't need to go to 5 o'clock. If we would have went to 4 o'clock, they'd be probably same spot. Or 3 o'clock, probably be at the same spot we are today. They just didn't want the defense to start the cross before the weekend.
Oh, it's the weekend.
Yeah.
Okay, that explains it. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
It's the weekend.
So, since the defense has been so underhanded and foul, and they play dirty, so the prosecution is saying, let me give you a piece of your own medicine.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing here. And we're the poor victims forced to watch it.
But the defense wouldn't really have to be here today if they didn't make up these charges.
Okay, Perry.
I'm just saying, like, look.
Oh my God.
I'm trying to be fair as I could be. But after a while, when they start stringing me along and along, after a while, I stopped caring.
This is what I want to know, Perry. How come if you don't think exactly like another person thinks, they get upset?
Because most people think they know it all, right? And so if you don't think like I'm thinking, you're thinking, well, you wrong. I don't know. People really, I don't know. Most people want everybody to believe what they say.
Look, Sherry says, Sherelle, it's called a $5 million gold card.
Yeah,
it is. But what he's doing is selling green cards for $5 million. So if he's selling those for $5 million and he's giving every black rapper a pardon if they could pay for it, here we go. We got to update. Attorney, Why did you write this to Sly and Paul? She says, I wanted them to feel good, like they were not being used. Attorney, why? She says, I just do. Attorney, what was the love contract in March of 2023? She said, he asked, how much did I want per month? I said 15. He said 10.
I mean, didn't we talk about this already?
We did.
Yesterday?
We did. We did. I can't.
I'm telling you, I just, then people will say, well, somebody please let the prosecution know they're winning. Let's move forward to the finish line. Most winners want to cross the finish line. They trying to slow it up.
Well, because you know why. But unfortunately, we have 45 minutes of this. 45 minutes. I'm going to pull my eyeballs out of the sockets. Oh my gosh. We wanted to go out Friday with a bang.
Yeah.
Not with a whimper.
I woke up, it was full of promise. Then now look at it. Woke up this morning looking for the first letter R, still don't see it.
So you guys in the chat, you guys are talking. I'm responding to some of your things. Where did it go? Perry's going to talk about this. That was more interesting. Tesla and 47 going at it in public.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. I really never thought I would see the day. They're on all the blogs, all the news stations. I mean, it's insane. My goodness. They got a divorce in public. They were married.
Update.
No. Attorney says, he started paying your rent. She said, yes. Who is paying your rent now? She said, Sean. Okay, I'm done. Done. She not gullible. She's still in love with this man, and she's answering crazy. So it would help the defense, and we can't help you. What did J. Cole say? Don't save her. She don't want to be saved. Okay, get off the stand. We know what you're up to now. He's paying your rent right now from behind bars.
Mm-hmm.
Girl, go. Girl, go. And that's what you want to leave me with for over the weekend? That's insane. All of it.
Oh, man.
Oh, Perry's getting tired. Getting tired.
I know. I mean, going outside did help to get that fresh air.
So what time are you going on your channel tomorrow?
I'm gonna try to probably go at noon.
Okay, that's good.
Noon here, and that's about 3 Eastern. Because that way, there's some other things I want to do tomorrow night.
Let's see what CNN is saying about this madness. They're not. Okay. You guys, it's still a good trial. This morning was really, here we got an update. Comey says, what else did Sean pay for? She said, my teeth. Attorney, what do you mean? Sean didn't like my teeth. I got new veneers. He also paid to furnish the house. My allowance just didn't do it. I used 3 credit cards. Do we feel sorry for you that you wanted more in your house, so you had to put it on your credit card?
I ain't gonna say you a gold digger.
Stop. Oh my gosh.
That's just my point. So, but people, what happened to your career, your OnlyFans? I mean, you got free time now. Diddy been and locked up for at least 8 months. So, do you got connections? Why not do the OnlyFans? I mean, it's a job. She can set her own schedule.
Look at this, Sherry. This is funny. D said, Walmart is hiring. Yeah. Is this the same person who said she/he really didn't want to testify, or is it a different person? No, this is her. She didn't want to testify. She said she threatened to plead the fifth, even though if you plead the fifth, they can put you in jail for contempt of court. So she had no choice but to testify because ultimately she was scared that they were going to charge her.
I see why then. Okay, it makes sense.
What
Why
part?
she did is he's still paying the bills. And then they'll try to say, well, the reason why she's going in between is because he's paying the bills. Basically like paying off a witness or something.
She said girls like her work at the Macy jewelry counter. But let me tell you, she was with 50 Cent. Maybe 50 Cent paid her bills. We don't know, but she got some monetary gain out of that. Then she was with what, Jason Derulo or whatever. I don't know who he is, but y'all said he's famous, so he must have money. She might have been getting financially paid by him. And then on the Diddy, child, it's not a good look. That's the one thing too, because you know, I don't want to call them gold diggers. Girls that go after men that have money only,
That's gold digging.
you risk a chance of you playing yourself. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I wouldn't do it.
Well, I don't. I mean, not all gold diggers are successful in their career. No, I mean, but it is some that's are. You know that you know.
Someone said, sounds like Pretty Woman, the sequel. Someone said Jason Derulo doesn't have money. I don't know who he is. Let me see what he looked like. Harry, you know I gotta go see what he looks like.
Yeah. Oh.
At least it's Saturday.
Yeah. Yeah. Tomorrow.
Oh,
Yeah.
he's cute. He looks young though. Let's see how old he is. Oh Lord. He must think he's cute. Can you put your shirt on, sir? Look how big he is, though. His arms. I'm gonna put it up here. Oh, cute, cute, cute. He's broke. Let me head back over. Here is Jason Derulo. I hope I'm saying his name right. Cute. Looks very young, but cute, cute, cute. Jason Derulo spent $30K on his son's birthday. He might not be rich like 50. Too many men aren't. But comes right up.
Still no update.
Here she is on the beach with somebody else. I better not put that up.
She been around.
That man looks young. Let me go see how old he is. He's 35. Let's see how old she is. Perry, how come we never heard of Jason Derulo? She's 38. She's in between. She's got to get her act together, girl. You're almost 40.
I don't know. What do he do?
He's a singer, they said.
Oh, he's a singer? No, I don't know. I mean, I take it we don't get out much. It's almost the 4th of July. coming up. This year going by fast.
Oh my gosh, let me tell you guys, Marquise is looking more and more like 50 Cent every day. So y'all said he's in his 20s now? That if that's not 50 Cent's face, then I don't know what is.
No, Anne Marie, I ain't trying to rush it. She said June just started. Don't try to rush this month. No, I'm not. But I mean, before we know it, we'll be firing the grill up. Either that or be at a Diddy party. These people are straight up stalling. And they're gonna make the judge mad. And then he might just call it a day. Oh, we got something, honey.
He's talking about his father. Oh my goodness. Here we go. Jane says, I had promised him an all-star party. Attorney says, what's that? She said, I'd bring the top 3 guys all in the same night. Attorney, why? She says, I was with my lover and he liked that. I told him I have to be awake at 8 a.m. Sunday. I said the last time I got sick. She's planning another, what they call it, night off.
A hotel night.
Hotel night.
Yeah, I mean, but she take pleasure in her skill set. Don't you? And part of you get to remember, I got all 3. It's gonna be a top 3 party, like whatever. She called it what kind of all-star?
This person says nothing ends well with 50 Cent. He got female tendencies. Only person stick by him is Tony Yayo. Do you guys think that he's gonna take Daphne? I mean Jane to court for the kid?
Or at minimum, threaten it and make it look like it. I mean, because remember, he was doing it the first time, and then he stopped the case. He was gonna sue her before.
Someone said, I'd take 50 any day over Diddler. Yeah. Because people's complaint about 50 is he's never home. That's okay, as I'm in your, big old mansion. But I don't do all that freaking off and hoteling off and whatever you call it. It's only 4:30. We got another half hour. Like Perry said, the defense is not going to take the stand. So you think they're going to drag it out all the way to? They have to.
Yeah. They ain't gonna give them one word. Not one word.
Okay.
And they ain't saying nothing, but just dragging along with this.
They're not.
I mean, but I guess they sitting here all day. They've been building this RICO case very strongly. I'm trying to speak, positive. They've been really doing a real great job today. The smoking gun came out today. They really did. They proved everything.
Do you think that they
Diddy
will have a hard time finding Rico, but are so disgusted by Diddy's behavior that they prove him guilty anyway?
No.
I got an update. Here we go. I'll answer that in a minute. Here we go. Comey says the first text, she said he felt hesitation from my about all the star power. I don't know what she's star party. He asked, does your P hurt? You're not being straight with me. She said, attorney says, the second day, a minute later, she said, he quoted my text asking me for help with more furniture for the house.
Okay. See,
What does that mean? What does that mean? Did you read it too?
yeah, it's just saying that they stalling for time, going over these texts over and over don't even mean nothing. The first that he felt hesitation from from me about the R-Star party. He probably wondered to himself, didn't you say you was hurting? And then did I ask for the All-Star party? Why are you being so quick to always keep ordering these 3 men back? Are you getting some kind of satisfaction out of it? Are you starting to like them better than you like me? Now, I don't know what he said, but
Oh, listen to this. He says, hey, I am telling you, you should be working on that Perry's politics because Tesla is going hard in on 47. So we seen a little bit of it last night. We're going to do it tomorrow.
at noon. Let's try at noon
Yeah.
Pacific, 3
That's
o'clock.
insane. I really, really, really did not see that coming. Do you think it's temporary truth or do you think it's permanent?
I'm starting thinking it's real.
Because these two are married. These two know where the bodies are buried. They cannot fall out with each other.
Yeah, but it seems like things starting to cross that personal line where it's no return.
She said, send out a reminder, Perry.
I will.
Is this permanent? I don't know. That's like me and Perry falling out. We've been together 34 years.
Update.
Here we go. Attorney says, here, Sean writes, Rico is ready. Who was that? She says, maybe the man named Michael. Or wait, maybe it was a role play and Sean was Rico. Attorney, you don't know? She says, I don't. Listen, since Diddy's still paying the rent, this is why they're saying she testified the way that she did this morning. So are they throwing her under the bus?
Well, I mean, they got to do something. I mean, basically, I think now they probably seriously try to take, well, at least we'll take some of her positive stuff.
Look at this real quick. Somebody said it's permanent. They're talking about Tesla and 47.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Because they've been throwing stones.
Oh, Beatrice said permanent. Abrego also OTW back to the United States. He's back. We've only been gone like a couple weeks. What the hell? What the hell on? Oh my goodness. We got to get back on that. Okay, back to what you're saying. So I'm asking Perry, what did I ask you? Oh, since Diddy is still paying rent, it's obvious that she threw the case this morning on purpose. He's paying the rent.
Well, so they probably take what she don't say it and then try to use her saying Diddy had her, carry drugs in suitcases, that Diddy booked flights, Diddy made payments. They'll take that and then they'll try to discredit her, everything else they don't want by saying she's speaking this way basically because she's on Diddy's payroll.
Read that comment. What? Are you sure? That's okay. I'm gonna look it up. We got to be on it tomorrow. We're bringing out Pops, the whole 9. We are bringing out Pops. OMG.
Yep.
OMG. No. That didn't happen. That didn't happen. Let's see. Beatrice says, if that's all they're talking about, Pam Bundy even came up there talking about it. I don't know what she's talking about.
Oh yeah, the spokesman. There's a spokeslady that get on everybody's nerve.
We should be in a movie. No, 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 no. Hey, Summer. He did say that, OMG. He said the only reason he is in charge was because of him.
Yeah. And he starts pulling up old videos or something with him socializing with certain people.
She said, I miss so much. Oh my goodness. Wow. Tesla said yesterday 47 wouldn't have won without him. I cannot believe this. I just cannot. I just refuse to believe it. I got to go see it for myself. I refuse to believe it.
I mean, do you think he'll let his son go off on him? His son will take him out.
He said on X and the house also, this is insane. We got to get back. We got to get back to it. Child. What is wrong with Tesla? What is wrong with Tesla? What didn't he get? Because Tesla would only act this way, in my opinion, if he didn't get what he wanted. Child, this is a mess.
It's getting bad where he's talking about taking Tesla's some of their contracts away.
47?
Yeah, the contracts that.
Okay, I know what you.
Yeah.
Child, we got this case is a mess. This Diddy case is a mess. Tesla has lost his mind. Tesla has lost his mind because 47 ain't gonna put up with that. This is so good. You're happy to see a smile on my face, child, because I was like, I got to get through this trial. But as soon as I get out for this, we've got to go research, pull it up. 47. I got somebody text me. Perry's got to do Perry's politics. We know. I mean, we just finding out. It's hard to do both because we have to research, talk about stuff, get all the information together, follow the story, both inside the courtroom and outside the courtroom. Right. Even if I don't report on it, I still need to know what's going on because I might need it one day. So when I tell you guys I'm not touching that, it doesn't mean I'm not getting the story. I'm just not going to talk about it, but I need it in my Rolodex.
See?
What? No, 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 y'all playing with me. Y'all playing with me. This is too much.
Let's do it at noon. Look, let's do it at noon Pacific, 3 Eastern tomorrow. Because how y'all talking, you sort of want to wake me up and go and do it today, but it's still a lot of stuff we have to do.
You're saying that Tesla brought up 47 in the
right. Yeah. No, that's what I'm trying to say. He's saying that's why basically the leader never reopened that file.
Okay, I'm done. Tesla did not have a black eye. Okay, y'all playing with me.
He did. And he joked.
No, you're joking.
He joked about it. He said, would you like some makeup for that? No, it's crazy. I don't.
Okay, I got to update. The attorney says, why did you send Sean a photo of pink toilet paper? She said, to show that my period was about to come down, that I needed the night off. Let's postpone. Attorney said, what did he write back? She said, you're getting your hair done for nothing. I'm going to read this again because I'm tired and I might have read this wrong. It said, attorney, why did you send Sean a photo of pink toilet paper? Jane says, to show that my period was about to come down, that I needed the night off. Let's postpone. Attorney, what did he write back? She said, you're getting your hair done for nothing. I'm done.
Mm-hmm.
So he's the one said he didn't want it, or he's finished.
No, he's
or-
upset. He's upset. He's saying, I don't need no damn excuses. So what you telling me, sending me this little notification that the night might be canceled. So you getting your hair done for nothing. I'm done.
So listen to this. We known from Cassie's testimony
Mhm.
that he doesn't care if you're on your period.
Right. But she ain't giving him the impression that she gonna show up while she's on it.
Y'all, how much longer do I have? We got 15 minutes. This has to stop. This has to stop. Oh my goodness. I don't want to say that, but child, it's too much. She's doing this to compete with Young Miami, just like Cassie was doing it, to compete with Kim. He's not forcing her. They want to beat the other woman.
I agree 100.
Thank you, Michelle. This is too people got periods. This is just disgusting.
Just trifling.
Paid witness. Listen, definitely when I found out that Diddy's still paying the rent from behind walls, I'm going to discredit her testimony. I'm going to consider her a paid witness, just like Joanna. Period. We got to put the period on. The black eye he blames on his skin ex, but meanwhile, he leaves the house. Oh, I can't. Oh, okay. Y'all,
Y'all crazy, man.
You think, Liz, the rent won't be paid after her testimony is over. This would be the worst case scenario for her. She's getting on my nerve, but I still don't want to see bad for her. The worst case scenario would be Diddy takes her to court for custody. Not Diddy. 50 takes her to court for custody. Diddy kicks her out the house. And the public continues to drag because now she's saying that bloggers need to be arrested because they wanted the damn marshals.
She gonna find herself in Magic City.
I mean, it just backfired. All of it. It just backfired. If you knew that you were going to testify for the prosecution, because if you didn't, you were going to be charged yourself, then you should have just told the truth. But you're all over the place. You're trying to be on everybody's team. And as a result, you end up on nobody's team.
Well, Kat, yeah, we hate to tell you. Please, she said, please tell me we don't have to listen to her again on Monday. Yes, you do.
Yeah, but that's the defense.
Well, no. Well, it would be both because they ain't gonna finish with her today.
Yeah, okay. So said Perry, not Magic City. Yep.
Yeah, pretty much.
They had to draw it to the close. I mean, because they're dragging it out. They're trying to make up for what happened this morning. They kind of made it worse because what came out tonight is that Diddy is still paying her rent. He's still paying the rent. I wish you would have told me that earlier so we would have known, oh, she's biased. We had to go through all of this and find out in the last 15 minutes that Diddy is paying your rent. Therefore,
but didn't they? I mean, shouldn't they have known that before they put her on the stand?
They probably knew it before they put it on the stand, but they thought she was going to give a different kind of testimony. So now, since you effed up our strategy, I'm going to put it out there that you're paid for a woman.
So now they actually, you got to update.
It says, the attorney, what did you mean, movie night was not on my mind. What is that? She said, we would not have an entertainer. We just watch our own movies at the hotel nights. We called it movie night. Girl, listen, there's
They
no
can't-
way Diddy is not in love with you. He's not in love with you.
but he can't get enough. They might not be actually doing it, but then they go and sit there and watch their performance. Or
That's
watch
what kind of movies they're watching?
Right. No. She said of the hotel nights. They ain't watching a regular movie. You know what I'm
I
saying?
thought they were reading, watching
I mean,
Magnolias.
they're not watching that movie with popcorn with baby oil on it.
Oh my gosh,
But-
something's so wrong with Diddy. It's not even funny.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, y'all, how bad is it gonna get this weekend? Will 50 Cent retaliate?
He's probably trying to find a proper way to do it. And then he really might hold up until she's off the stand. I don't know.
Still paying the rent. I was done. Yeah, he will. Oh my goodness, you guys. We're not going to focus so much this weekend on the drama that's going on outside the courtroom, because I know 50 Cent, I don't think I'm going to focus on that. We need to get to Tesla and 47.
Yeah.
That has to be our main goal this weekend. This is too much.
I've been hanging around this court stuff too long. For sure, we're going to put that on the docket for tomorrow. I don't even talk about that docket.
What y'all talking about? Oh, child. I don't know. We got to talk about Tesla and 47 because I can't believe it's happening. I just can't believe it. It's better than this. Beatrice said, see you tomorrow. Yeah, we got to talk about that. That's his mother had around him, child. Too much. Hey, Nelson. Yes, Tesla and 47. I am shocked. I can't believe it. Only reason I believe it is because more than 10 of y'all done said it. Tesla and 47.
Yeah, I mean, 'cause I was trying to catch up on it a little bit last night just to, try to keep up. But should I be tired? But I did see a couple things. I started saving a few things, just try to stay caught up a little
Tesla
bit.
and 47. That's like, I mean, who is a tight couple? Who do we know that's a tight couple?
Got an update.
I got an update. Hold on. Here we go. Attorney says, what did you write? She says, I wrote, why do you talk about the father of my child? All because you don't get your way one night and bust a nut. Attorney, what did he say back in this voice message? He says, I don't have time, baby girl. Listen, the prosecution is throwing her under the bus. They're mad because she messed up this morning, and now they had to put in the testimony that he talked behind 50 Cent back. Come on, y'all. This is a lot. This is a lot. What? You talking trash about 50, and now they're throwing it out there. They don't care anything about Jane. They are throwing her under the bus. They're mad, and then they wait 3 minutes before the trial is supposed to be over to talk about Diddy talking trash about 50. Nah, we not stupid, prosecution. Y'all mad at her, and now y'all throwing her to the wolves. And the wolves' name is 50 Cent. I can't believe this is happening. I really cannot believe this is happening. Oh my OMG. I the only one shocked that they just threw her under the bus? They should have just called her a B and told her to get off the stand, because that's going to have the same effect. You said under oath. Come on, prosecution. Y'all mad.
Yeah. That's why I want everybody to let them know they ain't got to be so mad, because they already won everybody over. They had everybody at hello. They already proven the RICO. So I need everybody that believe that to contact them over the weekend and just politely say, "Hey,
Hi,
happy week-"
Josh.
that
No, I did. Oh, Mama June. Listen, I haven't been able to do anything. And right now, I can't stop. I have to carry on with the Diddy trial, because I asked Perry and I asked my mom. I was like, this is taking up a lot of my time. Should I come in later? She said, no, you promised every day. You have to give every day. Even if it's 50 people in your chat, you've got to do it every day. So I made, and you know how Perry is about his word, but I'm missing the good stuff about Kenya. That's great. I'm missing the good stuff on Mama June, on Tesla and 47, 100-pound.
sisters. I actually
That's-
like that too, but
We love that show. I love that show.
the problem is though, I mean, you'll get in trouble if you talk about the show,
Why?
because that's rude.
No,
How
that
can you be
was
so
you.
rude?
That was you and the other guy that used to
Yeah.
be, not me. Like,
I mean, you can't give no true opinions. You got to act like you like everything. Oh, you got
and I'm
to update.
talking about Yates. Yates used to
Yeah.
go in. That's what I'm talking
Yeah.
about.
You got to update.
Okay, here we go. Combs' voice. You need to go get a job. Attorney. How did you interpret that? She said, making sure he's happy, including these nights. Attorney, how did you respond? She said that he always brought up paying for the house. I felt like, I don't know, this guilt trip. Consider your mortgage late right now. I do not think he will be paying any more of your mortgage. This is the worst. She got the worst things that happened to her than anybody else that took the stand. She's got crazy 50. We're having trouble with Facebook. This might be an issue.
Oh no,
It
you know how?
ended.
Yeah, because Facebook won't let you go with so much time. I think it might be 8
Oh,
hours.
okay.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody said, damn, get a job. He said, get a job.
Good job.
Get a job. Oh. I'm sorry, Facebook. You're only allowed so many times, so certain amount of time. I don't know how long we've been here. Where's the time
Hours.
at?
8 hours and 2 minutes. So I think it's 8 hour mark. They'll go ahead and disconnect. But they ain't gonna miss too much more because the judge about ready to kick them out.
Child. She lost the most. We've got 50 over here raging, acting like a maniac, threatening to take her baby. We've got Diddy no longer paying the bills. You got the prosecution, I'm not dumb, mad at you, pissed, throwing you under the bus, and just mentioning how Diddy talked behind 50 cents back. It is crazy. What? What? For what? Kenya situation? Beatrice says Britt Edie is suing Bravo for 20 million.
Man,
I told you she was
these girls trying to get that money quick.
okay. She ain't getting no money out of Bravo. She need to go somewhere and sit down. I don't like her. She came for Kenya for no reason. They're reporting that Kenya's broke. Kenya needs money. I love Kenya. I can't. that girl needs to go somewhere. We need to talk about that. I really have to go back on my channel before it gets demonetized. So much is going on. I don't know. Josh said Brit needs to find a rock and go live under it. It's so much. Perry, am I right? Did the prosecution throw Jane under the bus?
From
I'm
day
not
one.
crazy.
Basically from day one, when she first sat down.
And why bring that in? 50 Cent's name does not need to come up. You guys are throwing her under the bus.
They started talking about her identity when she first sat down.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know. And they spending a whole day on her and ain't spent 15 minutes on the house raids, the mansions. You raid 3 mansions and no mention of it.
None.
I'm just saying, I don't know. It's just starting to be too much. And then people will say, no, Perry, Rico has been formed. He need to go. I know he's guilty of a lot of things. Our thing is we got to find some charges that make him stick.
And I'm looking at this update here from CNN, and they said Jane says Combs paid for her veneers because he didn't like my teeth. Listen, veneers look great, but you have to have money to have veneers. They whittle down your natural teeth to studs, right? You got an update? Please say it's over. Please say it's over. Is it over?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay, you say it because I don't see it.
Okay.
Oh, here we go. Attorney says, I think this is a good time to break for the day and week. Judge says, jurors, thank you for staying late. Avoid any coverage about the case. All rise. Jury leaves. It's over, people.
Wow. Woo. Now you're going to give me something to eat.
All right. Listen, you guys, thank you for riding with us. It's been a long, long day. We will see you on Monday, bright and early.
Yeah.
No, we'll see you on our other channels tomorrow. I don't plan on coming back on here. So thank you. Let me know your thoughts in the comment section. You guys are really loyal and we appreciate it. See you Monday.
All right, everybody. Enjoy your weekend.
Bye.
I'm out. Fuck this shit.